think we will start. Well, it's all gone by far too quickly. Welcome to Cheltenham on the last day of the 2025 festival. Who knows what 2026 will look like, when it will be in the calendar, how long it will be. So I think that may influence people today on a very pleasant Cheltenham day to come and look at the start of this Metrobank One Day Cup. Ian Randall and Dan Whiting with you on the stream today. If you're joining us from the East Midlands, warm welcome to the college ground. Our good friend Dave Griffin says you can get 5,000 in at Chesterfield. Well, you can get 5,000 in here as well. It probably won't be quite that many today, but it'll be a good crowd for the start of this tournament. Derbyshire have won the toss. They're going to have a bowl first. I suppose, Dan, after the excitement of the test match yesterday, which was truly gripping, this tournament might just feed a little bit off the back of that, even though some players are unavailable.
Well, I love this tournament. It is the premier cricket tournament in the UK, domestic cricket tournament. You know, never mind that other stuff that's going on with 16.4 balls per innings. This is what it's at for me, this type of cricket. And it's an opportunity for some youngsters to come through and make their mark on the game. But what I love about it also is it's so open, because the big guys, the Surreys, etc., they've lost 14, 15 players to the 100. So this competition is wide open. Anyone can win it. We saw Glamorgan win it last year. They beat that lot from down the M5, but saying that, they lost to everyone in the final stages last year, didn't they? But, I mean, it is just anyone can win it. And, you know, don't discount Gloucestershire. They won some silverware last year in white ball cricket. And Mark Lane, I know he's not coaching this, he's gone to the Welsh Fire, but he tends to win things, doesn't he?
Yeah, this tournament, in terms of the players lost in this group, so Derbyshire have lost only 3, Essex 4, Glamorgan 2, Hampshire and Surrey are the most depleted. Leicestershire again have lost only 3, so some sides will field close to their maybe their championship side in this competition. Let's give you the two teams then, because umpires Neil Burns and James Treadwell will be out shortly. I'll do the Derbyshire side and Dan can do the Gloucestershire team. So Derbyshire, who will bowl first, Caleb Jewell, Harry Kane, Matthew Montgomery on loan from Notts for this tournament, obviously signed permanently from the end of the season, Captain Brooke Guest, Martin Anderson, Ross Whiteley. That's not a bad top 6. But then you look at the rest and it's quite inexperienced. Joe Hawkins, just that one first-class match against Northants recently. Amit Basra, no first-team cricket, but he's made some runs in the seconds. A 92 and a 70 I spotted this season, 23 years old. Matthew Potts, who hasn't played a lot of first-team cricket. Ben Aitchison and Rory Hayden, who was playing for Leek in the Staffordshire League at the weekend. He took 4 for 42, 22 years old, and he's been signed for this competition. And there's a couple of guys in the Gloucestershire squad not playing today who have also been signed for this tournament, Kamrit Dhaliwal and Dariush Ahmed.
Yeah, there are. I'm hearing really good things about Joe Hawkins from my sources up in the East Midlands. It's a very nice lady called Frankie who does a lot of scoring in that part of the world. And she rates him highly. The Gloucestershire side, Jack Taylor, skippering, Cameron Bancroft, Ben Charlesworth, Graham Van Buren, Ollie Price, Tommy Borman has come into the side, and James Bracey, who is opening the batting along with Cameron Bancroft, Josh Shaw, Craig Miles. Welcome back to Gloucestershire. Welcome home, Craig. Matt Taylor and Zaman Akhtar, who was announced that he will be leaving at the end of the season to go east, and he's going out to Chelmsford to apply his trade nearer his home.
Now, I don't know whether this was planned or not, but when I walked into the ground today, James Bracey was walking rather pensively back from the nets towards the physio room. And I think he'd taken a blow on the thumb whilst he was batting. And it may be that he was wandering around with what looked to be his thumb in a cup, which I suspect had ice in it. And I was wondering if they thought, right, OK, if it's a bit sore, let's try and get him out there. Maybe he's had a little injection in it, I don't know. Anyway, he's opening the batting with Cameron Bancroft. And we're going to see Rory Hayden bowl for the first time in Derbyshire colours from the college lawn end. He's coming round the wicket to the left-handed Bracey, and it's
not a bad start.
Bracey pushes at that, and it's taken by captain and keeper today, Brooke Guest. 2 slips.
So the rest of the order, I think Ollie Price will probably be at 3. And then 4.
Charlesworth. Probably.
Charlesworth 4.
Jack Taylor and Van Buren, I would think.
Jack Taylor, Van Buren. No, I think
and
Borman might go in ahead of.
The batting order I was given was Borman at 7.
Okay.
Here is Hayden in, and Bracey pushes that quietly up to mid-on.
I'm looking forward to seeing Tommy Borman, though. Dumbleton Cricket Club. A little spell at Froster, didn't he? I think he was at Froster for a year, which is just down the road near Stroud in this part of the world. But he plies his trade at Dumbleton, who they were National Cup winners, weren't they, a couple of years ago? Up on the Worcestershire border.
I think if you can make 70 in a Village Cup final at Lords, you've probably got the temperament to play here at Cheltenham. Here is Hayden around the wicket, and Bracey again just gets into line and pushes that up again to mid-off, where Amrit Basra does the fielding. He's got quite a thick head of hair under that cap. Played a bit for Northamptonshire seconds, but equally has been playing for Derbyshire twos as well.
He has. He's gone for the KL Rahul look, hasn't he? The mullet.
But I say, hasn't played any first-team cricket for either until today. Hayden, quite an orthodox, clean line kind of action, and again Bracey defends.
Ian Randall and I could only dream of growing a mullet these days, couldn't we?
Well, I tell you what, Neil Burns and James Treadwell are in our club.
They're follically challenged.
Yeah, they're in our club.
Indeed.
Both wearing caps today, but they did look quite similar when they walked out to do the toss at 10:30. Hayden, and again to Brace. That's punched down the ground, and Basra can't get there, and it will go all the way to the boundary with the first 4 of the match. 2 years ago, these two sides played here, and Gloucestershire chased that day, and they chased 299. So Derbyshire got 298. And Gloucestershire's got 299. Ollie Price got 100.
Yeah, I remember.
And that was a similar day to this. Beautiful weather. And I would think that Gloucestershire would be feeling that that's the kind of score that they would need to try and defend, albeit they do have a more experienced bowling attack overall. And that might be the difference. Hayden. What a full ball again, this time up to mid-off.
He's got a nice approach. No real pace, but he's got a nice approach.
Rhythm's good.
Yeah.
Pretty uncomplicated action. That's what you want, isn't it? It's got to be repeatable.
Yeah.
I say it's quite a step to play from the, with all respect to the top division of the Staffordshire League, to come from there to play in this tournament. He's going to share the opening spells with Ben Aitchison, who's going to bowl from the college chapel end.
Bit like Andy Brassington, came out the Staffordshire League back in the day, up in Stoke-on-Trent.
Quite a few have come out of there.
Well, there's been some good cricketers from Stoke-on-Trent. Quite a few with the name of Taylor, actually, isn't there? With James Taylor, Tom Taylor, both from Stoke, Bob Taylor at Derbyshire. Anyway, this is Aitchison. It's not Matt Montgomery, as has just been announced over this loudspeaker. That's defended by Bancroft, just pushed out to mid-on. Derbyshire, the Falcons, or Falcons, in one-day cricket, due to a couple of Falcons who nested in the top tier of Derby Cathedral, I believe.
Is that so?
Yeah, and they sort of became like sort of local heroes, a bit like Alfred the Gorilla, you know, in Bristol. But these Falcons, yeah, and I think they were Bancroft cuts down to third, and And he's off the mark with a single. Yeah, I think they were on spring watch or something like that, and they became sort of like these local celebrities, and Derbyshire have adopted the name. So,
and if you just, I'm just looking around the field today. We have static cameras at both ends, and one other static camera out towards the Premier Club marquee. So we might not catch all the action in the outfield today for you, but we'll do as best we can. And if you do spot a player without a number on in the Derbyshire side, that is Matthew Montgomery, because he's on loan from Notts.
Down the leg side, Guest throws the ball up in the air, but it looks like it's flicked the pad. Yeah, it's I do like the Derbyshire kit, Ian. I'm a big fan of it, actually. I wouldn't wear it out on a Friday night, but you know, I do like their kit.
Well, they don't change the cricket kits as often as the football kits. That's the one thing you would say. Although this is a new look for Gloucestershire with the black and yellow.
That's down the leg side. That's going to be a wide. Yeah, Joe Hawkins is number 7 today. It's Archie Gemmell's old number, wasn't it? No, I think he was 8. Where's David Nish?
Yeah, the thing is that team. Sorry for that. This perhaps is showing our age here, but you could probably name that team, couldn't you? That side that won the league.
Colin Bolton, David Nish, Colin Todd, Dave Mackay,
Roy McFarland.
Yeah.
Who was the left back?
Colin Todd.
Todd had played in the middle. And then people like John O'Hare, Kevin Hector, Alan Hinton. Sorry, we'll stop now.
That's driven pleasantly by Bracey to mid-off. No run.
I'm not sure Whiteley was absolutely convinced about the bounce there. He went to go down just to make sure he got everything behind it to stop the ball potentially bobbling past him.
You see, I was more of a sort of Derby 75. You're more of the Derby 72 side, aren't you, that won it? But I'm more of the 75 side with Bruce Rioch and people like that in there. That's just tickled into the leg side. Could be a couple here, as that's going to go away down the hill. And Bracey does indeed come back for the second.
Harry came on the chase.
Yep. Number 4 on his back.
I had a fascinating conversation last night with a cricket mad friend of mine. We were just talking about the hour at the Oval yesterday, and come back to that at the end of the over.
Bracey just plays that a little late, but no problem at all. That completes the second over. Gloucestershire 8 without loss. Bracey's on 6, Bancroft on 1, along with a wide from Aitchison. If you want to get in touch with us as well, do drop us a line to commentators at glossccc.co.uk. I think that's our email address, isn't it?
I'm sure it is. I can't
remember, it's been so long since we had email. But we would love to hear from you, whether you're in Derbyshire, whether you're in the West Country. Do drop us a line, and you can talk to us about absolutely anything and save all your difficult questions for Ian Randall.
Yeah, well, there's been so much movement on the county circuit in the last, 3 or 4 weeks. You know, clubs announcing players departing and clubs announcing the same players arriving, obviously. I'll just come back to that point that was made about, from my cricket mad friend, about the 100, actually, funny enough. Here's Hayden, over the wicket, though, to Bancroft, and he defends that on the offside, fielded by Kame. His suggestion was, what are the chances of, I don't know whether this is a directive or a tactical announcement, that the England bowlers who've been involved against India would not play in the first part of the 100, that they would be rested.
Well, I'll come on to my point after this.
Hayden into Bancroft, who again respectfully just steers that out onto the offside. No run.
It's unlikely, because it seems to me that in the eyes of the powers that be, the 100 has usurped everything. I mean, we've had just a wonderful series against India where we've crammed 5 tests into 7 weeks, and it's been shorn of the star players in that last test. It's been shorn of Jofra Archer, Jasprit Bumrah, whatever, because August we've sold it off.
Hayden Into Bancroft, and he's got him, LBW. He was confident.
He'll love that.
And Hayden has his first wicket in Derbyshire first team cricket, and Bancroft has to go. It was a very clear wrap of the pads. We are side on.
It wasn't going over.
It wasn't going over, absolutely not. It's a full ball, and Bancroft departs for a single, and Gloucestershire lose what might have been potentially their anchor for the innings, or one of their potential anchors for the innings, in just the third over. Ollie Price is going to come out at number 3.
Yeah, that's a great wicket for Hayden. Getting an Australian Test player out, what a start to your professional career. Fantastic. But Ollie Price, 100 as you said, against Derbyshire here. I think I announced him as the king of Cheltenham that day, didn't I? And don't think his teammates, I think they still call him that, actually.
Well, I mean, he probably feels he's had quite a quiet summer. He's had was it double 100 at Leeds?
Manchester.
Manchester, sorry.
253 against Lancashire at Old Trafford. But
not a lot else.
But that goes to show what a start Ollie Price has had, because by his standards, he's still got 35 or whatever the other day against Middlesex. But by Ollie Price's standards, that sort of seems quiet, doesn't it?
Yeah. And he's in Championship, he's averaging nearly 40, but that's really because of that one big score. Here he is. Oh, and Hayden forces a tentative prod at the first delivery. He's going to pick up a boundary for it, down to fine leg, but that was not a convincing stroke. There's a punch of gloves with James Bracey.
That's a Surrey Cup.
Went very, very fine. Montgomery couldn't reach it down in front of the scoreboard. And, we haven't been underway for more than, 10 minutes or so. And the stand on the far side is probably 75% full already.
Yeah, I'm going to come on to a talking point at the end of the over.
Hayden staying over the wicket to Price, who plays that into the ground as a cry of wait. All fielded by who's that out there with 21 on their back? Because that wasn't.
That's a sub-fielder.
Yeah, that must be. Is that Bin Naeem? And if so, why is he out there? Somebody's gone off for some reason. Maybe that wicket was taken. Hayden into Price again. Almost drags that on. It's going to squeeze it down to Montgomery, who comes round from fine leg and keeps them down to a single. So a successful over for Hayden. And Gloucestershire 13 for 1 after 3. Bancroft, the man out.
Yeah, so my talking point today, and I want you to get involved, drop us a line, commentators at ccc.co.uk. Gloucestershire and Derbyshire are probably in the lower echelons financially amongst the counties. Do you think there should be a transfer fee come in, because Gloucestershire have lost a load of players, as we know, a few have been announced already. Do you think it's time for transfer fees to come in to protect the smaller counties potentially, as Aitchison comes in from the Chapel end and it's driven up to mid-on.
Cricket is full of committees, isn't it?
Yeah.
Committees and subcommittees for this, that and everything else.
Yeah.
I believe that there is going to be a working group.
Okay.
A committee, call it what you will.
Yes, a think tank.
A think tank.
Yes.
On that very on that very topic.
Price defends. No run.
On that very topic.
I think that there should be something, to protect the smaller counties, because you've got the big counties who are stockpiling players, and it's becoming like Premier League football, where big counties have got a load of players that they're not really playing. And the small counties are withering on the vine somewhat. Price drives handsomely. He's going to get a couple here due to, in fact, he's only going to get one. That was well fielded by Hayden, coming round at third. But that was a good hand on that from who we think is possibly Yusuf bin Naeem.
So I'll give you a good example of a player who has moved.
Yeah.
And who you would say has been developed by his team.
Tickled into the leg side by James Bracey. Go on.
Well, I'll give you both of these. Both Ajit Singh Dale and Zaman Akhtar have not really got chances elsewhere.
No.
And have come to Gloucestershire and been developed. And there's nobody further down the food chain who you would say, well, we're due something out of that.
Yeah, of course.
It's really all come from Gloucestershire up.
So with Tom Price and Dominic Goodman. They came through the pathway here at Gloucestershire. That's pleasantly driven. Price just checking that a little bit, actually. Just adjusting. Yeah, Tom Price and Dominic Goodman would be in the same boat, wouldn't they?
They would.
You know,
yeah.
they both come through the pathway. Gloucestershire invested in Goodman, gave him a scholarship to Clifton College. So, you know...
So where would the Miles deal sit then?
Well, I think you'd have to have developed that player. Oh, that's a genuine edge. Brilliantly fielded.
It's Amrit Basra down in front of the Premier Club marquee.
Superbly fielded. He's come through the Saka as well, hasn't he? Come through the Saka programme. Basra. In the over, Gloucestershire 17 for 1.
But to your point, I get the fact that Miles is a more experienced player. He's come to the end of a contract. Effectively, you might say that's a free. But if you've got, the player moving should have fulfilled certain criteria for there to be a payment.
I agree.
Here's Hayden in his third over. He's got a wicket already, and Bracey just plays that defensively out onto the offside. I'm going to go and check with Jane Huff who that number 21 is, I think, at the end of the over.
I think that county should have given that player his debut or brought him through the pathway or given him an opportunity for them to get some boolah out of it.
Here is the spring-heeled Hayden. Bracey waits for him. Opened today with Cameron Bancroft. So what you would assume that would probably mean the middle order from here would be Charlesworth, Taylor, and then it would depend what the situation of the game was where Tommy Borman bats, I think.
Yeah.
On the card I was shown, he was down at 7, so we'll have to see. But lovely day for watching, particularly if you're in that stand on the Sandford Road side of the ground. The sun's right in your eyes there. Certainly need a cap or a hat of some sort. Bracey pulls that on the bounce out to Nick Potts at deep square. The pitch today is as far across on this county square as you can get, so it's probably just about the central strip.
It's quite an interesting looking wicket for the Middlesex game. It actually played all right, but you can see it too along. It's green in the middle and shaved at the ends. Nothing like Taunton against Durham, but
Price on 7. Waits for Hayden, pleasantly out into the offside, fielded by Came at short extra. Gone down to just the one slip now. Guest has gone slightly more defensive.
We've got the esteemed journalist Andy Stockhausen sitting next to us as well here. He's going to be eating our donuts all day and generally lurking about.
Came on the offside. Montgomery is in fact 21. He must have found him a shirt with a number on, because on the team sheet we were given, he didn't have a number. But Montgomery is in fact the number is in fact 21.
Montgomery's 21?
He is.
Right. We got given 25.
Hayden Oh, and that didn't get up a great deal, and Ollie Price has to go back into his crease and defend that respectfully out on the offside. So Hayden's bowled 4 overs. I wonder how many he might get through. Gloucestershire are 18 for 1.
3 overs.
3 overs,
yeah.
I apologise. 18 for 1 off 5. It's 50 overs a game, of course, and the initial power play lasts for 10. Gloucestershire go to Guildford on Friday in their second game, and their home game, of course, at the weekend when Leicestershire are at Bristol.
There's normally runs in that, let me tell you, at Guildford. Aitchison, and that's driven handsomely by Bracey. Textbook James Bracey. Yeah, Guildford's one of those wickets where there's loads of runs, isn't there? Home club of Martin Bicknell. And I seem to remember Brian Lara when he was on that record-breaking run. You know, when he got the 501, and I think he got about 600s in a row or something. And a massive crowd turned out to see if he could break the record. It's just turned into the leg side by Bracey for a single. I think a massive crowd turned up to see if he could break the record, and he was dismissed pretty early, and they were treated to a double 100 from Andy Moles instead, who was here signing a book a couple of weeks ago, actually, signing his new book. Famous for having a plate of sandwiches brought out to the middle for him. Price defends. I think it was to much merriment of the crowd who were giving him a bit of stick about his weight. Yeah, but he did have, he was diabetic, wasn't he? And he needed to sort of get his levels back up. So that's why he had the plate of sandwiches. It wasn't just like a snack halfway through a game. Price drives nicely, but fielded by Aitchison. Speaking of James Bracey actually a couple of years ago, he had a lot of food brought out to him during that monster 224 he got against Somerset a few years ago. Was it 227 or 224?
224.
224.
224, yeah.
And he had a lot, I think he said he got through about 5 bananas in that innings. Defended again by Price.
Aitchison didn't play in the game here 2 years ago. Potts, Guest and Harry Kane were the only 3 survivors in that Derbyshire 11.
Yeah.
Gloucestershire will have more than that, I think.
David Lloyd, I believe he's injured, isn't he? Is he injured?
I did read the note as to why he wasn't playing.
I know Blair Tickner's gone home, hasn't he?
He has, yeah.
That's thumps into Price's thigh pad. Are they going to take Bazza on? No, and wisely not, because he has got a bullet of an arm.
Yeah, Gloucestershire got 6 players playing from that game 2 years ago. So Ben Charlesworth, Ollie Price, James Bracey, Jack Taylor, Josh Shaw and Zaman Akhtar all played in that win here in 2023. 24 for 1.
Good to see Craig Miles back.
Yeah, it means 2018 he left. So he left in the same winter as Liam Norwell left, as I recall.
Yeah.
And we all know Liam's story since then. So Hayden to continue. The 1 wicket so far, and finding the middle again of Price's bat, who plays that up again to mid-on.
Norwell's a Cornish lad originally, isn't he?
Yes.
Like Joe Phillips, who misses this one out after a brilliant 100 last week against Middlesex. The Truro Tendulkar.
Would you say there was not a lot of pressure on him in that situation? We'll discuss that after this ball from Hayden, which Price just used his feet to come towards for the first time. Still defends, but just leaving his crease to actually come towards the ball, really. And was at first intent shown by Ollie Price.
There was a different type of pressure on Joe Phillips. different. You know, he because
The match situation didn't say so, did it?
no, but they'd been messing around for so long, and bonus points.
Aerial from Price, and Ross Whiteley very nearly got it at wide mid-off.
Now he gives
He's a
it a
tall
whack.
man, Whiteley.
He gives it a whack, Whiteley, doesn't he?
And probably somebody of 5'8", 5'9" would have struggled to get close to it. But Whiteley, well, he's feeling his back now.
Yeah, he's hurt himself, I think. It's quite hard still, the ground. It has greened up. The outfield slowed considerably since the Lancashire game, or the Sussex game that we both covered in the T20 here.
28 for 1. Price was deciding that he can start to expand the repertoire of shots a little bit. Whiteley was at full stretch there, and only those probably in the Premier Club marquee would truly know how close he was. From our angle side on, he didn't look far away from that. It would have been a terrific catch had he clung onto it.
Yeah,
And he didn't actually get a hand to it at all. But
Acheson's come out a slip into a short extra now.
Hayden into Price, just dabs that, supposed to squeeze it out past Martin Anderson, can't do so.
Because Ollie Price is going quite firmly at the ball. Brooke Guest is now the Derbyshire skipper, has dispensed with the slip, and Aitchison has gone into a short extra cover.
Hayden starts his run right on the edge of the circle. And Price just plays that dead weight down into the ground out on the offside. So Hayden has bowled at 4 overs for 14, and he's got the wicket of Cameron Bancroft, LBW for a single. Aitchison's bowled 3 overs for 14. So far just the one wide in the extras column, 28 for 1.
Yeah. Treadwell standing at the chapel end. We've got a marvellous view from our elevated commentary position on the gantry, overlooking the chapel to our left and Cleve Hill in the distance. Bracey just drops the bat on that and turns it into the leg side. Price calls him through for a single.
And this is obviously the start of this tournament. And if you're a lover of outground cricket, you would have been absolutely spoilt for choice today in terms of where to go. So you could have gone to Scarborough.
Yeah.
Lancashire are playing at Sedbergh.
Chesterfield, Queen's Park.
Yeah, just a minute. Today. I
Yeah.
mean,
Oh, sorry.
today.
Yeah.
Scarborough.
Yeah.
Sedbergh.
Yeah.
Gosforth.
Yeah.
Neath or Cheltenham.
Yeah. The knoll is at Neath, isn't it?
It is.
It's next to the rugby ground.
Correct.
Yeah.
Quite right.
Cleve Hill in the distance there. Lovely expanse of land.
Change of the field for Aitchison. They've got a deep square out, and fine leg is up inside the circle.
Driven by Price. It's about an eighth of Ian Randall's small holding in the Gloucestershire countryside.
Where's this?
Cleve Hill.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
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 Just a sort of small portion of your land, isn't it?
It was a very humbling moment on Thursday evening last week here at the festival.
Oh, that's handsome. Ollie Price.
Lovely shot that.
Yeah. Straight drive down the ground.
Might feel he's due a score, actually. Ollie Price, he might.
I don't want to jinx him.
Might see this.
I
As
don't
an
want to jinx him,
opportunity.
but he looks like he's timing it quite nicely. Yeah, so Thursday evening.
Thursday evening, there was a dinner.
Yes.
To
25th anniversary.
celebrate the treble of the year 2000.
Defended. Bit of movement there. Price just motioning to Bracey.
Round about 150 there.
So I hear. I heard the food was very nice.
And it was the brainchild of Mark Alleyne and Chris Coley between them.
Yeah.
And at the end of the evening, Jack Russell, who was there,
Yeah.
got up with the microphone and said,
Price defends. What did he say? Weetabix should be soaked in milk for 7.5 minutes.
Yeah, I think they probably knew that story. Great to see so many of the squad there. Not everybody apparently was there, but John Bracewell was there with his wife. That was a real stroke of fortune.
Yeah.
And some other senior players. And Jack said that Chris Kelly has done an awful lot for Gloucestershire cricket and for the Cheltenham Festival.
Turned through square leg.
And Chris was 80 this year.
Yes.
He passed for 70 in anybody's language.
He's
He's an amazing energy.
he's had an easier paper round than you, Ian.
And Jack said that he'd been to Chris's house earlier in the year, so say, to take some photographs for a project he was doing.
Yes.
What he didn't tell him was he'd taken a picture that was going to be the basis of a portrait.
Yeah.
And at the end of the evening, Chris obviously has strong association with the Gloucestershire Gypsies Cricket Club.
Yes.
Here's Hayden with that short extra still in and bounced away quietly to Anderson in the gully. So one of the Gloucestershire Gypsies members brought up to the front of the marquee clearly a picture
Okay.
covered.
Yeah.
And Chris had no idea about this. And Jack said that he'd clearly done something. Here is Hayden once more, defended by Price.
So what had he done?
And he asked Chris to come and pull the paper off the front of what was clearly a picture. And underneath was a portrait of Chris in a MCC blazer.
Wow.
Done at Lord's.
Fantastic.
And I am told that Chris was absolutely in pieces. And you can understand why. He couldn't believe it. Hayden again sees Price defend. I just
he didn't have a bad week last week, so he was also presented with his county cap, wasn't he?
Yes. But he has been the energy behind this festival for most of the last 30 years.
Yeah, and he's redoing it now, isn't he, this year? And
just he was just so humbled.
yeah, he's a good man, Chris Coley.
Hayden in, Price punches up to mid-off, no run.
This morning he's had a load of people in who have been up to Fergal O'Brien's gallops up at Andoversford, up the road, up on the A40, just before you come into Cheltenham, and then come back in here for coffee into the Venator Marquee Hub over on the Sanford Road side of the ground, and he'll be entertaining them in just Chris Coley style.
Yeah. Hayden again to Price. Oh, that's in the air, but straight on the bounce to Montgomery at mid-wicket. It didn't quite. That was not an absolutely 100% controlled shot.
Oh, I think Hayden's just held that one back a little bit. Foxed Price.
And the thing with Chris, and I have dealt with him a little bit on and off, he gets from A to B very quickly. That's why I think you might say he achieves what he achieves.
Yeah, that's what I like him for that.
Hayden in again. Price defends. This is a good stint from the young man. He's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 14. And the question now for Brooke Guest is, how long does he keep him going for?
I'd give him 7. I'll give him a couple more. Yeah, Chris Coley is, obviously I was dealing with him last couple of games because obviously he runs that hub. For those of you listening in from the East Midlands who haven't got a clue what we're talking about, the hub is a marquee over on the Sanford Road side of the ground here at Cheltenham. There's always activities going on. That's cut by Bracey. Basra feels slight bobble in front of him, and they come back for a second. Yeah, so we've had over there some book signings. We've had people giving talks. We've had Roland Butcher over there talking about his new book, Breaking Barriers. We've had Vic Marks over there. We had Annie Chave over there. We had Andy Moles over there, all giving talks and doing their thing. We had all the chairs of the clubs in Gloucestershire who play club cricket, who, you know, I think that's a nice touch. It's a county that's in touch with grassroots cricket. Sure, Bracey gets on top of the bounce, again runs it down to Basra, this time nearer to him, and they'll just settle for a single, 38 for 1. Yeah, so Coley, he's a good man, and I think he loves Cheltenham, doesn't he? And this festival is so important with regards to, you know, how long will it continue?
Well, I think the key thing that I read off from Neil Prescott's forum the other day.
Price, square drive, elegance personified.
Neil said that something like over a third of the tickets sold for the festival are walk-up tickets.
Yeah,
where people will decide on the day if they're going to go or not.
Yeah, I don't think it's. I mean, Gloucestershire would obviously love to have Cheltenham, you know, continuing. Aitchison comes in and Price drives that out to Whiteley at mid-off. I think it's whether the schedule allows for it, you know, because obviously if we lose 2 games off the schedule, I think it might be. It might really affect this festival in its 153rd year as well here.
And we have been promised that the chairman might be joining us at some stage later on. He might be able to go over some of the points that Neil made in that forum if you weren't there.
Bracey pushes this into the offside where Nick Potts does the fielding.
But there is, I think there is talk, if it goes from 14 to 12,
yeah,
as seems to be the common pattern, then you know one of the games at Cheltenham may need to be sacrificed. The question is, where does the other one go?
Yeah.
Bearing in mind how the schedule looks next year.
That's a nice shot from Bracey. 4 runs. Fielder at backward point. I think it's Martin Anderson. Can't cut that one off. Anderson made the move from Middlesex last year or the year before, I think. Played his club cricket in Berkshire originally, didn't he? He's from sort of Reading that way.
He's got quite a lot of runs in the Championship.
Oh, he's a good player. He's got a cover drive on him, which, you know, it's one of those things of beauty in life.
So power play over. 46 for 1 off 10. Anderson's got 620 runs at 47 this year.
Both batters on 22.
So outside the power play, but still Hayden from the College Lawn end. And Ollie Price pushes it back up the pitch. So boundaries, 7 of them in the opening 10 overs. There are a couple that were a bit moral victory to the bowler. But in last few overs, these two just starting to get going a little bit. Derbyshire now, of course, can go more on the defensive, and they have done. 4 saving a single on the offside for Hayden. That goes to mid-on though, that's where Basra is.
Yeah, Hayden spelled Heydon as opposed to Matthew, the Australian opening bat.
I wonder who he got out in the Checkley team at the weekend. That's where he took his 4 wickets.
Nice part of the world up there, actually, Checkley.
Morris again using his feet. Good stop from
Good run.
the diving Ben Aitchison, but
These two are quick between the wickets, actually. Yeah, Checkley Teen, I think, is around that part of the world. It's a nice little part of the world up there. Sort of Walton Towers that way, isn't it?
see you're more into theme parks than I am.
I've never been to Walton Towers. Been to Stafford Rangers.
Hayden round the wicket to Bracey. And it steers that out to Harry Kame in front of the members stand on the pavilion side of this college ground here at Cheltenham. And one more to the total.
Yeah, you've been to Stafford Rangers, Ian? Mastermind?
I have been to Stafford Rangers a very long time ago.
Yes. See, Morecambe went yesterday. Morecambe have gone.
Not
Sad.
Gone, not gone yet.
Have they not?
No.
Oh, good.
No.
Good. Well, let's hope that they can manage to find it, because
These two have put on 40 together.
because that could be a catalyst for all sports and cricket, with those who, you know, don't play at the highest echelons but still have a loyal following. And I count Gloucestershire and Derbyshire amongst those types of clubs as well.
Yeah. David Griffin isn't up on the balcony at the moment. You wouldn't expect him to be. He's out somewhere with his camera. I'll come back to one of his social media posts last week. Punched again pleasantly by Price up to mid-off, straight to Whiteley. It was on the day when it was announced, Richard Thompson said that £400,000 had gone to all of the 18 counties, a sort of a starter for the 100 money, and David pointed out on his social media post that there was no limit as to where that money could be spent. In other words, it could be spent, if necessary, to pay players, and he wondered if the money had been sent out because some sides were struggling to pay their players. There's going to be a change. Aitchison 5 overs for 32, and we're going to see Nick Potts for the first time.
That is interesting, because if counties can't afford to pay their players, then
That was a supposition, not a fact. I should add.
right.
He wondered if that was the case.
Well, Gloucestershire's finances have been well known. A couple of years ago they lost 1.2 million. They have got better, and the problem with Gloucestershire is age debt, isn't it? That's what's killing them. And Yorkshire as well. They've got that loan to Coscutter. Here's Potts in from the Chapel End. Ooh, good Yorker to start off with. Shaven-headed individual, Potts.
Yeah.
I don't know, the sort of bloke you want to meet in a dark alleyway, really.
Most of the photographs I've seen have not had him with that. I wonder if he's has he done that for
I bet.
a charity.
Well, like Graham
charity?
Van Buren?
Well, there we are. I just wonder. Charity
Yeah.
scenario.
Oh, James Bracey. Stylish. And just caressed lovingly, tenderly to the boundary.
Yeah, even though the outfield here, 50 up.
There's a 50, yeah, and
for
in the 12th over.
Even though the outfield is a lot greener now than it was at the start of the festival, the outfield is still pretty fast. And it's always the case here at Cheltenham that, you know, yes, there are some bobbles and bumps. It is a school field after all, a college field, but you do get full value for your runs here, for your shots here.
Bracey, that's hurt his hand. We spoke about his hand earlier, and he's wringing his hand. He didn't time that one properly, and he's taking the glove off and wringing his hand.
And that's the hand that got hit in the net this morning.
The left.
Yeah.
Right, so that's his bottom hand.
So he was wandering round before play with his, what looked like his thumb in a cup which must have had ice in it.
It's speared in again by Potts.
Derbyshire were just outside the qualification in their group last year. They were 4th. They won 5 out of 8, but still didn't get in the opposite group to Gloucestershire last year. Didn't get to the playoff.
Oh, that's gone miles. Bracey's put that one into the hospital, more or less. And those spectators in front of that hub aren't watching. They might need to go and visit the A&E department. There's a 50 partnership. Bracey with 27 of them, Price with 23.
I think there were a few in the members stand who weren't sure whether that was going to actually clear the marquee or drop right on the rope.
Well, you have to watch the ball
when it went up in the air.
Bracey drives out to deep cover where Harry Kame is lurking. Yeah, we saw in the T20, because we're up on the balcony, the pavilion here is on the side of the ground at Cheltenham, and the members are sitting down below us, and one bounced off the wall and hit one poor unsuspecting gentleman on the back of the head.
Yeah, he had to go to A&E. Now, fortunately, A&E is literally over the road.
Yes.
But no, I was told at the end of the match that he had to go to A&E because it was a fair old lump.
Right. Well, I mean, it was absolutely nailed. I can't remember who hit it. I think it was one of the Sussex batters, wasn't it?
The College lawn end, Martin Anderson.
Here's Martin Anderson.
So we're seeing him for the first time. Anderson replacing Rory Hayden. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16. He'll be very proud of that. Now, whether we will see him later remains to be seen. But Anderson's going to bowl from the College lawn end. It's not bowled a lot in the Championship this year. Bracey squeezes the first ball out on the onside. In fact, he's taken 9 wickets of 52. So
he was highly thought of at Middlesex. I think he's been a good signing for the people of Derbyshire.
On the evidence of his numbers this year, he's a batter who bowls rather than...
Yes, he is. He's a batting all-rounder.
Rather than the other way around. Sun's just gone in temporarily. Anderson stays around the wicket. Guest takes going down the leg side. Neil Burns doesn't signal a wide. So he's got a third man out of fine leg out, has Anderson. Nobody straight beyond mid-on and mid-off.
Guest's another one who's come from the Lancashire pathway, isn't he? Tell you what, you can name a really good county side of people who've come through their pathway.
Slower ball from Anderson round the wicket, and a poorly controlled one as well. It's a wide.
Yeah, if you look at sort of people who come from the Lancashire pathway, plying their trade at other counties. You know, you've got the Parkinsons, John Simpson at Sussex, Jordan Clark at Surrey, Brooke Guest. It's a decent side.
Sometimes there are just too many people. You come back to your point. There are too many people in front of you in the queue. Anderson around the wicket. Bracey clips that again to Kame. He'll get a comfortable single. It is quite a breezy morning here at Cheltenham. We've got there are 4 quite large umbrellas up, just to make sure that the gadgetry is protected. But I think they're heavily laid down. Sometimes the wind just catches the canopy and it can rattle a bit. He's not going to.
I'll hold on to it.
Lift off.
I'll hold on to it. If you see me flying like Mary Poppins over Cleve Hill, come and get me.
61 for 1. Anderson's going to go over the wicket now to Price. Clive, no. Didn't want to run there. Caleb Jewell might have a big role for Derbyshire today, you think? I mean, he's been a really good signing for them this year at the top of the order.
Yeah, he has been. He's been fantastic.
Just shy of 1,000 runs in the championship.
Mickey Arthur knows a player, doesn't he?
Anderson in again to Price again. That's into the ground and fielded by the aforementioned Jewel.
Derbyshire got a reasonable track record in white ball cricket. Won the Sunday League. I think it's called the Pro 40 back then, wasn't it? It wasn't a John Player League, I don't think, in 1990.
No,
I think John Player had
we've gone beyond that.
Yeah. They won the Benson Hedges Cup in 93.
Price again, or cry of weight. Good diving stop from Jewel. They're going to get a single just from the fact it was a partial parry and a ball went then across towards Amrit Basra, who stopped him from getting any more. But end of Anderson's first over. Bracey has 35, Ollie Price 24, and from that early wicket, well, the early loss of Bancroft, these two have put together a good stand, and I say I would think probably Charlesworth, Jack Taylor, Van Buren, the power of the middle order today.
Yeah. They also won a absolutely wonderful game of cricket back in 1981. It was the very first NatWest Trophy after Gillette's sponsorship had finished the year before, and they tied with Northamptonshire but won by virtue of losing fewer wickets. And it was a wonderful game of cricket. Peter Kirsten, Jeff Miller, people like that in the Derbyshire side. That's a lovely shot by Ollie Price. It's well fielded by Basra, who's got an arm and a half on him. You wouldn't take that on, would you?
It's an arrow.
It is.
So he's down to bat at 8. So he's got some runs for the Derbyshire seconds this season, but what he'll bowl today remains to be seen.
Potts. Price just pushes that back. Lovely hum at Cheltenham. Just that sort of West Country burr going around the crowd. It doesn't happen at many grounds. It's a unique sound here.
I think our colleagues from the Derbyshire media might say Chesterfield is not dissimilar.
Something's on that, but Guest collects it down the leg.
The only appeal was from Jewel at short mid wicket. So
yeah,
I think it probably indicates that was a.
Or into the ground. I think he got bound on it, but I don't know. We don't have the benefit of replays, unfortunately. There's a lovely view of the Crooked Spire at Chesterfield from Queen's Park, isn't there?
It's a ground I need to do. Not been.
No, nor have I. I think Sachin Tendulkar said it was one of his favourite grounds. That's short and Price.
First time we've seen any of the Derbyshire bowlers so far actually try something short just to see if there is enough bounce. They came a bit squarer at deep square. He was in front of square. He's now behind Neil Burns, so that's the double bluff.
Yeah, I went to Chesterfield for football. Had a drink in a pub next to the Crooked Spire.
That doesn't narrow it down much, does it, really?
There's quite a few pubs in Chesterfield, it has to be said. That's whipped towards mid-wicket. Price could be in trouble here. That was a dicey single, and it was only a misfield there from
Caleb Jewell.
Caleb Jewell at a second attempt. He misfielded the first one. Price took him on, and you never run on a misfield, do you, Ian? Price took him on, and then he's misfielded the second one. But if he'd picked the second one up cleanly, I think Price could have been toast.
Oh. Well, that's the one thing about our commentary position, is that we're well placed for run-outs.
And stumpings.
And stumpings,
yeah,
indeed.
Potts. Bracey drives out to Kame on the cover boundary.
Potts is over. Derbyshire have just lost a little bit of their bounce from the early part of the season in the Championship. They've had
Yeah,
a lot
they
of
have.
draws lately. They started with a win, obviously against Gloucestershire, but they've now drawn 7 out of 11, and that's meant that Glamorgan, who have had a wonderful run, have now got past them into second place in the table, and they are now favourites probably to go up
With Leicestershire.
with Leicestershire.
Yeah, Derbyshire were on Leicestershire's heels though, weren't they? They were flirting with Leicestershire, fluttering their eyelids and asking them, do they come here often? You know, that sort of stuff.
And arguably they might look at the game at Bristol that ended as a draw as one they should have won. Anderson around the wicket to Brace, who pushes that out towards, but not past Montgomery. Makes a diving stop at cover. Now they were very well placed at one stage in that chase. Was it 311 they were asked to get? They were something like one. They were 140 for no wicket. Ended up 8 down, and not exactly clinging on, but probably a game that they might well have won. Its opportunity slipped through their fingers a bit. But Glamorgan, I think you have to say, former Gloucestershire head coach Richard Dawson has gone in this summer, and after a shaky start has really sorted them out, and they are now, with 3 rounds to go, they're very much favourites for second place. Leicestershire look well set at top. Dabbed away by Brace into the offside. Again, no run. Anderson's direction a bit better in this over. Emails if you want to get in touch today. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. Here's Dan.
Yeah, let me come on to it at the end after this ball, actually.
It's one of those long point ones, is it?
That one from Just Hobic.
Ah, a friend from Croatia.
Slovenia,
sorry. Anderson in down the leg side, not taken cleanly by Guest. It's given as a wide, and they'll run 2. Not the I just said Anderson has actually had his radar a bit more accurate, and then of course he proceeds to bowl a wide down the leg side.
Yeah, Jost, dobro jutro. Hi to both. Just heard you talking, you can see Cleve Hill. It's a nice prehistoric hill fort from the Iron Age. Well,
Anderson ran the wicket to Brace. You'll pinch a single out to Montgomery in the covers.
you didn't build it, did you?
Fun?
You didn't build
Didn't
it.
build it. No, I wasn't quite around that long ago.
Sadly, didn't go up when I was living in Cirencester. Let's go, Gloss. Some supporters need a cheer up after all these news over departures. Well,
There have to be arrivals, don't there? Well, they don't have to be, but they should be. Anderson into Ollie Price this time on the bounce out to Caleb Jewell. No run.
no, there has to be. There has to be.
Yeah.
It's not a, sort of. Yeah, there has to be arrivals. Where's the bowling? Talking of which, I'll come on to this one from James Young at the end of the over.
That'll be pithy. Here's Anderson chopped away down towards Potts, who stops it, and then I think the ball rolled against the rope. Is he going to acknowledge it? He is, and it's gone for 4. He should have stopped it, but it was just running past his boot, and it ran against the rope. So 4 more, and Gloucestershire up to 74 for 1 after 15. So the rate is, well, it makes no odds. It's 5 and over, which is just where they want it.
They'll be looking at 300. Anyway, James has said, morning gents, a few thoughts on your conversations this morning. It's not just transfer fees that need establishing in domestic cricket. There needs to be an evening out across the 18 counties to ensure the best players are A, playing as often as they should be, and B, playing significantly strong opposition more often. Oh, Bracey, pick up of the gods into the stand, 6 runs.
We're going to have Ben Feasy's reminder about please watch the ball in a moment, because that was literally about 2 rows back from those who are sitting right on the picket fence and on the barrier, not literally on it, but right behind it. That was a low flat hit from Bracey.
And another one. That one's gone even further onto the roof of the marquee. And Potts has had a really bad 3 balls. He's misfielded one down in front of the chapel, which went for 4. And Bracey has just picked him up for 2 sixes in a row into the Sanford Road side. I'll come on to Youngie's email in a minute. I am with you, James. I am with you, mate. Bear with me. Bear with me. Just James Bracey's on the brink of a 50 here, so can't leave the day job, Youngie. And there is 40 balls for James Bracey. Well batted, the Winterbourne wizard.
No apparent effects from that blow on the thumb.
No, 4 4s and 3 6s in that. So Youngie continues, there's no point Surrey having 7 England international batters in one side and hoarding bowlers. It means they are effectively stockpiling players so they can't play against them as much as they are playing for Surrey. The county system can be updated to ensure player development is better by making the best players play against each other far more frequently. James proposes, or he calls it a fanciful idea, as Potts comes in. Price now gets in on the action, and that lands just short of the rope, and a couple of bounces, runs away to say its prayers in the chapel. Youngie says the county system can be sure to make sure they play against each other, and he imposed a squad limit of 20 senior professionals across the 18 counties and have to have a realistic, sensible salary cap across domestic cricket. This would limit the stockpiling and see the best players spread across more counties, therefore improving the competitiveness of each squad. I quite like this, Youngie. I quite like it, mate. Price just works that one round the corner to Basra for a single.
So, yeah, okay.
The 20-man squad can be updated at points throughout the season, but a limit placed on numbers that can be updated. Any other players outside of 20 must be from the pathway system. We'll never catch on, clearly. Also, regarding our reminiscences about Derby's title-winning football squad, I'll come on to it in... Oh, Bracey again. Oh, that's poor fielding from a man in the red shirt at the front of the stand. You need to get down to fielding practice, son. That's 100 up for Gloucestershire in the 16th over in just over an hour. And I think Brooke Guest might have a few problems here for Derbyshire. Yeah, Colin Bolton grew up at James Bracey 6 away from the Cheltenham College. He went to Naunton Park School. So you went, eh? Oh.
I didn't go there, no, but I know exactly where it is.
Enjoying watching and listening while working. Next best thing to
While
me.
working?
James, you can't pretend to watch the cricket whilst working. You know, like Excel spreadsheets are just not this exciting. We're more into V Richards, V Marks, V Coley than V lookups.
So 26 off this over from Potts at the moment.
Make that 27.
I think one bowling change absolutely guaranteed.
I wouldn't take him off with a haircut like that. 101 for 1 at the end of the 16th. Bracey's on 57, Ollie Price 36. You're listening to Dan Whiting and Ian Randall. James, that's a really good email. Thank you so much.
So we always know if James gets in touch, there's always going to be some good pithy,
it's
pithy
fantastic,
points.
Yeah.
So if I go back to Tom Richardson's time at Gloucestershire as chief exec,
yeah.
He maintained that there was a salary cap and that Surrey were the only people that spent up to it. The Surrey Cup was kind of notional,
Right.
but the only people who spent anywhere near it was Surrey. And
Well,
I suppose you might argue that they are the ones under that suggestion who would be compromised the most.
Well, I covered Surrey last year, and I covered them in this campaign as well, the Metro Bank. And there's some seriously good cricketers who walk into other people's sides who aren't regulars around. You know, people like James Taylor, Tom Laws, say, for instance, Ryan Patel, Josh Blake, the wicket-keeper.
Anderson, in again to Bracey, doesn't time that, and when he felt that hand again there, that's caught him right on that thumb.
However, I would wager, and I don't know this for a fact, but I would wager that even the fringe players at Surrey are probably on more than the regulars at either Derbyshire or Gloucestershire.
Yeah. Anderson stays around the wicket to Bracey, who chops that away a little more comfortably. Get just one. Returns on its way. And part of this isn't a problem for Surrey, it's because they do it well. They make more money off the field than any other county.
Of course they do. Yeah, I mean, they've worked hard. They've got a membership of 20,000, which they've worked hard for to go and get. So I haven't got an issue. I haven't really got an issue with Surrey, if I'm honest with you. But I don't like the stockpiling of players. But they were very nice to me when I worked down there last year, especially as I come from north of the Thames.
102 for one. Gloucestershire in a bouncingly good position at this point.
But it's not just Surrey, is it? It's others. It's the other bigger counties as well who are stockpiling players.
But I would say that some of the Yorkshire supporters might say they're hemorrhaging players at the moment. A lot of departures from there. Chopped away by Price past the dive of Aitchison. He'll just pick up one. Harry Kame is the fielder.
Well, Yorkshire are different, aren't they? Because they haven't got the money of the other counties. They've got an age-old debt to Costcutter or Colin Graves, which is
going to be paid.
Got to be paid.
And going to be paid.
Because Yorkshiremen don't give nothing for free.
And is the common thought that is the first thing they're going to do with their money from the 100?
I believe so. I believe so.
Anderson to Bracey, just plays that dead weight.
He's
Steers
gone
out
real
on
pace
the
off here,
offside.
hasn't he? Gone real pace off here, Anderson. Yeah, so Yorkshire are different and Middlesex are different. But I was having a chat with Rory Coots, the assistant coach, and Tim Murter last week at Middlesex when they were here for the 4-day game. And they're both of the belief that there are 3 tiers now in county cricket financially. You've got the Surreys and the Warwickshires and the Lancashires perhaps at the sort of the real top end. Then you've got a rather larger group in the middle where you've got
Somerset,
Middlesex,
Hampshire
maybe, and then you've got Gloucestershire, Derbyshire, Northamptonshire, Leicestershire possibly. So you've got 3 tiers there, and yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Right, we've got to have a change of bowling here.
This is Montgomery.
Yeah, on loan from Nottinghamshire, signed yesterday. He signed a 3-year deal at Derbyshire. About the 8 millionth player to go between those 2 counties. That's chopped away by Price for a single.
That's
Moves on to 38.
Unusual action that he starts by hiding the ball behind his back.
Yeah. Yeah, so the field's spread. He's got a long off. He's got a deep mid-wicket, a deep backwards square, and Harry Kame is lurking down below us on the cover boundary. Talking of lurking, match referee today is Dean Koska, man known as Lurker back in the day. Bracey just nurdles this one out to deep square.
He's not taken a lot of white ball wickets, Montgomery. Almost seemed it's more of a red ball bowler, but this could be a period where Gloucestershire feel.
Oh, Price, innovation. Absolutely nails reverse sweep. It was a hockey shot.
Yeah, he's played that a lot. 100-run partnership.
Yeah.
In 91 balls.
Yeah, Bracey 53.
I mean, helped by that one big over off Potts.
Yeah, Price 42.
Which went for 27. But this is the area of the innings generally where you'd say that you're into accumulation from here. Maybe for the middle 15 overs, 15,
yeah.
maybe even 20 overs from here.
Yeah.
And then you assess where you are and try and really accelerate.
And again, Price gets that one. He's such a good player. I think we described him in a T20 as having more sweeps than Trigger's broom. But he's got them all, hasn't he? He's got the paddle sweep, the squares, the conventional square sweep, the reverse sweep. And they've moved point backwards now where Price has hit those two. Watch him get these squarer. There he goes. Oh, not quite. Didn't time that one as well.
As a result, you see, for the orthodox sweep on the leg side, there was then a lot less cover. So it was tempting him to play the orthodox shot.
Turn around the corner. I can read Ollie Price. I've seen enough of him over the years. I can read him as easy as the tiger who came to tea. In the over, 115 for one at the end of the 18th. Price 47. Bracey's on 60. And Gloucestershire look like they're about to set an imposing total here.
Yeah, I did wonder when I looked at the two teams, I wonder whether Derbyshire's best chance might be to bat and get what they can and then see if they could contain. But the danger here, if they can't get a couple of wickets quickly, is that Gloucestershire could be,
yeah, but all it takes is
bounding over the horizon. Anderson to continue. Played comfortably by Bracey out to deep point for a single. So Hayden 6 overs, 1 for 16. Aitchison 5 overs for 32. Potts 3 overs for 42, including that very expensive one. Anderson's now in his 4th over. He's got none for 13 at the moment. And Montgomery conceded 12 of his first over.
But all it takes is, you know, Caleb Jewell or Brooke Guest to have a day out and they can win you the game, can't they?
But they've got a more experienced attack to face, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Just trying to balance that up. Pleasantly driven by Price out to Kame at deep cover, almost on the rope in front of the members. He's down for a single. Yeah, so just to go back to James's point about capping squads, how many players would Surrey have to make redundant?
Well, they've basically got 3 different teams, haven't they, for each competition?
Chopped. All along the ground by Bracey. Aitchison took a long time to go down there. He went down in stages, and by the time he got to try and field the ball, he was well past him.
They've got
a
county championship side. They've got a T20 side, and then because they all go to the 100, they've got a number of different players who play in the Metro Bank. You know, people like, as we said, Josh Blake, Nathan Barnwell, Seb Stewart Reckling.
Anderson to Bracey, plays it into the ground. It does go at catchable height to Jewell, but it wasn't a chance. Bracey didn't get a lot of runs in this tournament last year. The Somerset innings was the year before. That was a wide down the leg side. He got 179 runs at 25, just with 150. Played in every game last year. But it wasn't a tournament that Gloucestershire really threatened in. and 4 out of 8. Anderson, very short stride when he gets to the crease. And Bracey can take one more. Bancroft was out in the 3rd over to Rory Hayden. And the score was on 8, and these two have taken it right up now to 123.
This does look like an absolute road though, doesn't it?
Looks a good pitch.
You wouldn't like to bowl in it, would you, Ian?
No, wouldn't offer me much.
When Peter Matthews comes on, I want him to talk about your batting, because I heard you were
That
rather
won't take long either.
I heard you were rather agricultural.
Anderson in. Price gets the bottom hand round that. Again, Basra with a tumbling stop. They'll take one more. So Anderson's kind of calming things down, with the exception of the odd wide down the leg side. He's bowled 4 overs for 22.
In the context of things, that's all right.
Yeah, that's not bad. But the problems have been at the other end. Actually, he and Hayden have done a pretty good job at that end. They've bowled 10 overs between them for only 37. So it shows where the issue has been.
Yeah, well, Gloucestershire have got the platform now, and they've accelerated. They've got 50 off the last 4 overs. So Brooke Guest got a little bit of a headache here, I'd say. Montgomery's going around the wicket to Price. And there's his 50. Yet another one for Ollie Price. First class honours from Durham. First class batter. 59 balls, 8 fours. It's a joy to watch him play.
Yeah. And after, I think it's been a bit of a hot and cold summer for him in the Championship. So you won't mind.
Bracey going back to that, just pushing it into the covers. Mark Thorburn is in charge of the Gloucestershire side for this campaign. Oh, Bracey going across the line. I think there's some bat involved there. Yeah, Thorbs is going to be grinding it out like Cliff Thorburn on a snooker table. Man known as the grinder, as Bracey pushes that one out to the covers. Mark Alane's away with the Welsh Fire. Tom Smith's also away, isn't he? Is he with Manchester?
Is he not at the Birmingham
He is,
Bears
you're right.
Women?
Okay, yeah.
I think.
Oh, Price going back there. Quicker ball from Montgomery.
Tidier over, just 2 singles so far.
Yeah.
That's better.
That's a really good over
from
Monty. End
Derbyshire.
of the 20th. 1-2-6 for 1.
We were told that the chairman might appear, and indeed he has. So 20 overs gone, 126 for 1. Might give us a chance. I know Pete's got a very busy day, so just as the Derbyshire having a bit of a chat. Morning, Chairman.
Hello, Mr. Randall. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Now I have to say, I think you are, when you're commentating, I think you might be in the employment of Gloucestershire County Cricket Club.
Yep.
Yeah, I've had to check my employer's liability insurance, because I understand you've got into a little bit of a spat with a Mr. Young of this parish. Is that right? That's been referred to me?
Wouldn't call it a spat. Anderson around the wicket. Driven by Bracey. He might get 4 for that. He will get 4 for it. As a chase around the extra cover boundary in front of the marquees from Amrit Basra, but for once he couldn't haul the ball in. What would you be looking at if you were Mark Thorburn in terms of pitching a total on this pitch?
Well, I would have thought you've got to be looking at somewhere between 300 and 350 to be competitive.
Yeah. Guess standing up now. Thickish outside edge from the Bracey down in front of the scoreboard. And they'll take one more. Certainly after Bancroft's loss for just a single in Hayden's second over, these two have rebuilt the innings well. I guess doesn't have the most experienced attack available to him today. We haven't seen Joe Hawkins yet, the young off spinner. So, Pete, good to have you. We might just ask you just to go over one or two of the key points from the forum that Neil and you did on the first morning of the Middlesex match, when I know not everybody could be here. It was a dull sort of morning. People might have decided they would come to the ground later. Price plays that into the ground, and the ball just bounces out on the offside. What for you were the 2 or 3 key questions that the members were asking and which you had to answer?
Yeah, so I think we tried to answer 4 things. First of all, player movement. Secondly, the work that's currently been doing on the domestic schedule. Thirdly would be the future at Cheltenham, and fourth would be redevelopment of Neville Road and new ground.
Anderson, slightly slower ball, and spotted by Price, who just steered it out for a single. Where do you think we are on the schedule?
So I think the blast is pretty much done now. The blast, I think, will be 3 groups of 6. Gloucestershire will be in with Warwickshire, Worcestershire, Northants, Glamorgan and Somerset.
So that's the traditional 6 from a decade or so ago.
That's right.
Anderson again to Bracey. There won't be a run there. Just dabs that out on the offside.
And then we'll get 2 random games against sides from other groups just to keep the variety going. I think.
So there will be 12 games?
There'll be 12 games, 6 at home, 6 away. So effectively Gloucestershire will lose 1 home game. Clearly we're hopeful, particularly in the north of the county, that people will think they might be able to get to Worcester, get to Edgbaston, even to Northampton. None of them are particularly far away.
So you think that's done?
I think that's pretty close to being done. It'll have to go to the ECB board for ratification. I think the chairs think that that's probably the best schedule. There inevitably going to be some counties who do not want to lose a home game. I completely respect that. But I think the vast majority of us say that we don't completely sell out, so we'll try and do it with slightly less.
Montgomery to continue, swept by Price in an orthodox fashion. Kames on the pursuit, and they'll only take 1 because his arm's pretty good. And the boundaries square of the wicket here at Cheltenham are not that long. One Day Cup to stay behind the 100?
Yes, there was a suggestion which Gloucestershire were very pro to start the season with 50 overs.
Montgomery, that's shorter ball. Bracey has time, just about to squeeze a single to Ben Aitchison. It wasn't the most comfortable run, 134 for 1. But that's been parked, has it?
No, we won't have it before the start of the season, I don't think.
Full sweep again from Price out to Kane. Had to watch the bobble there. He was just conscious that there was a bare area in front of where he was running. The ball might have just kicked up, but it didn't do so.
Yeah, the players say, Ian, that the outfield is quite tricky, which is not surprising, is it, with how much lack of rain we've had.
Bracey tries to sweep. There's a half-hearted appeal from Guest for LBW, but nothing from umpire Treadwell. So you think the One Day Cup will end up staying behind the 100?
I do. We're trying to get championship cricket in August.
Oh, another Montgomery. As Bracey plays a false shot. Tried to play that one away over wide mid-on. But the Loney from Notts, not every delivery, but just starting to cause 1 or 2 issues. That's the shot he tried to play to the last ball, and he's got it away this time, and it will run away to long on for 4.
Yeah, so I think the One Day Cup will stay in August, but Gloucestershire, in keeping with a number of non-host counties, we're concerned about the lack of cricket available to spectators in August. It's, historically, when you and I, Ian, first came here, it was Cheltenham Cricket Festival was always in August. We would like to see more cricket in August. We would like to see championship games in August if we could do. There's obviously some challenges with that, with the 100. But legally, there's nothing that stops you playing championship cricket with the arrangement that's been made with the franchise owners. So we'll see if we can do that. Next season, 2026, the draft schedule does have 2 championship games in August, but they're right at the end of August, which could present us with a problem here because college will need the ground back for rugby. So we're liaising and working with college as well on that.
I might just ask you a supplementary question about the schedule then on that basis. Here's Anderson in, and Ollie Price punches that away to Kame. So how many games in the championship do you think will be played at the back end of the season? And how many, therefore, would leave that at the front? Is it going to be like 8 and 4 or 7 and 5?
I genuinely don't think we know yet, because we don't know which of the options presented to the chairs are going to be voted on. I'm happy to elaborate on that as I did to the members' forum in a minute.
Right. Bracey, pleasant shot, picked the gap. It's going to beautifully away for extra cover for 4. He's timed that really well, and he has sprinted really to 81 not out here, James Bracey, out of 144 for 1.
So the 4 options were 8-10, Ayton top division, 10 in the second with 14 games. That was option A.
Anderson around the wicket, and Bracey does what all good batters say you should do: hit a boundary and pinch a single off the next ball.
That's what you did, Ian, isn't it?
I think I only did that once.
What, hit a boundary?
Yes, probably.
I don't recall many boundaries in our happy days playing together.
No. So let's park that. Option 1 was.
We'll come back to it, I'm sure. So, yeah, that's option 1.
Price waits for Anderson. That's a steer down to third man. Potts is down there. He's not had a happy day, but he does securely feel that they'll keep him down to a single.
So option B is 12 fixtures, 10-8 as we currently are, so each county will lose 1 home fixture. Option C, which has sort of been merged with option D, are 12-6, which I'll talk about more, with possible playoffs at the end of the season.
Anderson around the wicket to Bracey, who'll just quietly take a single into the onside.
So option C and D, they're slight variations, but for the purpose of the voting system they were bundled into 1. So there would be an upper division of 12, which would be split into 2, which wouldn't be a geographic, it would be based on finishing positions. And then there would be a lower division of 6, 2 up, 2 down.
Anderson stays over the wicket. And Price milks a single away onto the onside. He's probably bowling at what I would refer to Benny Howell sort of pace, Martin Anderson, just trying to keep the lid on the scoring as best he can while the runs are being plundered at the other end. 148 for 1.
So the 12-6 option would see 2 divisions of 6 in the upper tier. The bottom team in each of the 2 divisions of 6 would be relegated, and the top 2 out of a division of 6 in the effectively the lower tier would be promoted. So Gloucestershire, who would probably, based on current finishing positions, be in that lower tier, we've had a fair amount of pressure from other chairs, which I do understand, to say, well, please vote for that because you've got a 2 in 6 chance rather than a 2 in 8 chance of going up.
Montgomery to continue, swept by Ollie Price beyond the tumbling dive of the fielder at short fine leg, but it's stopped by Aitchison. They've only picked up 1 more. It's like political lobbying, is it, Pete, with the various
yeah, I think
formats, potential formats. Bracey is bowled by Montgomery, trying to clip it down on the onside. and he's gone too far across. He's been bowled behind his legs for 83. And he might have thought there was 100 there for the taking, but it was a brisk and entertaining knock. 8 4s and 4 6s for James Bracey, and he'll get a good hand as he walks off. And bearing in mind that blow he took in the nets this morning, and he's had 1 or 2 moments while he's been out there where it's clearly not been absolutely 100%, but he's a bit frustrated as he's got so close to go off with 83 against his name. Ben Charlesworth out at number 4, and he's got quite a good record in this competition, including a 99 not out.
Ben Charlesworth is sponsored by BIE Magnum.
So 148 for 2.
So the 12-6 option is got effectively 2 parts. One will be playoffs, and one playoff system is simply the top 2 in the 2 divisions playoff for the county championship, and there might then be a playoff between the team finishing 2nd in the lower division and the team finishing 3rd in the lower division. I think a number of chairs, including myself, are a little bit concerned about a playoff in September and the risk of it being weather affected if it's a one-off game, and also potentially the implications of it being toss dependent, because we know from the days of NatWest and Gillette Cup finals that you win the toss, you put the opposition in September.
Montgomery then to another left-hander in Charlesworth, replacing Bracey's off the mark straight away.
The other option is that you would have a series of playoffs, sort of football, rugby style, but you would play the top 3, the top 4, the top 2 in each division with playoffs in semi-finals and finals.
Swept, but again, that's late in the season, isn't it? With the same issue.
Yep, it is. It is.
So just 3 6s.
Well, 2 6s. It's important to say.
Oh,
it's 2
sorry,
6s.
Forgive me. Yes, 2 6s and a 6, but all the groups are of 6. If you want 12 matches, that's single again to Charlesworth up to long on. The way that rugby has done it in the past is if you have 2 groups of 6, you can play your 12 by playing the teams in the opposite group. So in the top, for the top 2 groups, that's fine. Where does the bottom 6 get 12 games from, as Price again tries to reverse sweep, because you can play 10 easily? Where do the other 2 come from?
Yeah, and there's part of the problem. So you'd either end up playing a couple of teams 3 times, which is probably the most likely thing, or if you did end up with a series of round robin playoffs where 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 play off, you would then get 3 games at the end of the season, or 2 games at the end of the season that way. It's not something that Gloucestershire would support, but clearly we're in a democracy. There are 17 other chairs, and we need to find out where we're going to end up, and we'll find out more about that next week.
Hayden is back, perhaps a little unsurprisingly, because Derbyshire need another breakthrough. Anderson's bowled 6 overs for 37. A little bit more wayward in the last 2 or 3 overs than he was at the start. So Hayden's bowled 6 overs for 16.
Ian, we've had a lot of comments of Cheltenham being back. I'll say more in a minute.
Hayden to Charlesworth, who defends.
So people particularly like the white tents. A lot of feedback that Cheltenham, under the stewardship again this year of Chris Coley, has done an absolutely phenomenal job. Cheltenham's back. I know Cheltenham's back because the scoreboard's wrong, Ian. I mean, I don't think scoreboard opposite us, where you and I have done many hours of commentary up here, it always has
stuck.
some problem. It has got stuck, hasn't it? It still says Bracey. If only he was still out there, but he's not.
Yeah, I get 151 for 2 is the accurate score, and Charlesworth picks up a single out to wide mid-on. Has it been a good Cheltenham? Can you quantify it yet?
So I think you look at Cheltenham with two hats on. You look at it with a performance lens, which is it making money? What's the turnover like? What's the profit like? And we won't know that until we balance the books. The Lancashire game was very good. The Middlesex game was much less good because of the weather. Today looks all right.
Hayden, in his 7th over, forces Price to stand tall and punch it out to Caleb Jewell.
The T20 game.
Short cover.
The T20 game was very good, very, very nearly a sellout, about 80 tickets left, I think. What was very pleasing was that a lot of people came early to watch the women. We think we had a record women's Tier 2 crowd. At its peak was about 2,500. Now, I appreciate that's slightly misleading because people were in ready to the start of the men's T20, but it was still a very good attendance.
Hayden drives pleasantly, does Ollie Price. He's not going to take a single to Whiteley at mid-off.
So Lancashire, we're well ahead of budget. That was a really good day, Sir Jimmy, and a good game of cricket. Last week was obviously very difficult with the weather, so we lost one day completely. We were insured for that, so including secondary spend. And then Friday we didn't start till 1:30. Terrific day of cricket, by the way, but that obviously hit us, so we lost money last week.
Price again punches up to Whiteley, who will try for the run out. It's a direct hit, and umpire Burns is unmoved. That was a tight single. Charlesworth answered the call straight away. It was Ollie Price's decision to go, and he got there just. He is on 59.
Ian Randall looks at his laptop rather than the scoreboard, because the scoreboard right now isn't going to help him.
Is it? I don't know why it's frozen, but it has. Charlesworth then, with Hayden switching to round the wicket. Doesn't get that away off the bat. In fact, he doesn't able to get a leg by either. So the return of the youngster has quelled the run rate a little bit, and it says something that Guest has gone back to a player who was playing in the Staffordshire League at the weekend to try and put a bit of control on the scoreboard. Derbyshire won the toss, of course, today and decided to bowl first, so it's their call over how things have gone. Montgomery to continue with his off spin, and Price, well, if that was meant, I think that was probably a purposeful paddle up towards Potts at mid-on. He's going to go all the way back to the boundary now at long off for Charlesworth. Would you be... Montgomery in again, and Charlesworth just, rather than go down the ground, goes square out to Amrit Basra for a single. Would you be hopeful that you'd be close to a break even, do you reckon, at Cheltenham, or maybe even a small profit?
I think you'd like to try and make a small profit if you could.
That may be deemed on today to some degree. Sweep from Ollie Price gets him at 1. I mean, the stand on the Sanford roadside, I reckon, was 75% full when the game started, which is a good sign. Yeah,
I mean, I think we might not be far off 3,000 today. That would be very helpful.
So you're conscious that we haven't got you for all that much longer. So Neil has spoken about player movement at the forum, I think.
Yeah.
Montgomery in. So I think Gloucestershire have announced 4 departures at the moment. Goodman, Price, Singdale and Actor. Those are the 4 that have been announced. And 1 arrival, obviously Craig Miles, who is here currently on loan and playing in this match, and obviously will join the club back again in the winter.
Yeah, so
there must be some more ins to come.
Yes. We have a player down in Bristol tomorrow who we think will, well, he's coming down to sign his contract, so unless he has a change of mind on the motorway, that will be a signing we'll be able to announce in due course. We're talking with a number of other players.
What's the market like? I mean, there's a lot of movement at the moment.
There is a lot of movement, and I think it's important to recognise that we're not alone in losing players. we were offering to all the players, pretty much all the players out of contract, and the agents were saying, we're offering last autumn, and the agents were saying, don't sign your contracts till we see the impact of the 100 money.
Hayden, to continue once more. I mean, the other two teams whose supporters are getting quite anxious about losing players are Somerset and Yorkshire.
Yeah.
They seem to be the ones where the players are moving on.
Yeah, I mean, there's movement right the way across cricket, to be quite honest. And as I say, that's players, not just at Gloucestershire, being advised by their agents not to sign new contracts when they were offered with a year to go. That would be the Gloucestershire policy. We try and tie people up as soon as we could.
Hayden into Charlesworth. Aerial, but safe. Away on the leg side. That will not run for 4. I don't think there's a chase, and it will be hauled in. And
we have a Cheltenham 3 in Randall. Don't get many of those.
Well, Tom Smith used to talk about the pockets in the ground where you can run a 3, and today that will be one of them out towards the Premier Club marquee. 3 to Charlesworth.
Yeah, so obviously we would have preferred not to have lost as many players as we have. Each of the players has got a reason for going. I understand the reasons why players are going. I don't necessarily agree with them, but I do understand why players are going. And our job now is to react, which is what we're trying to do.
Royce forces a single out on the offside. The one thing I suppose that it will create at the start of next season is it will create a freshness in the squad that people may well want to come and see.
Yes, I mean, we're going to have clearly, it goes without saying, a number of new bowlers. I think that the bowlers who we're losing, we do wish all the very best to. We do have to accept that they haven't always been able to take 20 wickets. Hayden
in. Charles squeezes that away to the left of Harry Kane. It means they can come back for 2. That's well run. To do with the placement and weight of shot.
That's all not down to the bowlers, of course, in the fact that as a former bowler yourself, that's not all down to the bowlers. Sometimes it's other factors like the type of wicket. Yeah, I mean, Mark has got a good budget. We aren't losing many players. We lost a couple. One we tried to sign, one who wanted to move for more money we were prepared to pay. But in the main, it's not money.
Hayden. Charlesworth squirts a single down to backward point.
I mean, the key thing is that you've got to have a plan. Any business worth its salt has a plan. Our plan is really straightforward, which is we want to be a very competitive side in all forms. In order to do that, we need to give Mark the biggest budget we can, and that comes from growing commercial income. That's where you're going to make your money, to be able to give the coach a bigger budget.
Well, Hayden has now bowled 8 of his 10 overs. He's taken 1 for 25, and it's the other areas of his attack that Brooke Guest has got to look to give the young man some help. But here's another change. Montgomery has bowled his off spin from the College Chapel end. 5 overs, 1 for 29, and we're going to see Joe Hawkins for the first time. Made his first class debut for Derbyshire recently against Northants. Had a long bowl, just took a couple of wickets, and a challenging situation for him here with the score at 165 for 2 off 27 to come on and try and put the break on.
Yeah, and what I will say, and I think we shouldn't lose sight of this, is it is disappointing to lose some of these players, but we must be doing something right if other counties want our players.
Hawkins in, around the wicket.
And I think that's tribute, to the coaching staff, talent pathway, who've created, and the players who, you've already talked about. They're players we've grown and developed.
Red-haired Hawkins round the wicket. That's quite a flat trajectory. So it comes back to the point that what a correspondent made earlier on about whether there ought to be some sort of compensation for development of players by clubs when the player then moves.
You've had a correspondent mentioning that, have you?
We have.
Was that Mr. Young? Because if it was, he's nicked my idea. and I will stop defending his honour, which I've just done. No, I'll talk more about that in a moment.
Hawkins round the wicket. Charlesworth up to long on for a single.
Yeah, so obviously, Ian, as you well know, in football, if players move under the age of 24 at the end of their contract, the clubs get compensation. I am working very hard with other chairs to see whether we can get that into cricket. I haven't got much resistance to it at the moment.
Paddle sweep from Ollie Price.
It would of course work both ways. So if we went to try and take somebody who wasn't getting first team cricket at a test match ground, for example, we might have to pay compensation as well. So it's not just pro Gloucestershire.
Hawkins, slower ball, flighted more. Swept. The scoreboard is caught up again by Ollie Price. And Hawkins has got through his first over. So the 2 wickets to fall. Bancroft out to Hayden when the score was on 8. He made just a single. And then James Bracey, bowled by Montgomery, round his legs for 83. 83 from 66 balls with 8 fours and 4 sixes. A couple of those hits particularly big, and he was brutal to Nick Potts in the 16th over when Gloucestershire scored 27. Hayden, though, they're going to keep a couple of overs back, and we're going to see Amrit Basra for the first time from the college lawn end. 167 for 2. Do you think that concept of I'll call it a transfer system, is a slow burner that will take some time to get through?
Undoubtedly, because it will need buying of people like the Professional Cricketers Association, who might be less keen on that, I guess. Whether it will happen, I don't know, but certainly it is something that I think is worth looking at. So, you know, Mark's got quite a bit of money that he can play around with now. You know, some of the players clearly are going to leave a hole in the budget, and he, within reason, he can go out and find people, which is I think good. And, look, I'm privy to some of the people that we're talking to, and there's 1 or 2 interesting names there.
Here is Basra, chopped away by Ollie Price again for 1 out to Harry Kane. You've covered quite a lot of ground. I'll just leave you with this one because you've got to get on. Almost a year ago, you took the chair's role. How far forward do you think? How much progress do you think you've made in that year?
I think that's for others to say, Ian. Really, all I can say is I think financially we're in a significantly better place. Part of the reason why we can give Mark a competitive budget is because our finances are much better.
Basra going round the wicket to Charlesworth. Brooke Guest standing up. Not seen Basra before. He hasn't played any first team cricket either at Northants, where he has an association, or at Derbyshire until today. So he does have a track record of making some runs at second 11 level, but here he's being asked to try and apply the break, or indeed make a breakthrough for his captain. And Montgomery just offering a word there as Basra got back to the end of his run. It's very short and paddled away.
Very slow as well, Ian.
Yeah, that
was your pace, that?
Attempted slower ball perhaps, but it didn't come out quite right. Charlesworth wasn't actually tempted to really climb into that, possibly aware that he may not have seen much of Basra before, so you've got to just be a little wary about giving your wicket away. Outside the off stump, not given as a wide, taken by Guest on the stretch. So you're saying 350, you think?
slowed down a bit, hasn't it, Ian? I mean, to get to 350 from here, you're going to be going 9 and over.
Jack Taylor likes batting at Cheltenham. He's still to come in.
Good to see Tommy Bourman given a game as well.
Yes, I mean, there were a couple of youngsters in the squad. Bourman was one. Dariush Ahmed was another. And Kamran Dhaliwal has also been signed. He's the medical student, I
He
think,
is,
from
yes, the good doctor, as my vice chair David Gravely calls him.
from Bristol.
Signed from stiff competition from another county. So it's always nice to get somebody where there's a battle and you win. So yeah, I think we've got some good youngsters coming through. We've got Rao, who we saw briefly in the T20. Yeah, 6'6", 6'7".
Here's Hawkins to bowl his second over. That's flighted and swept away on the full by Ollie Price for a single.
We were slightly caught unawares by Rao's debut in the T20, so unfortunately his trousers weren't particularly long because we didn't have many trousers for 6'7" people at very, very short notice. But hopefully his trousers will be okay for this game.
So, particularly as it's a good day weather-wise, you feel that Cheltenham is finishing the festival on a good note, and it's been a good festival.
Yes, as I say, I think you look at the performance, which is, have we made a profit? I think we will make a profit, not necessarily a very big one.
Price using his feet. I think about a second run there, worked it out into the leg side, but Kame has been busy on this leg side boundary, on this member stand side of the ground. Get them down to 1.
The health is important though, Ian. How do people feel about the club? How do people feel about Cheltenham? That's been very positive.
Jewel's been moved across into that gap on the offside now, so as a result Charlesworth goes, because he has time to do so, down to long on to Whiteley for one more.
I should say there's a very good array of donuts here, Ian, and it looks like you and Dan have made a good start on them, I have to say. I didn't realise that came with the job.
Well, we are in.
Or if it comes from Gloucestershire, that's attacking our profits. I'll have words.
No, they were very kindly donated by a very good a friend of the stream who has Derbyshire connections as well as Gloucestershire connections. And
Kim Barnett.
would have played with Kim Barnett actually, I think. Hawkins appeals optimistically for an LBW, but not upheld by James Treadwell, who hands Hawkins his cap at the end of the over. And 30 overs gone, 174 for 2. Gloucestershire 67 to Ollie Price, 8 fours in that. 68 to Ollie Price, I should say. Charlesworth has 15. Jack Taylor to come, still Graham van Buren to come. Pete, I think you have other.
I do, but I'm waiting for your friend Dan Whiting.
Oh, well, he's probably got. You know what Dan's like. He's always nattering to somebody.
Yeah, well, I can't leave by yourself. I mean, you might start abusing James Young again, and that's my job, just for the avoidance of any doubt.
Basra in, played into the ground by Price. There's a fielder now up at straight long on for Amrit Basra.
Oh, here he is. He must have heard you complaining at him. He's back, the great Mr. Whiting.
So we'll leave you to get on. Thank you for your time.
No worries.
I think you may join Dan later.
I will join
at some point during the Derbyshire chase.
Yeah. Yeah, well, hopefully I'm good for a wicket for the other side. And Ian, you'll be interested to know that Dan and I have already decided that your batting will form a significant part of what we talk about in the second innings.
And just for everybody, wherever you may be joining us on the stream, that will induce a large amount of silence then during the second innings. Thank you, Chair.
You're very welcome.
Steered away, Amrit Basra for a single by Ollie Price. He'll get one more. Pete just clarifying a few points over the period he was with us from the forum. last week. So
Okay.
a lot of just bring people up to speed with where matters are. Did we go on to the schedule discussions ongoing? Player recruitment discussions ongoing, but he said a player in Bristol tomorrow, hopefully to sign.
Ooh.
He said unless he changes his mind on the motorway, but
Right.
the expectation would be that he wouldn't. Basra in chopped away, good one-handed stop by Potts. He's not had the best afternoon with the ball. In fact, 3 overs for 42. We mightn't see him again, which is maybe why Basra is into the attack at the moment. But Hayden has bowled very well. 8 overs, 1 for 25. He's not looked out of place at all.
No. Yeah, it's Hawkins is bowling at the other end as well, isn't he?
He is. Basra in. He's tried the short ball again, and it's almost like a very strange lolloping sort of delivery, tennis ball kind of delivery. But 180 for 2. Gloucestershire after 31, and Pete started by saying 300 to 350, and you could still see an argument where they might get somewhere towards the top end of that.
Yeah, I'm wondering. I mean, 300's conservative from here, isn't it? But
particularly with the potential of Jack Taylor coming in, and you know how much he loves batting at Cheltenham.
He loves your car windscreen, Ian. That's what he loves. Here's Hawkins from the Chapel End. Just bowled that one into the pitch. Sorely Price coming there.
Perhaps that's what Basra is trying to do at the other end, but it doesn't quite look. The intent doesn't look quite as convincing.
Yeah, Hawkins. When you watch him, because I've just been in the club office doing some stuff, and his ginger hair is illuminating the screen. It's very ginger. You know, you get some gingers who are Titian, some are strawberry blonde. Hawkins is just purely ginger. One of those cricketers who's probably taking his life into his hands by setting foot on a pitch. Charlesworth dancing down the pitch.
Well, he bowled 38.5 overs in the first class match in one innings against Northants. So that's a long bowl for your debut, isn't it?
Certainly is. Pulled by Charlesworth. He hasn't really got a hold of that, actually. I think Charlesworth was looking to put that one towards the racecourse somewhere.
Well, you said Anderson was bowling very much pace off, and I wonder if that's what Guest has decided to go to now that the ball has gone soft.
Yeah, I think so. Reverse sweep by Price. Picks out Basra, who's got a wonderful mane of hair, isn't he?
Yeah, the 2 overs of these bowled have been a little bit mixed, shall we say, but they've not been as loose.
Ooh, that's a tight run there by Charlesworth, but a good one as he gets it perfectly into the gap between Whiteley and Hawkins. Here's Ollie Price, 173. Big appeal.
Not that far down, I wouldn't have thought.
No.
We are side on here, so we can just see how
No,
far
in fact,
Price
the
has
umpire
got
hasn't
that
given-
front leg down.
The umpire hasn't given anything, so
In Derbyshire, a few 7
It's a run.
bowlers so far, and I think that the attack on Potts is probably the reason for that. Hayden's bowled 8 overs for 25, Aitchison 5 overs for 32, Potts 3 overs for 42, Anderson 6 overs for 37, Montgomery 5 overs 1 for 29, Hawkins has now bowled 3 overs for 12, and Basra 2 overs for 8. So those last two, just at least the run rate isn't racing away from Derbyshire at the moment,
no.
but it's still not far off 6 and over, which lends you to believe that, you know, 300 to 350 is kind of where Gloucestershire need to be aiming. And cut by Ollie Price. There's one run out to Kame on the point boundary. Happy to give them a singles to those areas rather than concede the 4s. Yeah, Price 8 4s in his 74. Charlesworth gets that right off the bottom of the bat, and Montgomery does the fielding. One thing the chairman did say was that the crowd today very close to about 3,000, he thought, which would be a good number for this last day of the festival. A big swish by Charlesworth. Guest didn't take it cleanly. People are messaging you, Dan, as usual.
Yeah, have you read this email out from Sam Merritt?
I haven't.
Oh, okay.
Charlesworth in the air but safe. One bounce out to Whiteley at long off. They just take one. What does Sam say?
Sam said, Gloss fan here from Cheltenham, currently watching whilst at work in London. It's great to see that we're having an effect of the gross domestic output of the UK, isn't it? I'm doing commentary on this game. Don't you think, Ian? It's wonderful.
Bastra in. Price plays that from the crease and they'll scamper a single. That was very quickly taken. Good response from Charlesworth to the call.
That test match yesterday, I'm not sure a lot of work got done in the morning, it has to be said. But Sam says, what are your thoughts on Gloucestershire's chances in the One Day Cup? With not many players missing to the 100, I think we have a chance.
Basra in and Charlesworth pulls that. One bounce 4.
Oh, I hope it's got rather close to. There's a very nice Labrador down there. I've just had a stroke of. Black Lab. What do you think, Ian? Gloucestershire's chances? I think we're going to win it. I do. I think we're going to win it. I've just got a feeling.
Well, there are clearly a couple of teams, notably Surrey and Lancashire, who have lost 15 and 12 respectively to the 100. Lancashire aren't in Gloucestershire's group, but Surrey very much are. You know, Notts have lost 7, Hampshire have lost 8. Some of the others rather less affected. So I think it is hard to tell. A lot depends on how you start, and I think Gloucestershire would say that they have picked just about as strong a bowling attack for this match as they could.
Yeah.
And they would hope that would mean they can get off on the right foot in this match, bearing in mind the bowling resources Derbyshire have available.
Here's Hawkins. Flame-headed. Around the wicket. Price sweeps. I think he's only getting one here. No, they don't take on the arm of Aitchison. Yeah, no need at this stage.
Didn't quite time that. Just a reminder of how I'm sure this is how the competition works. There are 6 places in the knockout. The team at the top of the group gets a home semi-final.
Yeah.
And teams 2 and 3 go into a playoff.
Yeah.
To get the 6 down to 4. And then the winners of that playoff go away from home in the semi-final.
That's correct. And 2 plays 3 in the other group in the playoff.
Correct. Yeah.
With the home draw.
Yes, the runners-up has the advantage of the home draw. That was how I was.
Yeah.
I was sure that was how it worked.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. That's how it's worked in previous years.
So if you're fortunate, you finish in the top 2, you're certain to get
Price drills that over the top of extra cover for 4.
You're certain to get one extra home game, aren't you?
Yeah, moves into the 80s with that.
Caleb Jewell flung himself at that but couldn't quite reach it.
Price sweeps, gets into a gap there, but they'll only take 1. Came round quickly. 50 partnership, 25 apiece for Price and Charlesworth.
25 not out each.
Ollie Price doesn't mind playing Derbyshire at Cheltenham, does he?
Doesn't mind, no.
Oh, that's gone up in the air, but Charlesworth's got away with that. And his pitching wedge drops into the vacant point area. There's a 200 up for Gloss after exactly 34 overs in 2 hours and 4 minutes. That was well bowled, I thought, that by Hawkins.
I wonder if Aitchison might have got closer to catching that and he didn't. If the umpire hadn't been in his eye line of where that ball was going to fall.
I'd have just taken out the umpire. You're not going to mess with Aitchison his size. Talking of which, I think he's going back into the attack.
He is. So he's got 5 overs potentially to go. Basra's bowled 3 overs for 15. Maybe that was...
Change of bowling and returning from the College lawn end.
In a sense, Hawkins, Basra and Potts have shared 1 stint, but that's... So they could get away without using any of those 3 bowlers for the rest of the innings. Hayden, Aitchison, Anderson and Montgomery would therefore have to see it out, and it may be that it's a bit more mixed up than that, I suspect. But here is Aitchison around the wicket to Charlesworth, who bunts that into the ground down to the fielder Montgomery at backward point, doesn't get a run. So understandably the field pretty well spread. It is a split field with only 4 on the leg side for Charlesworth. Tries to go past extra cover, which he does. There's a chase round the boundary for the fielder, who is on the rope in front of one of the sponsors' marquees. Picks up a couple. Charles has only hit 1 boundary so far. He's not quite timed it yet. That's skewed off using his feet to Aitchison, and he'll get away with just a single to that. Barely see a spare seat in the member stand just below our commentary position, and certainly the ground well populated. I think this might be mirrored around the country today, the outgrounds that are being used.
Yeah, I agree.
For this tournament, certainly to kick it off anyway. Aitchison over the wicket to Price, who's seeing it well enough, you would think now, that unless he makes a really bad error, he ought to be able to steer his way to a century. He's got 83. So it would replicate his 100 here in the corresponding game 2 years ago. Aitchison in, short, Charlesworth off the back foot, up to mid-off, but Whiteley is there. Went to Repton, Ross Whiteley.
That looked lovely. I saw photos of Repton School the other day and it looked absolutely gorgeous.
Charlesworth, oh, he's picked the length of that, and that's gone away for his second boundary.
That was dismissive.
Aitchison tried the short ball, and there hasn't seen much of that today, and it's sat up almost like a tennis ball. And Charlesworth pulled it away over the infield and away towards the Premier Club marquee for 4.
Yeah, you see, I can see Gloss going at. I can see them going at 12 and over from here in. Honestly, I can see them going at 2 a ball. They've got 8 wickets in the hutch. Last 15 overs, I can see them going at 2 a ball, especially with this outfield. Absolute road of a wicket. And I think they might be approaching something close to 400.
Well, that will be a big call from here. It's clearly it's possible with people like Jack Taylor still to come in.
Yeah, exactly. The firepower's there. Graham Van Buren, Borman, Zaman Akhtar, Matt Taylor.
Here's Montgomery back.
And he comes as Price just paddle sweeps out to Basra. Wasn't there a city in Iraq, Basra, I think, wasn't there? It was like in the first Gulf War, wasn't there? I think it's out near Kuwait. Charlesworth crunches that out to Kame for a single.
It is indeed a city in Iraq.
Is it spelled with an H on it?
No, spelled the same way.
Oh, okay. Price gets that into a pocket. I think he's going to get 2 there. That's clever cricket from Ollie Price. I mean, he couldn't have placed that any better for a 2. Not many 2s here, not many 3s at Cheltenham, without a doubt.
We've had 1.
We have had 1. That's good work from Montgomery. Like Ian Randall, Fields well off his own bowling.
I think all bowlers do.
Oh, yeah. Got a lot to lose. Price works this down the ground with a hint of bottom hand.
If Derbyshire to get somewhere close to whatever Gloucestershire set them.
Charlesworth, that's a monster. Gentleman again with some poor fielding. There's some shocking fielding going on in that Sanford Row stand this morning, Ian. I don't have a word. Get them out there for a few drills at tea.
If Derbyshire to get anywhere close, Caleb Jewell has got to have a big say, you would think.
He's got to have a day out, hasn't he? He has to have a day out. 2:19 for 2. 14 overs to go. And I think 400, possibly a little bit optimistic, but I think it's going to be north of 350.
Well, it doesn't look to be a great deal to help the bowlers in the pitch.
No, it's unforgiving surface.
Aitchison in his 7th over, that's off the outside edge of the thickish edge of Ollie Price's bat. Came on the chase. Comes down there, pick up a couple.
I think Price has deliberately played that. He's deliberately opened his wrists up.
Seems to be working out now that he doesn't need the big shots, just needs to keep pushing, but there's no need to take any massive risk.
Good bit of fielding there from Caleb Jewell, and appreciated by the locals. They appreciate good cricket here at Cheltenham, don't they? Whether it's from Gloucestershire or the opposition. Naturally, they prefer it if it's from Gloucestershire, but...
Well, that's a good shot. Price has got his front leg out of the way. He's pulled Aitchison away over wide log on for 6. Now, I know it's not the longest boundary here, but that takes him to within one blow, one more of those, and it'll be 3 figures to Ollie Price. 107 balls faced at the moment for his 95. That's his first 6. I'm just checking the ball is okay. 227 for 2 in the 37th. And that's 4 more. It'll take him to 99. Rather than go aerial, he's gone along the ground out of the reach of Whiteley.
That was glorious, wasn't it? Just stroked.
And James Bracey couldn't convert his start. He got 83. It was a brisk 83, mind you. 83 off 66, and here's Ollie Price at 99 off 108. Aitchison to bowl to him, and
It was just an audible groan, wasn't there, when Aitchison fielded that. Crowd here willing Ollie Price to get his 100. So popular in these parts. He loves this competition and he loves Cheltenham. Made his debut here back in 21. I was having a chat with him about Cheltenham last week. I think he's got 300s in 10 games here.
well, he's got 200s in this competition already. Not this year, obviously, but 200s in 2023. One here, one against Glamorgan. And now he's on 99. And with Gloucestershire in a strong position, having been put in. I did wonder whether Derbyshire's best chance might have been to bat and see what they could get, but
yeah, I was surprised he chose the field.
They thought they would confident there was a good wicket, presumably, and they thought that perhaps you can pace things better. In fact, as Sussex did in the T20 here, where they paced that chase where they won and got to the target.
That's down the ground. Cry of what Neil coming out of the crowd. Charlesworth's nickname after a perceived likeliness with Neil from the In-Betweeners, which I think is rather harsh on Charlesworth, it has to be said. And there it is, Ollie Price, second 100 in 3 seasons against Derbyshire at Cheltenham. The king of Cheltenham, 100 off 111 balls, and what a popular century that is round here.
He gets a good hand, and he probably feels that he's had a bit of a thin time since that double 100 at Old Trafford.
Well, form is temporary in, class is permanent as Charlesworth gets a leading edge there, and the ball dribbles out to Basra. Yeah, Ollie Price is... Hey?
It's a long way.
He said it miles. We said that one miles, or it would have been if Montgomery's hand. Not sure it would have gone to Basra, but it might have gone to Bird Lip. Or Byberry.
Probably Bird Lip, actually. Ivy's a bit further.
Byberry's that way anyway, isn't it? It's the other way. Price reverse sweeps. Another single. 236 for 2 with 12.1 overs to go. I think this could be a painful finale for the visitors. Charlesworth just strokes this one up to long on. for a single. That completes the over. An over where Ollie Price, I think that's his 4th century at Cheltenham in 10, 11, maybe 11 games now, 12 games perhaps. But his record here is exemplary.
Well, and the other 2 players, and I don't have these numbers in my head, but Jack Taylor and Mark Elaine are the other 2.
Oh, it was Boo Boo. It was Boo Boo, a fan of Cheltenham as
there
well.
was a point at which Elaine seemed to make runs regularly at Cheltenham.
I think it suits a certain type of player. It suits the stroke makers. And Ollie Price was one, Jack Taylor's one, Mark Elaine was one. And you've got a wicket with more bounce in it than Bristol, where the ball comes onto the bat. But it's a good cricket wicket here. I think there hasn't been so much this season, but in most years we've been here, there's been a little bit more in it for the bowlers. And you tend to find in 4-day cricket, it's 300 for 10 at the end of a day, isn't it? It produces good cricket.
Yeah. Aitchison's last 2 overs have cost 20, so he's been replaced. And Martin Anderson's back. And Brookgest again standing up. Anderson from the College lawn end, and again that's ripped by Charlesworth. He's going to get 4 for that. That was off the back foot. That was an extraordinary stroke. Everything there suggested that if it got past the infield, which is the dive of Jewell, that Whiteley should be able to cut it off, and the ball just ran away down the hill. There is a slope across the ground down towards the Sanford Road side of the ground, so the offside from where Charlesworth is, and Whiteley couldn't cut it off. Extraordinary that should go all the way, and Charlesworth almost unnoticed has got to 47. Make that 48 with a single out to the.
It's been very waspy, Cheltenham.
Towards mid-wicket.
It's been very waspy.
Has it really?
I was speaking to a medic last week. They've been treating, I think, 4 people a day on average for wasp stings here. A couple have been in the mouth where they've crawled into cans. Some people have drunk out of them.
So what does Price do from here then? He
has a dip. He's got to have a dip. There's 8 wickets in the bank.
Anderson tries to hold the ball to disguise the delivery, and Price again gets it away on the offside to Kane for 2 more out on the point boundary.
The thing about Price is he's a good enough player. He doesn't have to slog. He's a good enough player just to work the ball into the gaps and play proper cricket shots. He doesn't have to hoik or, bat like you did back in the day.
Yeah. Potts thinks he's going to get another bowl, which is interesting. I guess he's just going to have a chat with Anderson.
The Wasp is saying 352. That's not the creatures who've been causing havoc here in the festival. It's the predicted score.
Anderson trots in almost a beamer.
No, it's below. It's signalled from treble.
It almost was. It dropped it just at the last minute. We're side on, and it just dipped enough to not be called by umpire Neil Burns. Anderson around the wicket to Charlesworth, plays it into that same gap. He'll get 1, but that's all. Couldn't do what he did the last time up to that position at wide long off where Whiteley couldn't hold the ball. He goes to 49 off 49. .245 for 2, still with the last 10 overs in the bank and a wide down the leg side.
Talking of wasps, do you remember Viz magazine, Ian? Do you remember Viz magazine?
No, I never read that.
Did you not?
No.
Okay. They used to have this sort of spoof.
Probably says the conversation isn't going anywhere.
They used to have this fake tourist attraction, like an advert for it, called Wasp World down in Cornwall, where you could, go visit thousands of wasps.
In the 39th over, and that is the end of Ollie Price. He's chopped on. Anderson's got his wicket. And Price goes, having been the part of two big stands, one with James Bracey and now one with Ben Charlesworth. But he departs for 103, and the members rise to him as he makes his way off. 246 for 3 with Price's departure, and he has set it up beautifully for the arrival of the Gloucestershire captain Jack Taylor.
Yeah, wonderful innings, a marvellous innings, and
didn't appear to be, really in any trouble from the moment he went. Even though he went out to the middle when Cameron Bancroft was out in the third over, but really, even when the balls, because obviously it's a new ball from each end, were new, there still didn't appear to be much in this pitch.
He had one moment, didn't he? But that was still got 4 for it when he put an off drive through the air, just out of the reach of Whiteley, who went diving away for it. That's the end of the. Is that the end of the 39th?
39th, yeah, 39th. So 11 to go. I take your point. I think you would try and get to 350 from here.
Yeah.
Can you get 100 in the last 10?
I think Gloucester might want like 370, something like that.
Which will take some chasing. That's
yeah.
for sure.
So here's Potts. Interesting move, especially with the left-handed Charlesworth after Bracey collared him earlier. Yeah, so Wasp World, Ian, you used to go and have your lunch at the Melting Lolly cafeteria. Oh, that's nicely placed by Charlesworth. That's his 50. Well batted, Ben Charlesworth. Run a ball. In fact, better than run a ball. And he's had a good Cheltenham as well, on top of his 100 against Lancashire here in the 4-day game. He's turning into a fine player, I think, Ben Charlesworth, with bat, with ball, and as an individual. Oh, that's well bowled there by Potts. Charlesworth, he's got the nickname of Neil from the In-Betweeners, who wasn't the brightest of individuals. But Charlesworth's actually really quite an interesting interviewee. He did a bit with the podcast that we've done over the summer. And I thought he gave some really interesting answers. Potts. Charlesworth digs out a Yorker. We spoke about pressure when you're going in for a T20 game and how you deal with the pressure. And he said what he deals with, he actually flips it. He actually says it's a privilege to actually be a professional cricketer, and not many people get that opportunity. Yeah. And not many people would come out with that sort of answer. And I thought it was a really interesting way of talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard a football coach recently, I think it was back towards the end of last season, said pressure is barometers. That's all pressure is.
Yeah.
It's not doing this job.
No. No.
Which was, again, a good deflection of the question.
Sure, Jack Taylor, first ball he receives, just pats that into the ground. Keith Miller was the best quote, wasn't it, about pressure? Because he'd flown in the Australian RAF. He said pressure isn't about playing cricket, pressure is about having a Messerschmitt up your derriere, but said it in more of an Australian phrase.
Yeah. Well, actually, I can go one further than that.
Oh, thick outside edge. Taylor's off the mark. Had there been any slips, I think it'd have been a goner, but Gloucestershire have earned the right not to have any slips in place.
So last definition of pressure, again, in a sporting sense, where someone said, no, pressure isn't this job, it's not being able to pay the mortgage.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's equally very true.
Yeah, I get it.
Nigel Hanson, thanks for your email. We'll deal with that at the end of the over.
Potts. Short. Taylor pulls that out to Harry Kane. There's the 250 up after 40 overs. And
Gloucestershire 250 comes up in
Gloucestershire are in an extremely strong position.
So 76 in the last 10. Just shows that the scoring rate's been steady all the way along. So Nigel's email says, sadly couldn't be on the ground today. Here's a question though. If there's a need to play fellow counties in the division, both home and away, is it possible to just play them once and then reverse that the following season, thereby reducing the amount of matches to slot into the calendar? Interesting.
Was this your conversation with Peter Matthews?
Yes, it's obviously to do with the schedule and how you might get to 12 games rather than 14 if you have a number of teams that doesn't make that easy.
Yeah.
Power play, 10 overs remaining.
So was Peter's suggestion 3 conferences?
I think, how do I read what he said? Anderson with Taylor trying to knock that into the hospital car park.
Yeah, he's just varying his pace in the Anderson here. He rolled his fingers over that one. And therefore no bounce.
He did say that there is some lobbying being done over certain ideas. Anderson again with this short stride approach, and then most of what pace there is comes just through the gather and the delivery of the ball. The way I would read what he said is that more counties seem to be favouring the 2 6s and the 6 below than the other ideas. Now that's not to say that everybody likes it, because I'm sure the smaller counties do not.
No, we spoke about 3 tiers financially.
I think you might end up with almost 2 tiers if you're not careful.
What, the rich and the
In the 6
the
in
very
the
rich and the rest.
the 6 in the group below. You might Anderson very short again into the wicket really. Jack Taylor might want 2 here, but he's only going to get 1. Covering was Montgomery.
Yeah, I think
The danger I think of that might be that the same teams bounce up and down from the bottom of the top 2 6s into the bottom 6.
and yo-yo.
Yeah, that's what you might end up with.
Yeah.
Anderson in Charlesworth doesn't time that, but squirts it away into the offside for 1 more. So just look at what Brooke Guest has to go here. He's got 9 overs left. Hayden has 2 left. He's bowled very well, but whether they would want to expose him in the closing overs remains to be seen. Anderson has 2 left. Montgomery has 3 left. And then Hawkins and Basra have actually bowled quite well. I've got plenty of options, but he's gone back to Potts, and Potts has bowled 4 overs for 50 at this stage. It's a risk.
His bowling average will be going up as quickly as my energy bill here.
258 for 3, 9 overs to go.
Here he comes from Chapel End. Charlesworth pushes that one out to
Charles is
Jewel.
batting quite deep in his crease to Potts.
Yeah.
Perhaps conscious that he's tried the odd Yorker.
Yeah, one thing we didn't mention earlier when we were talking about Derby County's team of the 1970s was Franny Lee's fight with Norman Hunter.
When was that?
They both got sent off, and then they had a punch-up as they were both on their way off the pitch as well. They continued it. It was a famous, famous moment. Taylor pulls out to Kame. He's only going to get one. Because they got sent off for fighting anyway. As they were on the way out, Franny Lee thought he'd get his comeback. And it was not often Norman Bitey Legs Hunter was on the back foot, but he was definitely with Franny Lee showing his moves.
Someone's going to tell me this is wrong, but I'm sure it's right. It's about Francis Lee's business interest after he stopped playing.
Wasn't he in a horse racing? So that's gone out to Basra. Just the one though. Oh, that's a flat throw.
I was sure that Francis Lee made his money out of a company that made toilet rolls.
Ah, interesting. Well, it's recession proof.
I'm sure that
you're never going to go out of business making toilet rolls.
It was either tissue paper or toilet rolls, or in that sphere.
So Taylor just trying to work that one into the leg side and getting himself in a little bit of a tangle. But Jack Taylor, when he gets going, he certainly does get going. Played a game within the second 11 last week at Rockhampton. I think he got 40 odd there. And he's hit that one, possibly too well out to Kame, who fields well out on the fence actually.
Go back to that game in 2023. Taylor was in at the end when Gloucestershire successfully chased Newt 299, 51 not out. Just the sort of position he likes to be in.
Yeah, I think he's a wonderful player. I think he's a wonderful captain. If I'm honest with you, I think his captaincy's been excellent. Oh, that's great work by Guest behind the stumps. What's that been given? Nothing. I thought the umpire was going to signal a wide there, but it was.
Much
it was a
slower ball from Potts.
It was a thick inside edge, I think, and we haven't got the benefit of replays like you got at home, but we think it was a thick inside edge because we are side on as well. And Guest goes tumbling away to his right-hand side.
More conversation between Guest and Aitchison to see what the tactic is here. Is he going to go into the pitch? He's got 3 overs left, Aitchison. So Anderson, at the moment, 8 overs, 1 for 50. Is being perhaps held back. The field is spreading far and wide. So Anderson's gone away to the long off boundary. He's got a deep cover out, a backward point out, and a deep mid wicket for Jack Taylor outside the off stump. Steered away, and Basra comes in to field. Yes, if he wasn't wearing a hat, he'd be one of the most distinctive players on the field, Amrit Basra. But even with it, he's not difficult to spot.
No, he's got a touch of the KL Rahul hairstyle about him.
So Charlesworth, 56 or 57. And inventive, it's like a T20 situation for Charlesworth here, and he's gone for the scoop, and he's got 4 for it.
He loves that, doesn't he? He loves that shot.
Just a clever shot. Didn't hit it too hard, just steered it away.
There's a game we covered last year against Somerset in the T20 at Bristol. Charlesworth and Ollie Price scoring in a 360-degree arc, and playing lots of scoops, ramps, as well as bashing it straight down the ground.
That's not down. That's not a scoop. It's gone straight to Martin Anderson, and Charlesworth has gone. Anderson away on the long on boundary, takes a comfortable catch. There's a wicket for Aitchison, and Charlesworth is annoyed. He's made 60, but he wanted to be there for the remaining 8 overs to try and push Gloucestershire towards 350. He too, though, will get a good hand as he goes off. He's angry because he knows that that was a situation which in T20 cricket he would want to try and profit from. And there's not really much of an acknowledgement from the crowd as he walks off. He is pretty cross, I think. Out, caught by Anderson for 60.
That's not a bad thing, though. It shows you're hungry for it. I like that.
Graham van Buren's come out at number 6. Would it just not be respectful, though? Just at least put your bat up. Even if you were grumpy inside, you put your bat up once just to acknowledge.
Yeah, Ben's, you know,
the crowd.
Ben's pretty respectful, though. He's a popular man here amongst the guys, and they love him here at Gloucestershire, and he's always got time for a chat with the fans as well, isn't he? Here's Graham van Buren, a man who can cut Yorkers. He'll cut half volleys, he'll cut Yorkers, Graham van Buren, and he won't play much off the front foot.
With that in mind, they've got Kame out at deep cover, but Basra has come in right on the edge of the circle. And as a result, Van Buren gets the front leg out of the way and works it around to deep square off his first ball for a single.
Van Buren just had his head shaved. There's a Gloucestershire fan, she's a member or life member actually, and she goes all around the country with Gloucestershire. I saw her down at Canterbury earlier in the season, and she goes everywhere with Gloss.
Taylor, very deft. He'll pick up 4 for that. Wide from Aitchison outside the off stump, wide enough to be steered away and let the pace of the ball run away over this college ground outfield, and particularly over the college square that they use for playing the college cricket here. That area in particular is like glass, that outfield. It runs away quickly, and it's not the most even either for obvious reasons. Taylor on 14. Tried it again, but didn't play the right shot for that. Through to Brooke Guest. So Aitchison has bowled 8 overs, 1 for 62. 8 overs to go, 7 overs to go, as you were. And 3 big contributions to that Gloucestershire total. 83 from James Bracey, 103 from Ollie Price, and 60 for Ben Charlesworth. A stand of 141 for the second wicket, a stand of 97 for the third.
Yeah, so there's a lady who's a life member here called Ruth Charville. Lovely lady, and her and Graham are good pals, and she's going through chemotherapy due to breast cancer. So Graham shaved his head in sympathy with her, as he has a little fiddle at that one. But half the money's received we're going to the breast cancer charity, and half to motor neuron disease for Pink for Sid for David Lawrence.
There was I think a Jack Taylor pink shirt at the Chris Coley not the Chris Coley benefit dinner, the 25th anniversary dinner last week. That raised a good sum.
It's going to be a wide. You don't have to get it that high to get it over Graham van Buren's head. They'll know there was a Zaman Akhtar bat and pink shirt, which probably only went for about 450, but I've had a pick-up of it, and it's just absolutely beautiful. It's a work of art. Van Buren tickles that one, very fine, and comes back for a second. But Derbyshire just putting the brakes on here a little bit.
The advantage of having one new batter and one batter who's not quite got his range yet.
No.
That's not to say that 5 overs of Jack Taylor could still be pretty dangerous
Yeah.
from a Derbyshire point of view.
Van Buren hoiks this, one bounce out to Kame.
I think deliberately didn't quite go through with the shot there, because had he done so, Kane would have been onto it.
Is that Anrich Dahl there talking to Harry Kane? Short and crunched by Taylor, but a good stop. Extra cover.
Well, if it is, he's been to the barbers.
Who, Dahl?
I don't think, because I think his beard and his haircut is generally more prominent than that.
Right. Van Buren. Oh, that's a horrible bounce, just short of Basra. Sort of bobble that keeps dentists in business.
He's fielding on the college square there, and that's bounced up off a wicket end. It's not an easy place to field.
No,
that.
it's not. In fact, you often see the Gloucestershire players who know this ground field deeper into that or further up, so it doesn't sort of take the wicket ends, go over that rough surface. One to Taylor, pulls it out. Taylor's been quite conservative by his standards. Into the 44th, 279 for 4, and I think it's bingo time now, Ian.
Everything must go down.
Everything must go, like the Christmas sales, mate. Everything must go.
Potts has pulled his figures back a little bit, but he's still going at more than 10 and over. And Brooke Guest is going to bring back Rory Hayden. Well, this is an important call, because he's been the best bowler for Derbyshire today.
Yeah.
He didn't. So he's got 2 overs left. He presumably didn't want to leave him right to the end. So there are 6 to go. He, in theory, could bowl 2 from the college lawn, and that would leave 1 from one of his more experienced bowlers to finish up. Here is Hayden, though. Attempted slow ball. Jack Taylor gets it away. Really timing it. Came on the boundary. He's been on the rope here for much of the innings. He's been busy, and I don't think there's been a fluff from him at any point. He's probably got some of the better areas of the outfield to field in front of him, but still will be the odd bobble. Hayden to Van Buren, who cuts, tries to split Basra and Harry Kane. Doesn't do so, and they'll just pick up 1. 350 gone down, has it, do you think?
No, not
What's
yet.
the target? Gamer's got a man out at deep into wicket and long on. Will he attack Hayden? He will. He goes down the ground safely for 4. 1 bounce. He didn't pull that round by getting outside the ball. Just confident in going gun barrel straight into the sight screen at the college lawn end. Into the 20s he goes. I wonder what variation Hayden has. Fuller of length this time. So Taylor has to be content with a single up to long on. I sent an email.
We've had a couple of emails. One's constructive criticism of our commentary.
Van Buren waits for Hayden. He's picked that up and it's
well
stopped
fielded.
on the bounce. It was a parry right on the rope. I think it's Montgomery out there. He wasn't going to catch it, but he didn't want to try and step over the ropes. He just parried it back into the field of play, and they've only managed to get a single. Hayden in his 9th over. Taylor again tries to whip that wide of Whiteley. Can't do it. Whiteley's out at long on again. It's only one.
Okay, so Philip Baker is in the south of France. Hello, Philip. Hope you're well.
As opposed to the south of France stand.
At Bristol. No, he's in the south of France. The commentary is much appreciated, but could I put in a plea for the commentators to not forget that many people can only follow the commentary in sound only at times. We often hear comments like lovely shot or something similar with no further description. Sometimes we are not told how many runs have been made from a particular shot, or that's good work from Montgomery. Similar remarks, though, do not tell us anything about what's happened. Also, even for those watching, a complete rundown of the field placings from time to time would be appreciated. The commentators are eyes at the match, and even for viewers it should be remembered that only a small area around the pitch is visible. As Anderson comes in and Taylor welcomes him back with 4 runs, back with a point. I was listening to the car today and it was frustrating not to have a full description of what was happening. Later at home I was watching whilst the discussion was going on about Cheltenham and other matters. At times there was no commentary on the action at all. I think the commentary should be true to the slogan, every ball described. Well, Philip, thank you for your email. Taylor pulls this one into the gap. Basra's quickly onto it though, cuts out the second run.
So,
Philip, what we're doing here, right?
Forgive me.
Yeah, go on.
How can you follow the game in the car? Perhaps I don't drive a very modern vehicle on that basis. Presumably, he's plugged his phone into his
maybe, yeah.
Car in some way.
But what we're doing, Philip, is we are commentating on television. As Van Buren pulls this one out to deep square, and well fielded by young Hawkins. Ian Scott, over 30 years commentary experience. I've been commended 2 years in a row by the ECB and their Broadcaster of the Year. So we'd like to think we know what we're talking about here. Maybe we don't, but we'd like to think what we do anyway. And what you're doing as Anderson comes in, Taylor has got that into the gap, and that's 4 runs. Taylor likes that little pocket of Cheltenham through extra cover, and that takes Gloucestershire to the cusp of 300. We're commentating on television, and when you commentate on television, it's very different from a commentary style to radio, which is probably what you were used to, Philip. Yeah, in the fact that with radio you are creating a picture from scratch. With television we're adding colour to the pictures that you can see on your screen at home. As that's just nerdled into mid-wicket. Oh, misfield! And they're going to come back for a second. As Kame will be disappointed. That brings up the 300. And he'll be disappointed with that. But is that a fair assessment, Ian?
Yes, and I think Philip also has a point.
Yeah.
In the sense that perhaps we do not perceive that people might be following the game in sound only.
That's a lovely shot. Jack Taylor picking the gaps of Gloucestershire. He can find a gap in the Cotswolds when he needs one. 304 for 4.
The stream is meant to be watched.
Yeah, it's watched, and we're adding colour to what the people can see at home.
You know, the access of it can be done in other ways.
Yeah.
You know, maybe there has to be an appreciation from us that some people might watch it in sound only, and equally appreciate from those who do access it in sound only that basically it is meant to be viewed.
Yeah.
So Hayden off, Aitchison back on, and immediately Van Buren nicks through to Brooke Guest, and he goes, and it's 304 for 5. Inevitable at this late stage that there may be a little clatter, and Van Buren out for 8. And Gloucestershire lose their 5th wicket in pursuit of quick runs. Tommy Borman is going to get a chance for a bat here, which at one stage he may not have thought he would have done. But having made his T20 debut at Somerset, here he is now with his One-Day Cup debut.
Got off the mark with a 6 there.
Well,
I had a chat with him last week, actually. He's a really nice lad. He's really mature for his age. And yeah, he's looking forward. He was really looking forward to this campaign, and I mean, it was a chat off the record, but
yeah, no, he's only 20.
Yeah, 20, and he's you know, he's speaks very maturely.
And as if you've played in a village knockout final at Lords and made 70, then
when you were about 17,
then
yeah,
I think you probably say ability and temperament are 2 boxes you can tick.
Yeah.
So Aitchison in 2, and he's away straight away with a single to Basra at backward point. It's been quite a blustery day all day. And if you have heard the wind on the effects microphones a little bit, I do apologise that hopefully that hasn't spoiled the enjoyment of the Gloucestershire innings here. In the 47th over, Aitchison to Jack Taylor, who wants 2 up to long off. Kame's throw is quickly in, and they'll have to settle for just a single.
We've had another email as well. It's a long one. It's from a Derbyshire member, and it's a really interesting email, but I'm going to save it for the second innings.
Okay. You could save it for the end of the innings if you want.
I think it's too long.
Okay. Aitchison tries to York Borman, and he just squeezes it out on the offside to Caleb Jewell. He can scamper through for a single.
But it's interesting. It follows on from your conversation with Peter Matthews about the sort of proposed restructure of county cricket, etc. And you know, Derbyshire is a similar county to Gloucestershire, and a lot of people forget about these counties. Not us.
Taylor. Oh, he's clipped that away in the air, and he's going to get 4 runs for it. It was almost an attempted Yorker by Aitchison, but he stepped inside the line, got it away from right by his boot. And
Jack Taylor's innings last year in this competition against Warwickshire, he got, was it 139?
I need to look that card up.
Yeah, I think it was 139, and
he's got 43 here. That's gone a mile in the air. Can Ross Whiteley get underneath it? He can, and he spilled it.
Oh, is he all right? Is that? No, I thought it was him in the face there for a minute.
He's come all the way in from the boundary at long on, and he's got underneath the ball, and he's kind of lost his footing in getting there. I don't think the old body quite got in there as fast as he would have liked, and Taylor's picked up 2. So he's got 45. Borman has a couple, and there are 3 overs to go.
Yeah, that innings from Jack Taylor against Warwickshire last year, it's one of the finest one-day innings. I mean, it's not sort of in the class of Viv's 189 against England at Old Trafford in 1984, but it's one of the finest one-day innings I've seen, and he was peppering the flat so much that Jack Taylor's actually been underwritten into the insurance policies of those flats. His name appears in the insurance policies now. Borman works this one down to 3rd. He's going to pick up 1. Yeah, you know, when sort of it says, you know, sort of acts of war or acts of God, war or whatever. Jack Taylor's in that bit.
J.M.R. Taylor. Flood.
Yeah, floods. Yeah, plagues of locusts. Potts in, and Taylor turns him into a pocket there where he's going to get 2. The thing about Taylor is he can play both ways. He can nurdle the ball. That's why he's such a fine white ball player. He can nurdle the ball into areas, but he can also give it the biff when needed as well.
Well, his rate of 50s in this competition is something like 1 in 5, which is
pretty good.
Pretty good.
Doesn't get a hold of that one. Yeah, considering he bats where he does, I can see Taylor ramping this over 3rd. So you've got 2 men now come up into the discs there. There's no protection on the boundary down there. I think Potts is probably trying to go into the body, so Taylor can't get it into that area. He doesn't want to give him any widths, that's for certain. As he's spanked this one bounce into the crowd below us, and that is another 50 of just 30 balls for Jack Taylor. Gloucestershire's white ball skipper leading from the front. What a player, what a character, what an all-round good bloke, Ian.
Yeah, so 19 50s in 86 matches, and he's got 300s as well.
He also writes a very fine foreword for a book. He's just going to get 1 there. Didn't really get a hold of that. A bit quicker from Potts. There's a certain book called Taking the Mic, which you'll find in all good charity shops around Gloucestershire, priced at 30p, by a bloke called Dan Whiting, which Jack Taylor wrote the foreword for.
Well, what's worth saying at this stage, you know, when Derbyshire come to bat, about 2:45.
Oh, what a catch! That is spectacular from Caleb. Is it Montgomery or Jewell? I think it's Jewell.
It is Jewell.
Yeah, it's Caleb Jewell. Borman goes cutting, and the ball was arcing away from Jewell, and he's just reached out and caught it in his fingertips. Fine piece of work, and Borman has to depart in pursuit of quick runs for just 3. But what a fine bit of cricket that was.
Not easy there either, too, because that's where the ground slopes away.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
And you know, Jewell isn't the tallest man. He really want to cling on to that. Would have been easy for that to bounce out of your hands as you hit the ground, but you do want to cling on to it.
Yeah, well, that's the end of the over. So Jack Taylor's going to give the strike. Zaman Akhtar comes to the crease, announced yesterday that he's signed a 3-year deal at Essex as of next season.
I think I'm right in saying that all the players that have left Gloucestershire are going to get 3-year deals at their new counties.
think there's some money coming into the counties from somewhere, wouldn't you?
Aitchison to bowl the 49th and his last over. He has 2 wickets, but they've been pretty expensive, and Taylor gets a single off the first ball to bring Akhtar onto strike. Gloucestershire have gone with their most experienced quartet bowling wise. Akhtar, Shaw, Taylor and the returning Miles. Aitchison to Akhtar. Get the front foot out of the way, try and boom it down the ground.
He won't hang around. Z Actor, X Factor.
Helps if you get a touch on it.
Not a very thin one though that goes into the gloves of guest.
Again, batting well inside his crease. Aitchison to bowl to him. Oh, it was a slow one outside. No, it was wide as well. Tried to go out. It was outside the off stump, too wide outside the off stump. Just saying that Derbyshire's top 6, Jewell, Kame, Montgomery, Guest, Anderson, Whiteley. There are a few people who can hit a long ball there.
Whiteley can. Was he playing for Worcestershire a few years ago at Bristol, where he went ballistic? Game we covered.
Aitchison past umpire Burns, off a thick outside edge from Zaman Akhtar. He'll get 1, but not more than that. Jack Taylor wants to strike anyway, I suspect.
Or Hampshire in a T20 was it? I think it's Hampshire in a T20.
Maybe. I mean, he's in this format. He's only made 100, and that was back in 2019 when he was still at Worcestershire.
I think it was a T20, possibly one that was affected by rain.
Aitchison here, steered cleverly by Taylor down wide of Potts, who was inside the circle, almost like at a short third man, but once the ball beat him, it raced away, and it's picked up another boundary. 4 more towards the chapel, and Gloucestershire might still get pretty close to 350 here. 328 for 6. We're in the 49th over. But if Taylor can have the strike for the last one, who knows what might be possible. Aitchison to bowl to him. Taylor goes over the infield, 1 bounce 4 to extra cover. And Jack Taylor coming in with 10 overs to go in this sort of format is just kind of prime time for him.
Yeah, the 2 sides we spoke about, Jack Taylor, the deft touch to run one down to third, down towards the chapel, and then the biff, 1 bounce over extra cover.
10 off the bat and the wide in this over, so there's still 1 ball to go. Aitchison has taken 2 for 82 at the moment. If it's not a no ball or a wide, it'll be his last delivery. And Taylor's gone aerial once more, away over cow corner for 6. He knows where the scoring points are at Bristol, and he knows where the scoring points are at Cheltenham, and they're not that different.
Yeah, and Aitchison's gone for nearly 90. And like Stella Artois, that's reassuringly expensive.
Interesting that the Hawkins and Basra, who bowled, their off spin in the middle of the innings, bowled 7 overs for 35. The spinners have not necessarily been the ones that have been hit. Hayden in particular, I think, has been the pick of the Derbyshire bowlers, particularly when you regard his relative inexperience, and he's only on his first team debut. Potts will bowl the last over.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Bracey down there. He's got some strapping on that thumb.
And Dan will describe it.
Here he comes to Akhtar, who pushes this one into the onside. And That's probably the right thing to do, is to give Jack Taylor the strike, even though Zuma can hit a long ball himself. Saw one that he put into the top tier of the Cowdrey stand at Canterbury, which is a monster of a hit during the England Lions game against India A. Taylor's trying to whip that one over square leg.
And if he really middles it, he could have a repeat of the situation here in the T20 where a ball bounced on the wall of the college building behind us and then bounced back into the members stand and hit a member on the head.
I can see him aiming one this way. That's well bowled. That's really well bowled from Potts. Nails the Yorker. Taylor goes for the big swing and loses his stumps, and credit to the bowler there.
Taylor out for 67 and a late wicket for Nick Potts, but in a sense, if you had to framework Jack Taylor in one-day cricket, particularly in long-form one-day cricket, that was the kind of innings it's become his blueprint, if you like.
Yeah, 67 off 37 balls.
Yeah. And Greg Miles on his return to the club, where he has returned to the squad number 34 that he had when he was at the club first time round, has come out to bat with 3 balls to go.
Well, 18 would, a quick 18 not out would certainly have the members happy. Well, he's just going to get 1 here. As that goes out to Kame at deep mid wicket and keeps them down to 1. So here's Akhtar about to face, who likes straight down the ground, long on, deep mid wicket.
Well, Derbyshire know they're going to have to score at 7 and over to win this match. As good as.
It's a big ask. That's straight down the ground. It's only going to be 1 because Whiteley comes round and fields. This has been a really good over by Potts. I know he got collared early by Bracey, but he showed a little bit of character to come back from that and take responsibility to bowl the last one. And credit to Potts.
So
gone for just 3 and taken the wicket of
4
Taylor.
overs and 5 balls for 40 since that attack from Bracey.
And he's bowled Miles. He's spearing in these Yorkers. That completes the innings. What a fine over from Potts. 2 for 3. And yeah,
he's finished with 3 for 72, which is quite something from having none for 42 off 3 overs when Bracey climbed into him at the start of the innings. 341 for 8 is where Gloucestershire finished. They were put in, of course, by Derbyshire at 10:30 this morning, and I think they will be pretty pleased with that total. Gloucestershire lost Bancroft early, LBW to Hayden for 1. There was then a really good partnership of 141 for the second wicket between Bracey and Ollie Price. Bracey ultimately was bowled by Montgomery for 83. Price went on to make 103 from 115 balls with 10 fours and a 6 before he was bowled by Martin Anderson, and then 60s from Ben Charlesworth, caught by Anderson of Aitchison for exactly 60, and Taylor bowled by Potts in the last over for 67 helped Gloucestershire that total. It was bolstered by that. Van Buren caught by Guest of Aitchison for 8, Ballman caught by Jewel off Potts for 3, Miles bowled by Potts for a single. Akhtar not out 3, there were 12 extras. 341 for 8, the Gloucestershire tally. Hayden, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 34. He will be very pleased with that effort.
Really
Aitchison,
good.
10 overs, 2 for 88. Potts, 8 overs, 3 for 72. Anderson, 9 overs, 1 for 66. The spinners, I thought, bowled well. Montgomery, 7 overs, 1 for 45, and Hawkins, 4 overs, 0 for 20. In the context of the game, not too bad. Basra bowled 3 overs for 15, just for a bit of variety and to give a bit of surprise, but there wasn't a lot in the wicket for him. The rate then, as nearest makes no odds, will be 7 and over for Derbyshire when play resumes at about 2:45. We'll be back with you then. I know Dan said he's got a long email from a Derbyshire member. He wants to be part of the commentary. By all means, go and put the kettle on, have your break as well, and we'll be back with you. And just a reminder of our emails. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. We've got a couple to read, which we will do on our return. Join us at 2:45 as Derbyshire try and chase 342 to win here at Cheltenham.
good. So at least I've got something. Essex have got nothing. That's for a women's game. Sorry. No, I've always fed it off. Not a bottle, then. You're not getting your nerves too much, being mixed. No, thoroughly. All right. Yeah. Different styles from Ed, although when I work with Ed, I actually like click as well. Different style. Well, we worked together. I think it's our 4th year. Is it 4 years we worked together here?
Hello.
4 years.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have that. Camera shaking like hell.
Double that ninja straight. Make me smile a few times, mate.
Yeah. we haven't read it yet.
It took me about 10 minutes. Yeah, you put it in.
Yeah.
I was going to copy it into.
What's that? An email? One of the emails you got?
Yeah, I was going to
That's from the Derbyshire.
and say,
Derbyshire.
summarise this. Because it is long. Right. Yeah, it's all played yet, so the camera that it's got the protection, the wind. It's like
I know.
actually feels seasick. That one's also protected, but that one there, I've had to leave on that. No, I just do copy and send them on.
Saying that, you know, he's listening in his car and
Oh, about that.
yeah, and what I basically said, oh, what in effect we're doing, we're doing COVID.
Yeah.
So you're you get
So you mode that.
like, I'll say, oh, well done there, by Montgomery. Right, so, Montgomery,
Nobody plays 40 over cricket.
effectively listening to radio.
Yeah, hold on.
Oh, you're reading that long email.
Oh.
You read that email?
Yeah, so I think he basically wants to go back to 1974.
What happened in 1974?
But he wants 3-day cricket and Sunday league on a Sunday.
All right.
And outground festival cricket. Oh, golly, that's expensive to stage.
I was brought up on that.
Well,
3-day games and Sunday league.
Do you want to leave that?
Yeah, please, mate. Thank you. Those were the days. Just watched the Sunday league on TV. Televised by BBC.
oh yeah. Back in the day.
BBC on a Sunday afternoon.
So, Durham 310 for 7. Oh, raining at Sedbergh. Warwickshire 137 all out at Scarborough. Love it. Hampshire 324 for 6. So
We
Good.
got the highest score in the land. So
good score. So good scores over 300, and then one complete outlier. Rolled out in 36 overs. What happened there?
to run up the white flag at the festival.
Of which one
That
guy got
Durham.
82.
Bloody hell, no one else made anything then.
No,
Top order, they're blitzed.
Cliff 5 for 46.
That's a story. That Durham score, that's an outground as well, isn't it?
That's at Gosforth, yeah.
Gosford.
Who is that? Vanch Jani, whoever he is. 82.
Do what a win that. You can get terror tracks up there sometimes. I've seen quite,
You've been there?
Yeah, I've seen a few low scoring one day as well. 50 over there. I saw us lose a low scoring one up there once. 32,000. Freezing cold day.
So he wants April to July, 10 4-day and 10 40 over. 3-week T20, August to September. 5 returns and 7 remaining 40 over fixtures. Nobody plays 40 over cricket though.
Not that I can think of. Even clubs don't play 40 anymore.
Clubs.
Most club cricket is 50 over. Some club cricket might be 40 still. It's pretty much standardised at 50.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no professional 40 over cricket. I see you picked up on Jack Taylor's 50 rate as well. About 1 in 5.
Second.
Taylor, 1 in 5.
Well, 1950s in
19 now.
1986 matches,
Pretty good going.
plus 300s. Which is
Silly bats at 5, anywhere between 5 and 7
yeah.
during his career. Takes some doing, doesn't it?
I would.
That was a brilliant innings though, because that wasn't his normal, he wasn't smashing it out of the park. His
Dave
place,
said
his
that
place was fantastic.
their record chase is 319.
Oh, is it?
Was it Somerset?
At Somerset.
Yeah, I think it was
I asked him for the year, I don't think I'll need to start. Let's hope I don't need to start.
I mean, I would suggest ways. What's the point of them finishing 50 short? You've probably got to go hard at the start.
I'll have to. There'll be wickets.
So you know it could end up they get 100 and they get bowled out for 180.
Or they lose the top 5 or 6 fairly quickly. They will get kept here forever.
Yeah.
While he gets batting. We've got 2 or 3 guys there who can do some damage.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean,
The Aussies
we've seen Jewel already.
Harry Kane's capable. A bit like Whiteley, who cleared a rope. I enjoy it.
But you got them 5 down. You wouldn't be sure what was in the bottom.
Yeah, he gets early wickets. Basically have it written up.
Are you restricted on words or can you?
500, yes. Which is enough.
Which isn't enough.
It's enough.
It is enough.
There's something really remarkable happens and it's probably not. So I will write a bit over sometimes if it's a remarkable game. Like the drawn game, the tied game here last week.
Yeah.
They let me go long on that. Because everyone takes the same copy. You're right, there's so many different ages with totally different needs. Like Mark East was at Bristol Place, we probably want 600 for a page lead inside the context, whereas someone else might only want 200-300 words.
So how many outlets do you think it's going to?
I've got 135 email addresses I'll be sending this to. That's about average. Normally between 100 and 150 somewhere. So yeah, everyone basically just takes our copy and we get paid once.
Oh, you what?
We only get paid once, but everyone takes it. That's what we place PA, haven't we?
Yeah.
Play will resume in 10 minutes' time. In the meantime, an update on scores elsewhere in the Metro Bank One Day Cup competition. Durham are playing against Sussex. They made 310 for 7. We've got a delayed match between Lancashire and Northants.
Oh no.
Derbyshire one necessarily.
Yorkshire are 10 without loss. They need 138 to beat Warwickshire. Low scoring game there. Hampshire scored 324 for 6 playing away against Glamorgan. We've got rain at Trent Bridge at the moment. Nottinghamshire made 248 for 6.
I don't take Derbyshire winning enhanced a major on the Derbyshire win.
Yeah.
It won't be suitable for the Gloucestershire website.
No, they'll have.
They have to rewrite it.
Yeah, and you'll have to retune it effectively.
Well, I don't.
Gloucestershire supporters are reminded that the Gloucestershire women play the Worcestershire Rapids on Saturday, August the 9th, back at Bristol at the Seat Unique Stadium. And the Gloucestershire men on Sunday will face the Derbyshire East Midlands rivals Leicestershire. That's first ball at the Seat Unique Stadium. And then Gloucestershire have a Friday night club game against Glamorgan on August 15th. Also, Gloucestershire Cricket is proud to have been named as one of the 7 host venues across England for the ICC Women's T20 World Cup next year. That takes place between June 12th and July 5th.
Yeah,
It will be the first women's international tournament hosted at the Seat Unique Stadium since the 2017 50 Over World Cup, when England devastated South Africa at Bristol to reach the final. Bristol is set to welcome a bunch of Pakistan, South Africa, New Zealand, West Indies and Sri Lanka. We can't wait to host world-class cricket on home soil once again.
Was that the Bracy 224?
Might have been, I can't remember. I wasn't there. Nor was Richard. He was sat at home thinking I was there. Anyway, no one from the club wrote a piece from Gloucester website. All they did was phone what's his name? I can't remember his name. The guy at the ECB. Matt at the ECB. And he actually staff and the Somerset media staff are at the game. None of them had the sort of nous to actually write a piece.
Well,
They
as you know, I used to write for the website when I did, for the championship, but not for the short form stuff.
I thought that was a sign of the times, really. You go capping out to a guy in an office in London who's nowhere near the game and ask him to do something for you, rather than do something yourself, because at least you've been on the ground and seen the game. I thought that was quite interesting. Three layers today. This isn't festival weather, is it?
There's a player coming to Bristol tomorrow to sign,
Right.
unless he changes his mind on it.
Is that the one I've heard?
I don't know which one you've heard.
I can't say that.
No, I can't say.
No, I think I know who it is. Bowler.
He's a bowler.
Yeah.
Who's bowler? Pump?
Durham?
No.
Might not be your wife. Well, that's all right. Not that sort of journalist anymore. No one pays you. So who is it? Go on.
You must know.
I don't want to. Do you not know either?
The name that seemed to be doing the rounds was a player that was here last week but wasn't in the 11. No, here 2 weeks ago but wasn't in the 11.
Oh, Will Williams. Will Williams. Yeah, that's not the name I heard. He came over.
This match will resume in 5 minutes' time. The Derbyshire target 342.
Yeah. I think so. One of the conversations I had was that we don't have what I would call a scoreboard control bowler. And he might be he would be one of those.
Someone to restrict you. Anyone who can send the ball down, isn't it?
Yeah.
22. It'll be a bit short. They're going to announce that one on the website.
Well, if that's the player that.
Yeah, I've heard that one as well. There's another name.
Yeah, well, you've heard the Durham. Yeah, delayed it.
Yeah.
I don't know
How
what.
far aside is it? Not my job to find this stuff out anymore. It's just people calling me and talking to me sometimes.
Well, yeah. Hey, Andy, you'll know.
Yeah, it's a bit like that, yeah. And actually, I was sort of looking at it and I'm going, well, you know, I don't know. No one pays me to know anymore. I did have to do a bit of digging last month because of all the rumours about players leaving. So to put myself out, ask a few questions of people I know and trust. The full extent of the rumour mill was actually right.
Well,
Unfortunately, it seems to be right.
yeah. So 4 gone.
We've got Goodman
Price.
and Price going to Sussex.
Yeah.
Zan going to Essex.
Ajit.
Ad going to Lancs.
Yeah.
And we've got Archie
Bailey.
Thingy going to Durham.
Durham. Shorty Somerset.
Shorty Somerset.
And then the question is what happens with Marshall? The other issue.
Marshall don't know yet. Luke Charlesworth gone.
Welcome back to Cheltenham, where hopefully your lunch break was a good one. And we're here with the second innings of this one-day cup opener between Gloucestershire and Derbyshire. 342 is the Derbyshire tally that they need. 341 for 8 Gloucestershire made in their 50 overs. Highlighted by 103 from Ollie Price. 83 from James Bracey. They had a good stand for the second wicket. And then 60 from Jen Charlesworth and 67 from Jack Taylor. Really pressing the accelerator towards the end. So Derbyshire have Caleb Jewell and Harry Kame opening the batting for them. And they had an inexperienced attack in parts today, and it kind of showed. And I have a wonder, Dan, about how this chase might go. They have to go hard from the outset, so the danger is they either lose wickets quickly or get badly behind the clock. And then it might not be much of a contest later on. If Jewell in particular gets in, then they would have an outside chance, but it would beat any other previous, it would smash any other previous Derbyshire record for a limited overs chase. Here's Matt Taylor to bowl the first over. And it's punched up to Jack Taylor at mid-off. Matt Taylor didn't get a bat today.
Yeah,
Kame facing the first ball.
I think I think Derbyshire record chasers, speaking of Dave Griffin, something like 317. They have got more.
Somerset.
They have got more,
but lost
in a losing cause. Yeah.
Taylor from the college lawn end, and Kame thinks about a single, dab it out to Ollie Price, but there wasn't never a run there. Just the one slip in at the moment. Cameron Bancroft. I wonder if Bracey's had his thumb back in that cup of ice again during the lunch break. He may well have done. Taylor past umpire Burns, and a first single for Derbyshire. So their batting order: Montgomery at 3, skipper Brooke Guest, Martin Anderson, Ross Whiteley. That's where, in reality, they've got to get very, very close to their total if they're going to get there.
Yeah, Caleb Jewell needs to get 100 here, doesn't he?
Here is the left-hander facing Matt Taylor, and he again just pushes that out on the offside, thinks about going for a run, but at this stage he's not played here before. He would have seen what would have happened at the start of the Gloucestershire innings. 46 for 1 in the power play, and then really lift off from the innings from that expensive over from Nick Potts. Taylor in, Jewell again. It's stuck in the top of his pad this time. And just ask Solly Price, you okay if I pick the ball up? I think I saw Chris Dent on water duty earlier on today. It didn't look like him, I must be honest. Obviously he has
making coffee, so
his retirement has been announced. Nice shot from Jewell. That's first boundary for Derbyshire away through extra cover down the slope here at Cheltenham, and that comes from the last ball of the first over. Interesting around the country that rain at Sedbergh, which was very unfortunate, going to be a big day for
Bowling from the
Lancashire
Cheltenham,
going up into
Josh Shaw.
Cumbria. But, you know,
Josh Shaw is sponsored
good
by
scores for Durham. And I think Hampshire also got over 300, but Warwickshire bowled out for next to nothing. 137 at Scarborough, of which one batter got 82.
Wowzers. Wowzers.
So, very much a day at most grounds where side batting first have got good scores. Let's see what happens here. Josh Shaw.
Here he comes from the chapel end. As Kane pushes that out into the offside. Got a couple of emails coming as well.
The one from Andrew Walker is very long. You might want to read it first.
Yeah, I have.
Because it kind of needs to be summarised.
I have read it. David Howe has been in touch. Let's just nerdle backward a point, but Price is around quickly. Oh, sorry, Charlesworth's around quickly. David Howe's been in touch. Francis Lee had an interest in a paper products company.
Ah, there we are.
Now, whether that was toilet rolls or not, I don't know. Number 7 was John McGovern. Number 8 was Archie Gemmell. Good commentary, much enjoyed. Well, thanks, David. Thanks for your email. Nigel Hansen's also been in touch. Here's Josh Shaw down the leg side. Is that a little feather? No, it's not. Nigel Hansen.
I read that one earlier.
Oh, did you? Sorry. I do apologise, Ian. I do. Doubling up on you. I do apologise.
I'm sure Nigel would like us to read his email again, but...
Oh, it's a very nice email, Nigel, so thank you for your kind words anyway. Here is Shaw. Oh, big shout for LBW. I think it was more of a polite inquiry from the Yorkshireman.
Two slips in for Shaw, Price and Bancroft, but Matt Taylor only had one.
Interesting. The two men out are Zamanakta, who's out at deep square, and it looks like Graham Van Buren down at third. He's a long way away. Kane works this one to the offside, but Charlesworth tumbling stop gets the ball back into Bracey, who in turn passes it to Ollie Price.
Surprised he didn't go for a single there.
I thought there was one.
Yeah, they looked to be a single.
I just think that the last thing Derbyshire need, you know, is a run out. I mean, they need that, in the words of JFK, like a hole in the head, don't they? Oh, that's a lovely shot. Harry came. He came, he saw, he conquered.
Oh, I knew that line was coming.
Whipped.
Just
Backward a square.
Stepped across.
Yeah,
Just
lovely shot. He's a Dorset lad, is he? Camford School, Harry came, I believe. I'll have to have a look. Let's have a look at Harry Kane from our very thorough notes.
I don't do schools, Dan, you know me.
I think he's Canford School.
Here's Matt Taylor. Are you Barnet Grammar?
I went to a place called St Thomas More, known as the College of Knowledge. Kane is the great-grandson of England Test cricketer Walter Robbins. Didn't he have a trophy for the fastest 100 in a season back in the day? The Walter Robbins trophy?
Taylor against Jewell. Drives straight back at the bowler, but not in the air.
He's from Basingstoke.
down on the rope to our left. He's going to go round the ground on water duty. He's got to put a bib on, quite rightly, tucked away by Jewel. It doesn't beat the fielder at backward point, who is Ben Charlesworth. There are very few batters who would make 60 and walk off as cross as Charlesworth was today.
Well, I like that, though. I love that. Shows he's hungry for runs.
Taylor again, in and turned into the leg side by Jewel. Pick up one to Jack Taylor at mid-on.
What Gloucestershire just need to do is keep it nice and tidy for the first 15. If Derbyshire haven't got any more than 50 off the first 15, you know, the run rate then starts probably getting close to
climbing.
Like 11 and over, sorry. 11 a ball, 11 and over.
Well, Gloucestershire was 74 for 1 off 15, so that would give you a kind of a steer as to where they might need to get to. But they had that big Potts over, which made a massive difference. And so I think they scored 52 between overs 15 and 20, and that gave them the leg up then for the rest of the innings.
It did, yeah.
10 for 0 at the moment. Matt Taylor in, came, tried to give him the charge, and thin inside edge to Van
He was
Buren,
gone there.
who fielded it, and then because he'd set off looking for a single, he then almost run out.
Yeah.
Van Buren, who didn't hit the stumps, but just shows that when you've got this many runs to chase, you can't afford to get stuck in the blocks too much. Josh Shaw collects his ball from umpire Treadwell. It's a new ball from each end, of course.
Yes.
So 10 for no wicket off 3 is a very measured start so far from Derbyshire, apart from that almost mad moment from Kame.
Shaw to Jewel, who pushes that out to Actor.
Didn't go through with the shot there.
No, he just checked it.
Dan's going to read Andrew Walker's email.
Yeah.
And then he'll come back to you in about 20 overs time, because it's a very long email.
No, but we appreciate the emails, though. We do, don't we, Ian?
I'm not, Andrew, I'm not knocking it, honestly, because there's a lot of thought gone into that, but we have to try and summarise it as best we can.
Andrew's very nice man, taking the time to send us an email, and you're dismissing him, Ian. I'll have a word with him, Andrew. Don't you worry, mate. I'll have a word with him. Right, the ECB needs to overcome the disconnect that's existed for too long between it and the majority of the county game, especially the non-test hosting counties. In doing so, it has to solve the imbalance in power. That's just tickle down the leg side. Jewel, don't bowl to him round there.
You've got to be careful here, because you've got to keep commentating on the game, because Philip Baker still wants to know what's going on, as per his email today.
Yes, he does. Yeah, he does. He does. Philip, Jewel, just tickle that one down to fine leg for 4 runs. It needs to solve the imbalance in power it has by holding the purse strings. Andrew's a life member of Derbyshire, and he puts in commas, "We know our place." Jewel plays that up to mid-off.
It was an awkward bounce in front of Miles. The ball came towards him.
Yeah, I had to look who that was there. The ECB stated aims, objectives and targets for professional game set down in its inspiring generations vision. That's what it wants to achieve and how it knows it has done so or failed. That's just dropped into the offside. The major factor is continually getting it wrong is the strategy or how it will deliver the aims and objectives to achieve its stated targets. Currently this is manifested in designing, agreeing or imposing the future schedule for the domestic season. At Derbyshire, along with other counties, been asked to consider the schedule for domestic cricket from 2026 onwards. And there's been a members' forum, and that's just pushed into the offside. So he hopes to engage a wider constituency via the likes of your good selves, meaning you and I, Ian.
Very small constituency.
So what Andrew wants, all right, is, sorry, the ECB one is 18 high performance, inclusive and financially sustainable for professional counties by 2028. Grow audiences through high quality domestic competitions. Foster effective player pathways in all formats. Support high performing and financially sustainable clubs. Develop the domestic and the international season. Win the battle for attention. 14 million people engaging with cricket. Get more people watching cricket more often on TV. Grow the marketable UK digital audience to 2 million.
That's quite a strong list. Here's Matt Taylor to start his third over. That's going to be, is it going to be 4? No, it's well stopped on the rope at deep backward square by a combination of Ben Charlesworth and Graham Van Buren. Down in front of the scoreboard, Van Buren didn't look as if he was going to reach it, and then he just managed to get a hand on the ball, and it was Charlesworth who completed the throw. For no wicket. Derbyshire, it's a slowish start at the moment. Kane can't get a single there. And well, they will get one on the wristfield. Bracey's a bit nonplussed by that. It was a dab behind square by Kane. There shouldn't really have been a run.
No.
If Bracey hadn't have thrown it, there wouldn't have been a run. But because they'd started to go for the single, he felt honour bound to try and break the stumps. He missed, and although Bourne was backing up, it will say 1 in the score, but you won't see how they got it. Scruffily, you might argue. Jewel very nearly yorked by Matt Taylor. Good, different length of delivery. Both slips are out now. Bancroft has come in at short mid-wicket. And the 2 men out, perhaps understandably, are a deep square and a third man.
Andrew's email to surmise.
Taylor in again to Jewel. Again, that's a check drive really up to Miles at mid-off. I read some of the detail in the middle, and then he got to some suggestions as to how that might be achieved at the bottom, which I thought was probably the other salient point, because you've established what the aims were, and then the question would be, well, how do you get there? And Andrew would have a view about how you would get there.
So this is what Andrew wants to see. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Taylor in. Oh, Joel uses his feet. First time he's trying to do that. Punches it out to Ollie Price. Cover, there's no run. I think, 2 yards either side of him would have been 4.
Schedule Red Bull County Championship fixtures throughout the season, including August during the 100, apart from a 3-week window for the County T20. Scrap 50 overs, a defined 3-week incorporating 4 weekends. Is that 3-day game? I think. Oh, sorry.
Taylor in again to Jewel. There's this into the ground this time, and although it will go to Price, they'll get a single because the weight of shot allowed it.
A defined 3-week incorporating 4 weekends, so 21-22 day schedule for T20 on the lines that the ECB are discussing proposing. So that'd be 3 groups of 6 with 5 home, 5 away, quarter-finals and finals day. Introduce a 40-over competition to replace the 50-over game.
But sorry, does nobody plays 40 over cricket anymore?
No.
I don't think that's likely.
He wants a county champo comprising 3 conference groups of 6, giving 5 home, 5 away, beginning of each season. Then split them into 3 groups comprising the top 2 from each conference, middle 2 and bottom 2.
That's what happened under the Bob Willis. Here's Shaw.
Yeah, here he is from the Chapel end. Jewel whips this one with bottom hand through
Not
square
quite
leg.
timing it yet, is he?
No.
Caleb Jewel.
New 40-over competition to revert to Sundays and possibly bank holiday Mondays. All 18 counties play one another. The pros and cons. Cricket audience, spectators and TV have an easily absorbed fixture schedule. 3 distinct county competitions. It's played to mid-on. I will come back to that. 1 second. 1 second. Yeah, so it's sort of different competitions, so you can sell it to TV. Turning to a 40-over Sunday competition with either 8 or 9 home games and alternate seasons for each county would allow them to play more fixtures at our grounds, incorporating festival cricket weeks. That thumps into Kane's pads.
Andrew, I'm trying to be fair here. We had the Gloucestershire chair on earlier on, who basically said even though Gloucestershire put a lot of effort into Cheltenham, it is very hard to make money at festival grounds because
it's expensive, yeah.
The costs of setting it up are so big. Now, I don't know what Derbyshire setup costs are at Chesterfield, but
that's whipped again. Kane likes it round there. So Andrew's
but sorry,
yeah, go on.
if there are no meaningful stands or marquees and it's just chairs, well, that's a lot less in terms of infrastructure cost. But
if you want 5,000, you can't just have chairs. You have to have proper stands now. It's not like the 70s where you just get a load of blokes at the moat at Maidstone or whatever drinking beer on the bank. That doesn't happen anymore. Now you have to actually allocate them a seat, don't you? Kane just works that one back to the square. Anyway, what Andrew said is what's not to like. Preserves the traditions, the history and the values of the county game, but with a modern twist. I'm not promising to reply to any issues, problems or alternatives put forward, as it's only my evolving opinion. Just saying. Sincere regards, Andrew Walker, Derbyshire Life member, and don't I just know it. Andrew, that's a lovely email, and I love your vision and sort of your thoughts on the game, without a doubt. As Jewel just pokes this one to mid-wicket. That completes the end of the 6, 24 without loss. You come up with a couple of good points, which I've just made some notes on as well. The ECB holding the purse strings. Its forerunner, the TCCB, was set up by the counties as to look after the purse strings and not to be a not-for-profit organisation. Now the ECB, I think it produces something in turnover like £320 million a year. Don't quote me on that, but it's something along those lines. How much of that is getting fed back to the counties?
Taylor in and away to his right hand side goes Craig Miles, and Harry Kame has to go, if you'll pardon the pun. He's came and gone, and Derbyshire lose their first wicket. He didn't time it. Matt Taylor bowled it over such a length where Kame felt he had to use his feet a little bit, didn't time it, and Miles at mid-on going to his right takes the catch. First wicket down, 24 for 1.
Yeah, scoreboard pressure. It really is scoreboard pressure. Montgomery's coming in.
Yeah, this is what we were told. He's got a reasonable average in red ball, in white ball cricket. Rather, he does have a white ball 100 in 50 over cricket.
Yeah. The other thing I was going to come on to the point, the ECB want to grow the audience, then it's fine having the 100 on free-to-air TV, but if you really want to grow the game, you have to make a choice between either the money from Sky or putting the game back onto free-to-air TV, and that means Test cricket and international cricket. And that's how we all grew up on the game in the 70s and 80s, because it was on the BBC all day.
Schedulers find it so difficult now, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
The imponderable of weather. Matt Taylor into Montgomery, who punches it up to Jack Taylor at mid-off. You know, schedulers like an hour of highlights. That's good because they know exactly where they are.
Yeah.
And whether the play is 6 hours or 56 minutes.
Yeah.
If you understand where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
They can still show the hour. You know, the only real problem is obviously game's over in 4 days or it's completely rained off.
Because you can always fill those sort of extra 3 or 4 minutes with toughers popping around the crowd with an ice cream or two, can't you?
Taylor to Montgomery, who sort of just squeezes that, bunts it out into the onside for Taylor. Now without the slip, he's got backward point cover, extra cover mid-off, all inside the circle.
I didn't read out all of Andrew's email just because, you know, we didn't have time, but thank you so much.
I think during a rain break, which we don't want, by the way.
No, we don't want a rain break.
It's one of the ones that we could read in full, but when the game is going on, I think it's only fair that we concentrate on that.
The boss has come and joined us. Mark Thorburns on the gallery, taking some notes. He's Le Grand Fromage, as he's known.
It's interesting that he's watching from up here, though, rather than
Yeah, he likes it up here. He thinks it gives him a good view. He often comes up here in county championship games and just takes notes.
Taylor to Montgomery. A little dab from him down to third man. That's where Shaw is. Interesting with the chair talking in the first half of the match, and he's promised to pop up again perhaps in the second half, about player movement around the country. There is a lot.
There is a lot, and there's a lot of players who are also waiting for offers, aren't they?
Taylor in short, pulled in the air but not timed by Jewell. As a result, it doesn't reach Zaman Akhtar. Had he truly timed it, it may well have come up to us on the balcony, but successful over for Matt Taylor, a wicket off the first ball, and he's taken 1 for 12.
He's a wonderful bowler, Matt Taylor. He varies his pace so well. You know, the one with Kane was just back of a length and held back. That was quite a quick bouncer there to Jewell, which he's nearly pulled down square leg's throat, and he does it without sort of any discernible change of arm speed.
Well, he and his brother, when they played together here at Cheltenham, made their debuts. Here's Shaw.
And that's out to Ollie Price in the covers. Centurion earlier. The king of Cheltenham. Anyone else is just a lineal champion here.
They're packing that area where Jewell could cut through on the offside. So Bancroft behind square, almost in a deep gully. Price absolutely square, and Akhtar just in front.
Sure. That's a nice drive, well fielded. Josh Shaw's good fielder off his own bowling. Yorkshiremen never like to give anything away.
No. This is where Derbyshire could get themselves into a bit of a pickle, because
It's where the squeeze comes on.
It's a big score,
Yeah.
and they know they're going to have to start reasonably quickly to give themselves a chance.
Smoked through, backward point by Jewel. I reckon that took about 1.5 seconds to get from the bat to the rope. Ollie Price, who's a good fielder, didn't even move. Keep your emails coming into us as well. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. The question we put out earlier.
Maybe Dan put it out. I don't know.
It's a we. We're like, you know, it's a marriage. Ian. It's a communal effort. We're in this together, mate. You know, don't start. You know, don't start like saying Dan put it out. It's me and you. We're a partnership. The question that I put out earlier was, should there be a transfer fee in cricket, and would it protect the smaller counties like Gloucestershire and Derbyshire and stop the bigger counties from stockpiling players?
The chair did talk about that earlier.
Did he?
Yeah.
What did he say?
And he said he was one of a group of chairs driving that possibility.
Yeah. Against the argument would be, would it stop players from coming over here and then playing franchise cricket elsewhere in the world? Possibly. Would it stop the, as we heard earlier from someone about salary? Oh, that's not far away from Charlesworth, a backward point, but evades him and goes for 4 runs. Montgomery nailing that one. We have had an email from Steve Hallam about Matthew Maynard's suggestion for the game, and I've always got time to listen to what Matthew Maynard's got to say. He's quite forthright in his opinions, but I've always, you know, doesn't mince his words.
We had him at Cheltenham Cricket Society during last winter. He's very good.
Yeah.
Taylor starts a new over, and he's driven through extra cover by Caleb Jewell for 4 off
That's
the first
a
ball.
lovely shot. That's not half volley. That's just, Jules manufactured that and just caressed it, hasn't he?
He's still, I mean, he's only got 2 players out, obviously. Still
Yeah.
at the moment, we're still in the first 10 overs, so
Yeah.
this is, I think, Derbyshire at the moment in a kind of a parallel position to where Gloucestershire was. So
Yeah.
Gloucestershire were 46 for 1 off 10, and we are in the 9th at the moment, and they are 39 for 1. So it's not that somebody, at least one player has got to get a big score, you would feel, to give them a chance. Well, that's a nice shot too. There'll be 4 more from Jewell. That's away past 2 dives in the offside, one from Borman and one from Miles. And he's got to go to wide long off to go and get the ball from the boundary boards.
That was a glorious shot. That was worth the admission fee alone. Yeah, I'd say, I mean, Derbyshire probably need to be ahead of Gloucestershire due to having such an inexperienced tail.
Jewell, quite a crouchy sort of stance, and he comes up and steers that one.
Or someone like Jules got to go and do the business.
Yeah,
You know, and get a 160, 150, 160.
that sort of order. And even then, you've got to have good support from the rest of that top part of the order. He's on to 26 with that single. Montgomery. Taylor staying over the wicket to the right-hander. Another little dab out into the offside for him, and a tumbling stop from Ali Price. Gets a low 5 from Actor. He's Just behind square on the edge of the circle there. Could be a day when Graham van Beeren's left arm spin.
Yeah.
I mean, he's the likely fifth bowler. He's bowled well in the championship this season in the main.
Yeah, I agree. And then Jack Taylor and Ollie Price to possibly get through the six bowler duties as well.
And you've got Ben Charlesworth again. There are options.
Yeah.
Across the team, aside from the four main seam bowlers who you'd think would, if they're not hideously expensive, would all bowl through.
But it's a good deck, isn't it?
Jewel has 26 out of 45 at the moment. It's the last ball of the 9th over, and Jewel defends. So 45 for 1 off 9.
At 10, Gloucestershire were 46 for 1.
Yeah,
So
Taylor's bowled 5 overs for 22, Shaw 4 overs for 23.
So
where
Derbyshire probably ahead of the game here.
fractionally.
Yeah, not a lot, but, you know.
I think the interesting thing, I said Gloucestershire got the next 10 overs brought 80 runs. That's where they have to really start making some headway if they're going to be in the game later on.
I think it's Miles getting loose. Shaw into Montgomery, who cloths this one. Yeah, Miles is getting loose. I think he's going to have a go at the college lawn end. Apologise if there's a little bit of noise in the background. There seems to be a young child crying somewhere, and there's a helicopter going overhead. That's Ian Randall's taxi. Come and pick him up. It's pulled out to Actor at deep square. You know, you can actually get these apps now where you can see who's on board. And there was a helicopter last week in the game. Princess Anne was on board. She lives out here, doesn't she? In Gloucestershire. As does Charles and Camilla at Highgrove. That's in Gloucestershire as well, I believe.
Oh, Highgrove definitely is.
Yeah, and Princess Anne. I think she lives over near Badminton that way. Which is that Chipping Sodbury, sort of that area?
It is, yes, it is South Gloss, yes.
Yeah. It's just turned into the leg side. Sorry, that helicopter was your workman, Ian, just going to fix your drawbridge. Saying the moat's leaking.
Just to be clear, you live in a very wealthy part of North London.
The Costa del Barnet.
Can't buy a broom cupboard for a large amount of money in that part of the world.
Well, no one wants my house. It's on the market. Oh, that's a good bouncer from Josh Shaw. If anyone would like to buy my house, please go and see Foxton's North Finchley branch. Oh, Ollie Hunt's come up and joined Le Grand Fromage now as well. It's the proper think tank here of the Gloucestershire coaching staff. With Mark Lane and Tom Smith away with 100.
Joe Phillips on water duty has been dispatched.
Yeah, slower ball from Shaw. Clever cricket, good fielding from Tommy Borman.
Yeah, I think this will. I mean, Derbyshire clearly today have blooded a couple of players in this competition for the first time. Amrit Basra, who we may see back later, and Rory Hayden, who bowled well earlier on. Gloucestershire have got Dariush Ahmed.
Yeah.
They've got Kamra Dhaliwal.
Yes.
Borman. We haven't seen Ed Middleton today, but he was in the squad.
That is 6, I think. Uppercut over third, deliberately played from Montgomery. That's a 50 up as well. After 10 overs, that was a special shot.
He picked the length of that really well.
Yeah.
'Cause it was very short.
Get the pace off the ball ASAP. 53 for 1 at the end of 10. Craig Miles back into the attack. We'll hold off that Matt Maynard email because this man's return to Gloucestershire is a special moment.
Yeah, away since 2018.
The prodigal son.
Back. Initially on loan, of course, but back permanently from the start of next season. Played his formative years at Gloucestershire and then went off to Edgbaston and played for Warwickshire between 2018 and when his registration back here was confirmed. Oh, almost a wicket for his first ball as it's clipped down the ground by Caleb Jewell, who got a couple. Just to see Miles side on, 7 years after he left, to see if that approach and the action and the pace is either enhanced or indeed as it was. It's turned away behind scroll on the leg side again by Jewell. They want two, and there's a direct hit, and umpire Treadwell says not out. It's ricocheted away, and it's gone to the boundary. Now then, that should be signalled as, presumably he will say 6.
It is 6.
Yes, 2 plus 4 for the overthrows. Well, harsh on the fielder. It was a good. Bracey was quite right to let it go, and then it hits the stumps and ricochets away past Ben Charlesworth and down to the rope. So, an unlikely way for Jewell to add 6 to his total. He's on to 35. And now he's cut that straight to Charlesworth, that backward point. Well, an eventful first over for Craig Miles, conceding a 6 from an overthrow and then getting the prize wicket of Caleb Jewell next ball. Comfortable catch for Charlesworth in the end, 61 for 2.
The return of the prodigal son. What a moment. What a moment. Fantastic start for Craig Miles.
And that brings Brooke Guest out to the middle of Derbyshire, captain and wicketkeeper.
The incoming batter, Derbyshire captain Brooke Guest.
And Jewell trudges off.
Yes, so what Matt Maynard wants basically is 2 divisions of 9, first class game starting on a Sunday. On the Friday preceding the Sunday, teams play a T20. Massively reduces travelling throughout the summer. Most teams would have slightly different bowling options. He thinks there should be 2 games in April, 3 in May, 3 in July, 3 in September. So sorry, 3 in May, June, July and September. So that's 12 there and 2 in April. Still 14 games. It just means adjusting the T20 season. I think what you wouldn't get though is the quality then in T20, because players have got a very short, if the T20 season is spread out, players have got very short, sort of people like Darcy Short for instance in the IPL wouldn't be around.
Guest waits for Miles and pushes that out onto the offside. Borman doing the fielding. There is a cost implication there. Could a county basically pay an overseas to play a whole summer in T20 only? The answer to that would be no, I suspect.
Oh yeah.
Because he's playing 1 game a week, isn't he? Rather than playing a block of games.
Yeah.
Miles over the wicket. It's punched pleasantly away by Guest. There's a chase for Actor. He won't reach it though. It'll go to the boundary in front of the members' stand on the pavilion side of the ground for 4. Pleasant way.
It was
Him
a
to get off the
pleasant way. It was a long half volley. Brooke just said, "Be my guest." I'll get my coat. I'm out of here. I'm gone. I'm sacked.
It's an invitation there. Miles in bright sunshine. Guest again forces that out to Actor for a single.
I do remember Brooke Guest being very strong through point, plays with quite an open face.
Well, Gloucestershire might be happy to give him singles in that area, as long as there are not too many boundaries as well. 65 for 2 off 11. Miles,
Yeah, that's a big wicket though, Caleb Jewell.
so 66 for 2. I should say my
Change of
board
bowling
hasn't
from
updated.
Cheltenham.
Miles' first over cost 13, but he did get a wicket. And now Zaman Akhtar to come on from the college lawn end. So the opening power play shared between Taylor 1 for 22 and Shaw 0 for 31, 5 overs each. And now the expected double change.
Yeah. Here is Zaman Akhtar. He's probably the quickest of the Gloucestershire bowlers, isn't he? Going to get 2 there, even though that is to Matt Taylor's left hand.
Wouldn't be much between him and Miles, I wouldn't have thought.
No, Miles looked quite sharp. He looked quite sharp. But I think Akhtar.
Wonder how he'll get on the pitches at Chelmsford.
I think he'll do all right. They can be green at times, can't they? Depends what they want to prepare. That's cut away. That's cut so hard. Tommy Borman 5 yards away. Can't cut that off. And definitely don't want to be bowling in that region to Brooke Guest. Depends what Essex want. If they want a Turner, they'll be flat and dry for Harmer. And if they want green tops for Cook and Porter, they can be. Again, Guest works that one with an open face out through the offside. Van Buren does the fielding.
Because Graham throws left-handed, he just had to run round the ball there, which meant there was always liable to be 2.
Yeah. Ian Randall's being attacked by a wasp.
The friend of our friend the Wasp.
He's been down to Wasp World in the lunch break. Had his lunch at the Melting Lolly cafeteria. That's pushed into the offside. Apparently one of the big attractions is, you can watch as they bang their heads repeatedly against the glass. Wasp World.
Gloucestershire got the right colour for wasps, haven't they?
They have. Again, Guest works that one through point.
Martin Anderson probably due in next, and then Ross Whiteley. I think if Gloucestershire could get Derbyshire 5 down, they would feel they ought to have control of the game from that situation. The inexperience of the lower order.
Again, Guest nurdles it through that area.
No run though. Charlesworth behind it.
No.
His was the catch that removed Caleb Jewell off Craig Miles for 35. It has been a breezy old finale to the Cheltenham Festival, and that large umbrella to our right, I hope that's not going to top onto Dave Griffin's laptop, because he won't be very pleased if it does.
Well, we found another one here, Ian. You can make pounds selling wasps to your family and friend. This magazine asks you to buy them. Buy the wasps from them at 20p and sell them on for a pound.
Miles over the wicket in his second over to Montgomery, and Montgomery defends out on the offside. So the field, 4 miles. He's got a third man, a deep square and a deep point out. And then only Van Buren and Matt Taylor on the onside saving one. He's got a fine leg as well, and Montgomery slices that through where the slip cordon would be, down to Josh Shaw in front of the small marquee that I think, I wouldn't say that's for, is that for the members, friends and family?
No, friends and families round by the Martin Stovald score box.
So I don't know, that might be for the ground staff perhaps?
Possibly, yeah.
Miles, there's a definite push off from the start of his run. He sprints in, and again Bancroft is a short extra, prevents the single.
There is a tourist attraction which has always surprised me somewhat in this region. That is on the A40 on the way back, sort of around RF Bryce Norton round there. There's an attraction there called Crocodiles of the World. You think, what
Really?
is this doing in the Cotswolds, and how many crocodiles are there? Do they have to top it up with alligators to make it good value for money?
Miles again, Brett Guest has to defend. It's a tighter second over, only 2 off it so far.
Have you never been to Crocodiles of the World? Ian?
No, where is it?
It's all over. It's on the A40, on like between here and Oxford, like Bryce Norton round there.
I'm not familiar with it.
Well, you're not. You've never been there.
I must have driven past it a lot.
Yeah.
Concentrate on the road. Even though I'm not going very fast, as everybody will tell you. That's again, Guest.
You're not a fan of such sharp-toothed reptiles? Or are they amphibians? I don't know. Are they reptiles or amphibians?
I'd say it's a reptile.
This is. Well, they've got meerkats. I mean, that's cheating.
Miles in from the college lawn end, and again Guest just plays that to Van Buren. It's a tight over from Craig Miles. Just put the brake on when it was necessary. And Derbyshire 75 for 2.
Carterton it is.
Yeah, see, that's nowhere near the A40.
Is it not?
No.
There's a sign to it.
There might be a sign to it.
It's got one of those brown tourist signs to it.
If you're going direct from Cheltenham to Oxford, you don't go via Carterton.
Okay. No, but it's, it's signposted. It's Bryce Norton. Actor in from the Chapel End, and Montgomery runs this one down to Van Buren, who's just
saving on trips to the barbers for the rest of the season.
Well, he is, yeah. His wife doesn't like it, apparently. She likes the feel of it. She doesn't like the look of it. That's what he told me earlier.
But, he's supporting a very good cause.
He's a
typical of him.
He's a top man. Let's just work backwards.
In a sense, they're bowling to Guest's strength here because they know that he's a good square of the wicket, but if you pack that part of the field and you bowl the right length, then it's what's the old thing? The strength is the weakness.
Yes, indeed. Now Owen Dawkins has joined the team as well. It's got a whole lot. All the coaching staff are with us here. Pushed out to mid-off. Yeah, Graham Van Buren, if he likes you, he greets you with, "Hey, great man." Everyone is a great man. It's not like hello mate, it's hey great man.
Gloucestershire have been very fortunate with players with South African connections in recent years. They're very humble people.
Yeah, they are. That's dot ball into the offside. Yeah, I mean, Graham Van Buren, Marchant de Lange, who's a lovely individual. I mean, they're thick as thieves, those two. They walk around, one 5'6", one 6'7", but they're a double act. They just go everywhere together, and they're both lovely, lovely individuals. They're both, as Graham would say, great men. Akhtar to Guest, who plays one through the leg side. I think that might be the first one he's hit through the leg side.
Runs have dried up in these last 2 overs.
Yeah. But he's he prefers Guest definitely through sort of point, backward point, through the posh side of the wicket, as they say. It's driven nicely, but only picks out. Who's that?
Miles, and it's
Miles, yeah.
5 dots from action to see out that over.
Yeah, it's good stuff from Zaman Akhtar. Started a bit loosely. He went for 10 off his first 3 balls, but Miles and Akhtar really pegged this one back.
So Dariush Ahmed is on the field for Josh Shaw temporarily.
Daz, as he's known, is he from Golden Hill Cricket Club, I think, in Bristol?
So you tell me.
Yeah. Darryl Wells doing medicine at Bristol. Akhtar getting a round of applause.
Miles starts a new over and it's pulled away down to Charlesworth on the rope. I'll just get one. Yeah, Ahmed has come through the SACA, and it's Kamran Dhaliwal who is the medicine student.
That's
in
right.
Bristol.
Yeah.
He's not in the squad for this game, but he has been signed for the competition.
Yeah.
Miles has got a short mid-wicket and a short extra. Oh, there's the attempted crunch away through the offside, through the backward point region from Guest, doesn't get a touch. Derbyshire can't afford to get bogged down, even for 2 or 3 overs here in this chase. They need 342. 77 for 2 is not bad at this point, but they've got to keep pressing. Miles in short, and Guest whips that away. That will be 4. Just the wrong length, and Guest got in line and turned it not that far to the right of Charlesworth, truthfully, probably only 10 yards to his right, but the ball raced away down the hill.
Yeah.
It is extraordinary to think this is the last day of the festival, and I've only been here for 2 days, first day and last day. But as ever, you look forward to it for so long and it goes really quickly. Miles in, almost Yorker length, and Guest pulls that away.
It's a town of festivals, though, Cheltenham, isn't it? It's you know, it's got the horse racing festival as well, which everyone knows about. The music, yeah. Is there a book festival?
There's a yes. So literature, music, science, cricket, horse racing. There is probably one other arty one I've forgotten.
Ukulele playing.
Not quite. Nice shot. Same shot from Guest, this time to Charlesworth. Oh, and he's rebounded off his knee and gone on over the rope.
Often you see him make an error in the field.
May not have been helped by the ground in front of him there, because it's not necessarily a clean trajectory of the ball. But that was either 1 or 4, and it was the latter.
Well, we're glad Darryl was in the side, because we can get our tramadol from him now, can't we, during the competition?
Montgomery's got to 20 and just punches the last ball of the over back to Miles defensively. So Miles has bowled 3 overs. He's taken 1 for 24, and the over in the middle, I think, only cost 2 singles. So it's a little bit feast or famine, but
Yeah,
that's kind of how this competition goes in a way.
it's the wicket as well. I mean, it's a road out there. You know, Gloucestershire got 340, but that's 290, I think, on Bristol.
Yes, it might even be a bit less than that.
Yeah. Here's Actor. Can he keep it tidy for an over? Starts off well with a dot ball. The thing is, Derbyshire have to retain wickets because their lower order is inexperienced, to say the least.
I think this competition over the next month, provided the weather stays favourable.
That's turned off the legs by Guest. I think about 2. Again, a bobble in the outfield. See where the rugby posts have been here in the winter down there. There were certain areas in the game last week which the umpires weren't happy about. Sue Redfern and Neil Pratt. Where the grass coverage wasn't quite right. When that got wet, it sort of turned into mud patches as that's cut into the offside and Ollie Price goes tumbling across. Yeah, it was more...
Dear Sue Redfern, we haven't had any rain here for about 10 weeks.
No. To be fair to Sue, she was excellent dealing with her. I know she's not everyone's cup of tea in the West Country after calling off the game against Northamptonshire last year, but she's honest, Sue, you know, and she speaks from the heart. That's a glove over the top of Bracey. He's going to get 4 runs, but that was a quick bouncer from Zaman Akhtar. Yeah, so Sue and Neil Pratt weren't happy. We'd had a lot of rain. We had a hell of a lot of rain on, was it Wednesday or Thursday? I can't remember.
Thursday was the day that was completely washed out.
Yeah, and there were just certain areas on the ground which just they weren't happy with.
The ball has been retrieved. Way down at the College lawn end of the ground. That's the end where the cars have been parked up. Car park pretty full today. Having had my experience at Bristol earlier in the season, I've parked it way at the far end.
Here's the man who hit it as well, bowling, Zaman Akhtar, who found it of the highest amusement actually, even sending me videos later in the night. Showing me a video of Ian Smith once, who was commentating when his own car got hit, which is, I'm sure it's on YouTube or wherever, and it's quite an amusing one.
Always hit my car, Zaman Akhtar. As the line goes.
Yep. Driven, chance for run out. Oh, Miles just misses the stumps. And I think Guest was toast there. Great pickup. Fantastic pickup from Craig Miles. But they scramble through for a single. And 16 overs, they're 93 for 2.
I think compare at 20.
Yeah. At 20, Gloucestershire 126 for 1.
Yeah, so that's kind of where you want to... I still think they take some getting to get there.
Yeah.
Shaw's back on the field, but Dariush Ahmed has stayed out there because Ben Charlesworth has gone off. Miles to continue. Guest won't get a run there. That's played quietly up to mid-on and Matt Taylor. 342, remember, is the Derbyshire target. But Gloucestershire were going at 5 and over between 20 and 30.
I tell you, Zamanakda, all right, he might be off to Essex, but I tell you what, he's running in and bowling his heart out here. He's not holding back at all. That's professionalism.
Miles over the wicket. That's a pleasant shot. Straight to Jack Taylor, but in thinking about the run out from mid-off, he's just taken his eye off the ball and he's not picked it up cleanly. And they've got through for a single.
Ed Middleton on 12th as duties. Leg spinner from Devon.
Hasn't played any first team cricket this season at all yet.
No.
Miles, oh, that's cleverly done by Montgomery. Steered that on a full length, almost Yorker length down to Josh Shaw, but he's kept him down to 1. Derbyshire wickets came in the 7th over and Jewel in the 11th. Kane made 13 and Jewel made 35. He's just starting to get going when he steered a ball from Miles straight to Ben Charles with a backward point.
But with Ed, this is his opportunity, this competition.
Who? Middleton?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Miles in, pleasantly played by Guest, but Miles fields off his own bowling.
Bowls wicket to wicket, Miles, doesn't he? But with Ed Middleton, a number of counties, and the Kookaburra ball, the experiment wasn't designed for a number of counties to sign overseas spinners, and they have done. And Ed Middleton, you know, was probably a victim of, you can't blame the counties either, but Todd Murphy coming here, or Chahal to Northamptonshire, or Kishore to Surrey, or Rocco Chioli to Warwickshire.
Pleasantly played by Guest out towards the cover boundary off Miles' next delivery, and they'll come back for 2. Actor thought about throwing to the bowler's end, then realised they were probably going to get home anyway.
He
so
was just off balance, wasn't he?
I mean, Surrey haven't got 4 test spinners in their squad.
Yeah, that's their weak point. And that's what counties do to them. Is they brought in Shakib Al Hassan for the game against Somerset last year.
Miles, full length again. And Guest had them do no more than defend and play it back up the pitch. So Miles has bowled 4 overs for 28, Actor 3 overs for 16, Shaw 5 overs for 31, Taylor 5 overs, 1 for 22. Miles obviously has a wicket as well. Right, all change here. Josh Shaw's coming back on. So I assume Charles with his out there again too. He is, yeah. So Dariush Ahmed goes off. 97 for 2. And here is the first introduction of spin for Gloucestershire.
Here he is, the Stellenbosch skinhead. That's just worked into the onside, and they're thinking about 2. Miles actually did well there by putting in the dive to cut out the single. And Beeren, and he specialises in 45-second overs. Gets through them really quickly.
There are a few Gloucestershire supporters of longer memories that would say that genuinely Bomber Wells could bowl an over in 45 seconds.
Probably ruined your overtime at the BBC, didn't he? So that is cut, no run.
So Graham's got a long on and a long off out. Deep square and a deep point.
As that's pushed out to Borman. No, Ollie Price actually, and that's the 100 up for Derbyshire in the 18th over. This game, Ian, I think could go all the way.
They're still a little bit behind, I think. And they've lost one more wicket than Gloucestershire had done at this point.
Dot ball.
They're not out of it, but I still think they're going to have to, you know, we talked a lot about the pacing of that Sussex chase in the T20. It's got to be a really big stand to give them a genuine chance. On that occasion, it was Allsop and Coles.
Yeah, there's one there. Sounds like a firm of accountants you just described.
Here, it's probably got to be one of these two with Anderson or Whiteley, or these two, full stop.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, I just thought that was such a innings of sheer brilliance from James Coles, though, that doesn't happen to you often.
No.
It's very rare, and credit to him. But yeah, I just thought, you know, sometimes you just come out on the wrong end. Some days you are the pigeon, and other days you are the statue.
So Miles to continue. This is his 5th over in this spell. Again, just a measured punch into the offside from Brooke Guest, gives him a single out to Zaman Akhtar on the cover boundary. There is quite a big gap in there. So Ollie Price is at backward point, and there's a shortish extra cover which is Bancroft. He's kind of on the single there, but also for the mistimed drive. In between there is a big gap if Montgomery and Guest want to use it, and Montgomery has bounced that straight into the ground, into his crease, and he's just gone back and watched the ball drop safely behind the stumps.
Are you a fan of this Gloucestershire kit, Ian? You like it?
It's pretty uncomplicated.
Yeah, I like it. Will you be wearing it around Gloucester Quays on a Friday night? I like it. I think it's on sale in the club shop. Go online, have a look.
Miles, make sure he doesn't bowl a no ball. Do without. We haven't actually had it was one no ball in the. Oh, there's been a single extra so far actually in the Derbyshire reply. There was only one no ball in the.
Yeah, good disciplines this.
It's not difficult, is it? Really.
Well, spinners should definitely not bowl them.
Miles, off the bottom of the bat from Guest. He's got a single up to Matt Taylor at mid-on, but he didn't time that at all.
Yeah, Jack Taylor at mid-off, Matt Taylor at mid-on. Had a very good chat with their father, Kevin Taylor. One of the days of the Middlesex game. Or Sir Kev of Chew, as he is known.
104 for 2. Stays at that with the ooh and the ah from James Bracey as Montgomery defends.
I think that was my defining moment of last year. I watched the final at Edgbaston with their parents, Kevin and Angeline Taylor, who are lovely people, and all their sacrifices over the years just sort of came to fruition in that final, watching one son get man of the match and the other one lift the trophy.
Miles in bright sunshine. That's a well-placed shot. It's a chase for Akhtar. It's good fielding from him. He kept down to a single. There might have been two there to somebody else, but he made his ground around the boundary rope in front of the members' stand. Miles has bowled 5 overs, he's going off, and Derbyshire Ahmed is coming back on again, so I suspect
Change of boots.
that, well, could be anything, but it'll be, if nothing else, it'll be a bowling change, you would feel.
They could do with a pair of trousers that fit Craig Miles. They're,
Look, when Peter was talking about this earlier on today, here's Van Buren.
Yep. Reverse sweep. That's brilliant from Charlesworth. Cuts off a boundary there.
They've got 2 men behind the square on the offside for Montgomery,
Yeah.
feeling that he's going to play that sort of fierce cut or the reverse sweep.
He's gone for the conventional sweep and he's going to get 4. Bit top edgy, but quite a way over Josh Shaw at short fine leg.
His joke this morning was that when Aman Rao was signed, they didn't have numerous pairs of trousers for bowlers who were 6'7" at short notice.
No.
I suspect for Miles it might be a bit the same.
Yeah. He's definitely looking, like the kid at school whose sort of parents buy him a pair of strides in September, and by sort of the following March,
They're too short.
they are.
This is the 20th over.
Yeah, there's 1 round to fine leg there. 110 for 2.
Derbyshire are going to be about 10 runs behind, I think.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much even Stevens as that's driven pleasantly into the offside. Christian Brain, the groundsman here at Cheltenham, coming up, joining us. There's the 50 partnership as well. Montgomery 18, Brooke Guest 32 of them.
Montgomery's had more of the strike. Sorry, Guest has had more of the strike, as you were.
That's 1 out into the offside where Ollie Price is in front of the marquee hub. There's a bar open there, Ollie. Turned. They're thinking about 2 here. Ahmed's quick. That's really good fielding from the youngster.
Actually, it's taken some time for him to get to this position. He's 24, Derbyshire Ahmed. So, SACA, MCC Young Cricketers.
Yeah.
It's age-wise, it's taken him quite a while to get to the fringe of a county first team. Change of ends for Zaman Akhtar. So Miles has gone off the field. That's why Ahmed's on the field at the moment. Miles 5 overs, 1 for 32, and Zaman Akhtar from the College lawn end. So 113 for 2 at 20 overs. Derbyshire are, compared to Gloucestershire, 126 for 1. So they're a little behind, and they've lost 1 more wicket, but they've got 2 batters who've got to start now.
Yeah, I think
one of them has got to push on pretty briskly.
I think we've got a good game of cricket on our hands here, Ian. You listen to Ian Randall, Dan Whiting, live from Cheltenham College, the Towergate Cheltenham Cricket Festival, in its 153rd year.
Akhtar in, and again, Guest defends. Akhtar on his follow through. Does the fielding. Gloucestershire go to Guildford on Friday, which you would think would be a high scoring affair. It's a small ground there.
Yeah, Woodbridge Road.
And then at Bristol on Sunday for the visit of Leicestershire. Akhtar, a full pitch this time, not a full toss, but a fully pitched delivery, which is guided by Guest up to Matt Taylor at mid-on.
Surrey don't play at Whitgift School anymore, do they? I don't think. They did for a while. It's a rather strange place. You'd sort of come out the middle of Croydon and find this school with a load of like peacocks and like one of those little sort of rodent thing, Mara, running around the grounds.
Akhtar past umpire Burns again tries the Yorker, and it's worked this time into a smallish gap on the onside by Guest. It means that Matt Taylor can't prevent the single. These two are ticking along at roughly a run a ball on average. It's not quite enough for Derbyshire. You probably need a boundary and over at least at the moment. And the boundaries have been dried up by Gloucestershire to some degree. Again, Bancroft in on the single extra cover. Actor's
been outstanding here.
Length of delivery has made it difficult for Guest to force that shot away through the offside. Last one, I say Bancroft stopped another dot. So in this over, again, Actor only conceded one single so far, one ball to go. We'll get one there, but 2 singles out of an over at this stage is absolutely fine from a Gloucestershire perspective. Montgomery will retain the strike, but Actor's bowled 4 overs for 18, and that, in the context of the game, is absolutely fine.
Yeah, although Hayden for Derbyshire I thought was excellent today.
I mean, he bowled very well at the start. He finished with 1 for 34 from 9 overs, so his last 3 cost 18. But even then,
that's all right. Even
that's
6 and over at the death.
That's not terrible.
No. Van Buren from the Chapel End, cut, but can't get it past the fielder. A backward point. Charlesworth. He can now because he's gone over the top of them. 1 bounce for 4, and that brings a much needed boundary for Derbyshire.
He's played that as well as Ollie Price would play it.
Oh yeah, and that's a compliment. And you're looking forward to being wasp free at Bristol on Sunday. We've been absolutely plagued by wasps here today.
It's probably the same one. It's presently played by Montgomery. 4 more.
There's 4 more through the offside.
Is it a shorter journey from your house to the college ground or to Bristol?
I think it's a shorter journey to here, but I think it's quicker to Bristol. Down at the roadworks of Oxford. That's worked into the onside, but they'll just have 1 as a combination of Van Buren and Daz Ahmed quick off the line, keep them to a single. Yeah, I think it's Oxford, and then you can get stuck behind farm vehicles or horse boxes is the other one on the A40 on the way here. For some reason, when you've got horses worth £1 million in the yards down here, this one's pushed in the offside, they don't like winging around corners at 80 miles an hour. So yeah, you can get stuck behind those in this neck of the woods.
Ahmed's got an important job here. He's out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. If Montgomery's going for the paddle or the orthodox...
Oh, he's bowled him! Montgomery, I don't know if he chopped on or just missed it. I think he's chopped that on. But Graham Van Buren, using all his experience, winkles him out, and Montgomery disappears for 42, and that is a big, big wicket.
He was just starting to look as if he could play an influential innings here, Matthew Montgomery. But he perishes just in the knowledge that Derbyshire have to keep going.
I'll tell you what though, I think Matt Montgomery looks a very good signing for Derbyshire.
Good pickup. Good
can
pickup.
bat, can bowl, can field. As can this guy, Martin Anderson.
Well, he has scored heavily in the Championship this season for Derbyshire. He's got 300s.
He's a good player.
Yeah, 300s in the championship. Average is 47. Now, there's got to be another sizable stand here for Derbyshire to get somewhere close to challenging Gloucestershire late on. 64 that partnership was worth. Well, they need at least that again between these two. And then some.
Yeah, they certainly do.
That was the last ball of Van Beeren's over, so it's Guest facing Actor. Oh, that was wild down the leg side, and it will be called a wide.
That was quick though. Bracey made that look a simple take. That's not easy, those.
So Derbyshire, 2 of the 3 wickets to players who've got genuine starts, 35 and 42. Nobody's yet gone on. Somebody has to do that if they're to get close. Defended by Guest. Into the 23rd over. I think the Marquis have done a good trade today.
Yeah.
Ice cream sales would have been healthy. Do you know, bearing in mind the...
You like an ice cream, Ian?
I don't mind an ice cream.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of the waffle cone necessarily. Here is Actor once more, just chopped away by Guest for a single, and that will bring Anderson down to strike for the first time.
Anyone wants to bring in an ice cream, listening in on the ground, and attract even more wasps to the vicinity, then he does like he's partial to a 99 flake with sprinkles, I believe.
No, could do without those.
No, you don't like sprinkles.
Anderson takes guard and waits for Actor for the first time. It hits him high on the thigh pad.
Actor's got his tail up here. I think he's bowling quite quickly.
Well, you mentioned earlier about the fact that, you know, he's leaving at the end of the season. But the one thing that I noticed in particular, when it became a policy, I'll call it that, and I'll mention it after this next ball. Actor in Anderson, he's off the mark. He's given that away to Charles with a deep square for a single. It became a policy, and obviously rugby is a big sport around here, that you could talk to a player from the 1st of January if you wanted to sign him for the following season. And it was, you know, openly known that a player, as in Actor's case, was going.
Yeah.
But there was one thing about that that really struck me. Oh, and Actors. And Guest just gives him the nod to say that was a good one.
Good seed.
That was a good one. Taken by James Bracey at a good height as well. The carry was good, but I think that may have just straightened a bit, just in the way that Guest judged it. But that the players who were going, still, they did not down tools.
No, and Actor's not.
They absolutely kept going until the end of their contract, and that's what Actor is doing here. Half an appeal, really more from the crowd than anything else. Here is that Actor bowls a full pitch delivery to Brooke Guest, and
2 off the over again.
Yeah, he's just
3 with the wide.
Sticking the brake on at one end. Zaman Actor at the moment, 5 overs for 21, and Derbyshire have got to just wrestle the initiative back a little bit. They've lost the wicket. Anderson's got to try and pick up the baton quite quickly.
They need a boundary and over. Now it's got up to 8. They need a boundary and over, don't they? And if they don't get, every over they don't get 8, that's going to creep up. 214 off 27. It's a tough ask, this, for Derbyshire. Here's Van Beeren to Anderson, and the ex-Middlesex man
Where will
pushes
they
this
be
back.
with 20 overs to go? Because you then treat it as a 20 over type chase, don't you?
Well, they'd want to have probably. They'd want to go at fives, wouldn't they? They'd want another 35 minimum, wouldn't they?
Yes.
Which takes them down to what, 170, 180?
Probably about halfway.
That's 4 of them as Anderson sweeps with a plum.
See, Gloucestershire virtually doubled their score. They went from 174 to 341, so almost doubled the score between overs 30 and 50. So there's your steer, I guess.
Just Anderson not playing that where he wanted to. I think he's looking offside there, and the ball dribbling out to Miles.
Who is back on the field?
Fielding in shorts.
Not quite.
Oh, that's a peach. Sharp hands from Bracey as well. His wicket keeping has improved considerably, hasn't it? In the last sort of 4 or 5 years. Pushed into the offside. Price has a shy. Jack Taylor, sorry, has a shy. We've seen him hit the stumps directly at Cheltenham last year, and that was not a million miles away. And Anderson was a goner.
Well, it's bizarre. The only direct hit we've had today actually went for an overthrow and a boundary, which was Josh Shaw's attempt at the at the college chapel end, and yet that ended up going for 6 runs off the delivery.
I think Anderson might have done a hammy here. He's just stretching it out, limping a little bit. He's moving gingerly, isn't he?
133 for 3, chasing 342 to win.
Get his substitute in from up the road in Swindon, Bob Anderson. Do you remember him, darts player? They used to call him the Limestone Cowboy.
Oh dear. Van Buren 4 overs for 27 and a wicket. And here is the miserly actor.
Do you not remember Bob Anderson? I think he won the world title.
He may have done.
You're not a darts man, are you?
No. Pub game, Dan.
Well, Stoneface, John Lowe, do you remember him?
Yes. He's from Derbyshire.
He is from Derbyshire.
Clay Cross, I think.
Yeah.
Actor. In down the leg side. Has Anderson got a feather on that? Neil Burns is not interested.
Oh, Bracey fancied it, Bancroft fancied it, Zaman Akhtar fancied it.
Neil Burns saying no.
But why has it not been given a wide then? Maybe he thought he's touched the forearm, not the glove, perhaps.
Maybe Anderson stays. He's on 6.
Down the leg side, wasn't it?
Undoubtedly. Undoubtedly.
We do apologise at home, but we're commentating from side on, and it's quite hard to tell here at times.
Actor in, Anderson into the ground, out on the offside square of the wicket, and he'll get a single out to Miles.
Quite a few cricketers have played for both counties. Eddie Barlow, fine player, and his widow Callie has brought us up some donuts today, so thank you very much to Callie.
It's probably why the wasps have been around most
Probably.
of the day.
It's probably that, actually.
Actor appeals tentatively for an LBW call on a full delivery to Brooke Guest, but the ball just dribbles out on the offside, and again umpire Burns shows no indication of raising the finger.
Zach Chappell, who was on loan at Gloucestershire and had a shirt here with only one P in his name and became known as Zach Chappell. Tom Lace.
Yes.
I think he was only on loan at Derbyshire from Middlesex.
Actor. And that is forced again by Guest, but straight to Ollie Price. They've worked out where his chief scoring area is, and they're trying to bowl to the field to keep him quiet in that region. Nothing being offered on the leg side really. And Actor's disciplined in forcing him to play towards Price's just released a fraction as he gets inside that one sufficiently to work it onto the leg side for a single. So I've not seen a lot of Anderson live.
He's a lovely cover driver of the ball.
Is he someone who can play that aggressive innings?
Yeah, he can. No, he's like Sir Thomas More, and he's a man for all seasons.
Actor to Anderson. Again, that's into the ground. There's no run there. Bracey away quickly, and Actor may not have taken a wicket yet, but he has done a really good job in applying a break and just squeezing the game. We had him in the first innings, and we're going to have him again now. A second stint from the Gloucestershire chair. So I'll vacate my position and let Peter Matthews join Dan.
Yeah, Peter Matthews. His wicket-taking ability for Gloucestershire on commentary is second to none. He got a little three-for against Middlesex, and it is a pleasure to welcome you back. How are you, Peter?
I'm very good, Dan, thank you. Very good indeed.
Good.
Very good. Enjoyed my little session with Ian Randall this morning. Always good to reminisce with Ian.
Well, I do want to talk about his batting. Peter.
Yeah, that won't take long.
Oh, no. Well, it didn't generally take long back in the day.
It didn't, no, it didn't actually.
Van Buren comes in, big shot by Guest. But I just had this visions of him being one of those number 11 that blocks it, pots it out for a draw.
You think that knowing Ian's character.
Yeah, exactly. That's in the air. Guest being forced now to up the ante, and Van Buren just strangling the Derbyshire skipper. Gets one as he nurdles this out to Miles on the onside. But Ian wasn't one of those sorts of number 11s, was he? You've told me he was a leg side Larry, was he?
He was. Yeah, one shot, which was a hoit through mid-wicket, irrespective of where the ball was. If you bowled straight at Ian, you'd be rewarded.
Okay. Anderson just pushes this out. This is good over though from Van Buren. Gloucestershire putting the squeeze on in these crucial middle overs. Derbyshire still needing over 200 to win. Oh, there's 6 of them. That's a monster. That's the longest boundary on the ground. And Guest has just timed the pants off that one. So your role here today, I mean, obviously you're chairman of Gloucestershire County Cricket Club, but are you here in I'll come on to it after this ball. We've got one more ball in the over. As it's cut away for a single down towards the Sanford Road side of the ground. Are you here in in one of the corporate tents? Are you here today? Is that the job for the day? Because you wear many hats as a Rolls chair, don't you?
You do lots of stuff. So
yeah.
If you look at what's happened today, we've got 6 guests from Derbyshire, including the former Derbyshire player Colin Tunnicliffe, who's the Derbyshire president. He's here. So we've been having good chats with them, particularly about the Chesterfield Festival, which is very interesting, different model, and very profitable to Chesterfield. And if anyone's listening from Cheltenham Borough Council, Chesterfield Borough Council, give Derbyshire a bit of money. So we might have that conversation and see where we get to. So yeah, been chatting to them, been going into the tent to say thank you to people like the new club, Old Petesians, who've been supporting us. We've done a bat raffle, albeit there's no bats as prizes, so I guess you'd say shirt raffle and book raffle. Yeah, and some members' questions. And watch a bit of cricket. You want me to commentate?
Yeah.
No, I don't. Those days are gone. those days are gone. You do
Matt
that.
Taylor back into the attack as starts off with a Yorker, which is dug out and played out to Graham Van Buren and sort of a deep mid on. So Chesterfield Council give Derbyshire money to go to Queen's Park.
They
is that
do.
right?
I think their view, and look, the councils are in different views financially, aren't they? But their view would be that it brings people into Chesterfield and spends money in the town. And I think, one of the things that we have on our agenda is to forge a better relationship with the festivals committee at Cheltenham, because there's so many festivals.
That's played with a lot of bottom hand, but that's really good work out on the boundary. Is that Charlesworth out there? I think it is, yep. Cuts off the boundary. I know Derbyshire often used to play Yorkshire there, didn't they? Because Chesterfield's in the north of Derbyshire.
Yep.
And Nottinghamshire used to play Yorkshire at Worksop quite a lot.
That's right.
They haven't played there, I don't think, since 1984, since the miners' strike and tensions between the Nottinghamshire miners and the Yorkshire miners. One of whom wanted to go back to work and the other one who didn't. Sort of caused a lot of friction. There's one out to the offside. So it often makes sense, and Glamorgan used to play Lancashire at Colwyn Bay.
That's right, Colwyn Bay, very, very important ground, Colwyn Bay. Obviously we would have the chance to play Worcestershire at Cheltenham. That would always be one of our games historically. Worcester.
Yeah, we were playing Worcestershire in a 4-dayer here a couple of years ago, or about 4 years ago actually, I think it was. That's good bowling from Taylor, just bowling wicket to wicket. The run rate's climbed to close on 8.5 now. And Gloucestershire's seam attack just putting the squeeze on the visitors. Talking about the players who played for both counties, Eddie Barlow, what a player he was.
Of course, Callie Barlow, of course, his widow is a regular at the Gloucestershire games.
That's in the air, but falls short of Josh Shaw down at third. Yeah, well, Callie's brought us these glazed ring donuts in front of us.
Do you know what? Every time I come up here, there seems to be more food. It's like a poor man's test match special. They have cake, you have donuts, from what I can work out.
I'm honestly, they've been so generous to me here. I'm going to come out this festival with type 2 diabetes. Taylor, hoik across the line from Anderson. 149 for 3 at 27. 23 overs remaining for Derbyshire to get 193. Pete, you've got to say Gloucestershire are favourites, but Derbyshire aren't out of this yet, are they?
No, I mean, I think in my commentary stint with Ian this morning, I said I thought anything under 300 Derbyshire would be favourites, anything above 350 Gloucestershire would be favourites. I think the thing is at Cheltenham, Dan, as you well know, it's very possible that teams can accelerate very quickly. So at the moment, you'd say Gloucestershire probably slightly ahead on points. What you'd like is for me to take another hat-trick, Dan, commentating with you, and 3 more wickets. I think once the wickets start to go, it does become difficult. But they've still got 7 wickets in hand, and all they need is a couple of very big overs, and the game's back in the balance.
Jack Taylor into the attack as that's played out to long off. There's the 150 up for Derbyshire in the 28th. Yeah, we haven't brought you on to, wax lyrical about your roller's chair. We've actually just brought you on for your wicket-taking ability, Peter. So, Anderson just rocking onto the back foot and pushing that out for a single. Brooke Guest on the cusp of a 50 here. Yeah, Colin Tunnicliffe, he was, well, he was a good old county stalwart, wasn't he? That's short, and Taylor's got away with that. Guest might feel he's missed out there. But yeah, part of that Derbyshire side with sort of, I think Michael Holding he'd have played with back in the day. Sort of late 70s, early 80s.
Yeah, I mean, he made his debut here 74
Okay.
for Derbyshire. So it would have been Tony Borrington, Ashley Harvey Walker, Fred Swarbuck.
Yeah, that's in the air. Peter Matthews has got another wicket. There you go. Your wicket-taking ability is second to none as Martin Anderson chips to, I think it's Ben Charlesworth, wasn't it? Extra cover off the bowling of Jack Taylor. And Matthews strikes again.
Yeah, I mean, a good wicket. Every wicket's a good wicket. I think one of those moments when a batter walking off would think, yeah, I sort of was a bit half-hearted there. If he hits it a little bit harder, it probably clears the fielder, doesn't it? In the end,
Yeah.
He's just almost just golf chipped it, hasn't he?
Yeah, you're right.
He's
got the sand wedge out,
yeah,
hasn't he?
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
no, that's an important wicket, and every time a wicket falls, I think it improves Gloucestershire's chances, simply because the run rate isn't impossible, Dan. You know that, and I know that.
Yeah.
You can get runs very quickly.
Yeah.
Here. But once you start losing wickets, it does become difficult, because by definition, Derbyshire need 8.5 and over. They've got to take chances. So
Yeah.
Run rate across that. I must confess, and I don't always read scoreboards as well as I could, as anyone who listens to me on radio Gloucestershire for Cheltenham will know. But I was very impressed by you calculating that in your head, and then I look across and see runs required on the scoreboard, 8.5. But there you go. My belief that you're a mathematical genius, Dan Whiting, lasted for all of about 6-7 minutes.
Well, you know, I'm hardly, just look at me, I'm hardly Pythagoras, am I? You know, so here's Jack Taylor bowling to the new batter, Amrit Basra, who gets off the mark immediately with a cut out to the deep cover boundary. It was actually Ollie Price with the catch. 153 for 4. Listen to me, Dan Whiting, with the Gloucestershire chair, Peter Matthews, broadcaster extraordinaire. So you're a football commentator as well, as Taylor comes in, and there's Brooke Guest 50. Well batted, Derbyshire skipper. 61 balls, 4 fours and a 6 in there for Guest. So you're a football commentator, and were you at Cambridge the other day? Was it Cheltenham?
I was, yes.
Yeah?
Yes, indeed. Yes.
How did they get on?
They didn't manage to draw or win.
Right, it's like my side. They came second in their opening game of the season, because we've just signed a goalkeeper from Cheltenham who made an absolute howler. Barnett.
Owen Evans.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, he made a ricket.
Yes, I saw that. It was doing the rounds on social media.
Oh, I can imagine. Matt Taylor from the college lawn end is one to short, fine leg. Another single to Guest. Yeah, so, but it's been a successful festival, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think I was talking to Ian earlier. I think that you look at two things in business. You look at, is the business performing? I.e., is it making profits?
Yeah.
Has it got an ability and a clear plan that says this is what we're going to do in order to increase profitability? Is there a commercial set of data that you can go, right, we need to grow this, whether it be sponsorship, whether it be attendances, whatever.
Defended by Basra.
And so I think commercially, I mean, last year it lost 80,000. It certainly won't lose 80,000 this year. We're hopeful it will make a profit, and that would obviously mean a swing of close to 100,000, which would be good. I think the other thing that matters in business, though, is what people say and what people feel. Is there a feel-good factor? And I think, look, round Cheltenham in the last 2.5 weeks, it's felt very good. And hopefully that means more people will come next year.
Taylor in. Basra has picked that one up into the stand. That is a shot and a half. Well, welcome to professional cricket. That's He might have the hairstyle of KL Rahul, but he's batting like him as well out there. That's a serious shot.
That was a good shot just for a moment. I thought it was going to go straight down the throat of deep backward square leg, but it cleared him pretty comfortably.
Not many people do that to Matt Taylor. And he comes as he defends that one and does a Bancroft there. Boundary, gets one, gets down the other end.
Yep.
So how important a role has Chris Coley played in this festival?
It's been huge. You know, we had a Cheltenham task force shortly after I became chair. We put Chris on it, we put Peter Jobb on it, another well-known Cheltenham man. We obviously put senior people from the club on it. We've got some support from marketing people here.
One into the onside by Guest.
And Chris's network is huge in Cheltenham. And as you know, I mean, he got a British Empire medal in the New Year's honours list for services to charity and sport. Clearly a football man, a racing man, a cricket man. He's led the charge, and we were delighted as a club to award him his honorary county cap, which came last week for his 80th birthday.
Yeah, no, fantastic. It's driven up to mid-off there by Basra. That completes the over. 163 for 4, the end of 29th. So 21 overs now for Derbyshire to get 179. And they do need to score a boundary every over. I saw this morning Chris Coley took a load of people up to Fergal O'Brien's yard up on the Gallops, up at Andoversford.
Yeah, that's right. And there's a bunch of people. Chris has done something called a boundary hub, in which he's had different guests. He's
sponsored by Venator.
Yep, Cricket Society. Right, Cricket Society. There. We had a day when we had a number of former players. Ashley Giles was here. Andy Moles was here. Bob Barber, who's remarkable for a 91-year-old, I can tell you. He was here, so that was
Fred
good.
Rumsey was here, wasn't he?
He was, yeah.
Yeah. Taylor. That's driven out to long off for a single.
Yeah, Roland Butcher was there. Vic Marks was here. It was an excellent day, and we've had different things. So we've had the bargain hunt team were here. We've got the jockeys here today. So Chris's love of racing.
Basrup places one to the offside. I commentated for about 12 days with Roland last year. Did loads of work with Roland, and he lives in Barbados during the winter. Comes over to the UK in the summer. Generally stays with his daughter, sort of west of London, like Reading or somewhere like that. So that's a dot ball. So the first day Roland's rocked up, it's not particularly warm at the Oval. What we didn't realise was this BBC box at the Oval controlled the whole media centre's temperature. So that's out to Ollie Price for a single. Roland, having just come back from Barbados, has thumped it up to 33 degrees in there. And all the equipment started malfunctioning. All the streaming equipment on the Surrey stream has started to malfunction. That is an intelligent cricket shot from Basra. Innovation. He looks a tidy player, doesn't he?
He does, yep. He's finding his way into professional cricket, but he started well, hasn't he? 13 off 7 balls. Another one to come out of the Saka programme. Yep. Which is fantastic. Yeah, it's brilliant. Yeah. We're very pro that as well. Yeah, Daz Ahmed, he's played out into the offside. And that is another single, 171 for 4, 30 overs gone. Derbyshire needing 171. It's pretty much even Stevens at this stage. Gloucestershire were 177 for 2. Okay, very close then. Yeah. Yeah. But Jack Taylor, his innings, just put his foot on the accelerator when Gloucestershire needed it, didn't they? Yeah, they batted very well. There were some good batting performances by Gloucestershire, no doubt about it, and it's made for good entertainment for what is a very, very good crowd. We're very pleased with it on the last day of the festival here. There's no doubt about that. Yep. Craig Miles coming back to the club. Yep. Very pleased about that. And obviously we've been able to get him back on loan for the One Day Cup. Shaw into the attack from the College lawn end.
Just keeps Basra honest there as he pushes one to Cameron Bancroft. A short extra. Yeah, I think it's. I thought he's bowled pretty well. I mean, it's hard to bowl in the power play, isn't it? But he just bowled wicket to wicket, and yeah, he was there or thereabouts, and he got the big wicket of Caleb Jewell, who's a dangerous customer.
Yeah, yeah. I think we hopefully he'll do well for us.
Oh, that's a big. Oh, I think Basra was looking to not hit that into the Sanford Road for 6. I think he's looking to hit that one over Cleve Hill.
I did have one or two members expressed a little bit of doubt about Craig Miles, but hopefully he'll prove them wrong.
Yeah.
And other signings in the imminent, Dan, as well, which
Wonderful.
Which is good. We can talk a little bit more about that in a moment.
Yeah. Before you do come on to that, I think that might be a leg by, or is it? He's got an inside edge on that. No, he's got an inside edge. Could you get Craig Miles a pair of trousers that fits him, because he looks like he's Nick Graham Van Buren's trousers off him?
Yeah, they're going to be okay. I think not quite as bad as Rouse trousers in the
no, they were
in the one day in the T20.
Yeah,
when he was drafted at very short notice due to injury at 6'7", and be fair to say we didn't have a lot of 6'7" trousers.
It's going to be one, but ones aren't enough for Derbyshire. That run rate's creeping up. It's getting close to 9.
Yeah, so
signings.
So another one in Bristol tomorrow to complete their signing. We're talking to a number of other players, and I think we've got a good story to tell. So one of the things that I'm very keen, and the board are very keen, is it's not little old Gloucestershire anymore. Mark's got a very good budget in Division 2, and we think we can challenge.
That's up to long on, I think, about 2, but Taylor's in quickly off that line. Well, you heard it here first, Gloucestershire fans. Peter Matthews, Gloucestershire's chair, says that Gloucestershire can challenge.
We think that if you look at what's happened this season, clearly you can't run away from the fact that we've only won one game. We're mid-table, but we've only won one game. We've struggled to take 20 wickets, and that's the fact. So don't get me wrong, there's some good bowlers leaving the club, no question about that. But it may be a slightly different approach to bowling, might pay dividends next season.
Again, that's one into the onside. We apologise if there's any interference from the wind here. We're working in outside broadcasting. We've been attacked by the wind, we've been attacked by wasps, and it's been a bit of a struggle here, Peter. But you know, it's part of the sort of the joy, isn't it?
The part of the ambience. None of this, sort of box that you have in Bristol, Dan. This is proper cricket.
Exactly.
Here. Proper cricket here.
Exactly. This is sort of like, having to hunt for your food and go and get it, as opposed to fine dining in Bristol, haute cuisine. So the fans, I'll come on to it after this ball from Jack Taylor. That's gone out into the deep. It's a great effort, but is that out there? Is that Miles? No, Miles is here.
No, Miles is closer to the wicket. Crikey,
I can't see who it is.
Binoculars out there.
Is it Akhtar? Is Zaman Akhtar? That one's also gone in his direction. Oh, that's brilliant work. Kept them to 1. It's actually Tommy Borman.
Is it? Well, that was a terrific effort to try and take that catch, wasn't it?
Superb. Absolutely brilliant. Taylor, guess, just pushes that into the offside. So what time can the fans be looking at the website tomorrow? Do we have a time on when we...
No,
there's nothing like that.
Because when you sign players, you have to agree it with the county who you're signing from.
Right, okay.
So
that's going to be 4 runs. That's a nice shot by Basra. Yeah, that's right. They have to both release it at the same time.
Yeah,
don't
both
they?
release it. So I would be extremely surprised if anything went on the website tomorrow. But all being well, we've got the verbal confirmation, and he's down in Bristol to sign tomorrow.
Wonderful. That's a good delivery from Taylor. So what time will Shubman Gill be revealed then? That would be nice, wouldn't it? That's just pushed into the offside. Price has a shy, and they run through for a single. But it's good that Gloucestershire are, in a position now to compete as well. And you said they're not little old Gloucestershire anymore.
Well, no, I mean, I think the finances clearly are getting better. There's no question about that, irrespective of any money that we get from the 100.
Yeah.
So we'll make a trading profit this year, almost certainly. We've
So-
still got too much debt, but we'll make a trading profit. And clearly, we're not in a position where we need to give our members dividends. At least if any members listening and they think they're going to get a dividend, I'm afraid that's a nasty shock for you, because you won't. And if we make money, we can put that into cricket, and we're certainly intending to put more money into cricket next season than we have this season. So
Yeah.
Mark will have a competitive budget to play with, and it's our job, and everybody involved in the club, to have a sense of purpose, sense of direction that brings in more commercial income, which in turn can feed into the playing budget. That's what we're all about.
Josh Shaw. Good Yorker. Basra digs it out. About time you took another wicket, Peter. You haven't taken one for a few
Yeah,
hours.
no, I'll
You're
be
losing
five. I'll be five very shortly.
Oh,
Ian Randall's going to come round and forcibly yank me off the air.
Well, I might get Randall back on with you, because I need to use the facilities. So he's socialising at the moment on the balcony. He tends to float around, and this is his.
So we'll do that with you.
Shaw. There's one out to long on.
Yeah, we could do with another wicket. Dan, just to say that this went on the website, I think, today. If it hasn't gone out already, it'll be going today. We are having a members forum at Bristol before the Leicestershire game, which is on Sunday. So that'll be 10:15 in the Jessup room.
Yeah.
We did one at Cheltenham, which was fantastic. 120 members there. It was a really, really good session. Lots of good suggestions from members. And I have to say, sorry, Dan,
Dot ball. Yep. Go on.
I have to say, one of the things I'm most pleased about is that there is a much greater feeling of unity around the club. So, the members do seem to be very supportive of what the club and the board are trying to do. They obviously get some things that say we don't like this. I respect that. I understand that. But we also get some really good suggestions, a number of which we've already acted on. And so keep those suggestions coming.
Shaw. Oh, that's quick. And Guest gets it out into the onside.
I think being open-minded, Dan, is incredibly important in business.
Yeah.
You're never going to have all the answers yourself. So even with, and it's a good board with some very good people on it. But ultimately, everyone will have ideas, and we should be very open to ideas that come outside of the board, outside of the club.
Yeah.
So we're anything people have got for us, we'll be very keen to listen.
Shaw in. That has gone many a mile. That has gone into the hospital almost over the road. Quick trip to A&E and back out again. And that was a monster from Basra. I think what's improved considerably at Gloucestershire, under your reign, is the communication, and whether that's come from you taking these members forums around the county. You've had them up here in Cheltenham, you've had them at Cheltenham Town Football Club in the winter, you've had them at Forest Green Rovers, for instance. You've gone all around the county where the hardcore of your membership comes from.
Yeah, we might have to go to single there, Dan. I'll let you describe that.
Yeah.
we might have to go to two places that we didn't go to last winter, because they are the two places on which Gloucestershire played Sunday League cricket that we didn't do a forum. There you go, Dan.
Morton Marsh.
No, we went to Morton.
Oh,
We were in
okay.
Morton. Yep. So there's two places where Gloucestershire have played Sunday League cricket.
Stroud.
Never played Sunday League cricket at Stroud. They played Championship cricket.
Gloucester.
No, we did Gloucester, did Kingsholm.
Okay.
So there's two grounds on which Gloucestershire County Cricket Club have played Sunday League cricket in... I might have to get Randall to answer this one. Dan, if you're not going to answer.
Swindon.
Swindon. We went to Swindon. We were there. We're at the county ground Swindon. So just the ground obviously just behind the football ground there. Swindon played there. The great Gloucestershire cricketer J.J. Lewis from Swindon.
Yeah. Well, there's another one playing for England at the moment from Swindon, Liam Dawson. Swindon
right.
men.
Yep.
Cirencester?
I haven't played at Cirencester since the, let's get this right, the 19th century, Dan. Even before your time, even before Ian Randall's time, to be fair.
Well, Randall was a young lad then.
Yeah.
Craig Miles back into the attack from the chapel end, and Basra immediately starts by flashing and missing to him. Go on, you've stumped me.
Okay, well, we're going to give this to Randall then. When
Yeah,
Randall
let's
comes
get
on,
Randall back on.
We'll get Randall back on. Randall can answer this. He's a man who, you know, he's the man at Gloucestershire cricket, Dan, as you know. Right, which headphones am I going to use here?
Yeah.
Right, okay, we're switching headphones. Randall's going to come round. He's going to get completely and utterly tied up in his thing.
Sorry, what was the
Given
question?
Directions here. The question is, we wait for Craig Miles to come in and bowl. I'll let you describe that, Ian, from the chapel end.
198 for 4. Miles to Basra, who's starting to play a few shots.
He is. Not sure could do with a wicket here. So, Ian, the question is that in the winter, we did members' forums right the way around the county. But there were two grounds or two places on which Gloucestershire have played Sunday League cricket that we did not go to. And I wonder whether we might need to do that this winter.
Did you go to Tewkesbury?
We did not go to Tewkesbury. That is one. Very good.
Would the county played at Trowbridge?
Very good. When Mr. Whiting comes back, I shall say it took you all of 15 seconds. There you go.
200 up.
33.3 overs.
This is going to be a good finish in.
Yeah, Guest is the glue at the moment, and Basra is trying to play the expansive role. He's got 50 out of 30 out of the last 51. The debutant. Miles to Guest. It's a bit short, and Guest can pull it into the leg side for a single. Yeah, Derbyshire not out of this, and
Not at all. Absolutely not.
they could get it down to. I mean, they're going at 8.5 at the moment. If they wanted, say, 85 off the last 10.
Oh, they fancy their chances.
They would. They'd still be definitely in the game. Depends on how many wickets they'd lost at that point. Miles Basra cuts that. Forces that more than cuts it really out into the offside. And Jack Taylor does the fielding. First home game, of course, is on Sunday against Leicestershire at Bristol. I think the forecast is pretty good for the rest of the week, I think. So, both for the game at Guildford, which you can follow on the stream, of course. We'll be back with you on Sunday. It's a very short bouncer from Miles, and given as a wide by umpire Treadwell. You may not know this, but forgive me this question. Do you know how Christian Brain's wickets have been marked by the umpires for the festival overall?
I do not, but I'm sure I would have heard had they not been anything other than good.
Basra goes for the aerial pull, and he'll get 6 more. Away behind deep square. Graham Van Buren was on the chase, but the ball just dropped between the rope and the advertising board, so he goes to 36, and Guest has 71, and Derbyshire with a spirited pitch here to get 342 to win. It would say it would smash all previous records for them in terms of a successful chase. 317 is their highest successful run chase. That was at Taunton.
Yeah.
They've got more than that and lost, but here someone actors bowled 6 overs for 23. I wonder whether there might be a need to bring him back. Here's Shaw from the College lawn end. Little single steered cheekily to Van Buren.
Yeah, wickets become the important currency, don't they, here? And if these two carry on, then you look at it and say, in the modern day, 15 overs at 8 and over is very gettable, particularly on small ground.
On the smallest ground, yeah.
But if wickets start to tumble and new batters have to come in, it changes the dynamic. So Gloucestershire would like to see the end of at least one of these players quickly.
Shaw into Pasra, who punches it back towards Joshua, who fields off his own bowling. Ross Whiteley would be due in next, but you wouldn't be certain what you might get from those below him.
Ian, one thing we didn't get a chance to discuss was that the Cheltenham Festival, which clearly has been under financial threat. I think this year's probably put an end to that. But domestic schedule threat possibly.
Almost yorked. Basra was working hard to dig that out from Josh Shaw, which he did.
And as Dan Whiting comes back, we should just say, we're right in the middle of the domestic schedules. We talked earlier about the different options that have been given to the chairs in terms of domestic schedule cricket. One of the challenges is when would you be able to play championship cricket in July and August? And at the moment it's late August next year.
Sure, and Basra plays across the line for that. Whips it away into the leg side. There's a combined effort on the boundary. Keeps people down to 1. I mean, I don't think anybody envies Alan Fordham's job trying to knit the fixture schedule into a calendar that starts with all the international cricket and then he just has to put the domestic cricket around it.
Well, it's incredibly complicated. It's a really difficult schedule for us next year because during the blast we've got 2 internationals plus a World Cup.
Shaw into Guest will pick a single up here, up to long on. And there's going to, well, say single, he's going to get 2. It didn't look to be 2 there, but they've ended up taking 1 on the arm and getting there. So yeah, it's a horrible question to ask. It looks if Cheltenham
if I don't like the question, I won't give you the answer.
If Cheltenham is to go to the end of August, what the make of it would be very difficult to predict, other than hopefully one championship game. The question is what you might be able to build around it.
Yeah, and I think the other bit is, as Derbyshire take a single there, the question I think would be how able would you be to get the ground here when Cheltenham College understandably will want it back for rugby, sort of late-ish, mid-late August. That's the challenge. So we're in discussions. Anyway, listen, Ian, I must go. Really good talking to you. Dan Whiting, Ian Randall got the 2 grounds in 15 seconds flat.
No.
I mean, as you would expect.
Yeah.
Tewkesbury and Trowbridge, that well-known Gloucestershire town of Trowbridge. I'll leave you with that point. Although I was told, Ian, that you had a bit of a direction failure around a town that's not far from the A40.
Carterton?
Yes, it's down in Kent, I believe. Anyway, on that note, we will hand you back to Dan.
Thanks to the chairman for joining us for 2 bowling stints today. He's been hosting guests from Derbyshire and others, and finding 2 shorter bowling stints was easier than finding 1.
So
grateful for his time.
So you'll be off to Crocodiles of the World pretty shortly.
Yeah, apparently so.
Yeah. Well, a few meerkats in there. I think it's filler, isn't it? It's filler.
So at 40 overs, Gloucestershire were 250 for 3.
Yeah, Miles in. This Basra looks dangerous, doesn't he? He looks a real player. Clean hitter of the ball.
The fact that he's coming above Ross Whiteley says something about what Derbyshire think that the game needed, and he might be able to produce for them. And here,
well, he's 38 or 27, doing exactly what his side need. Miles. It's just turned into the leg side. They're going to take 2. Guess slips. But Van Buren throws at the wrong end and hits the stumps. And they think about a second. Oh, this game's going all the way here at the college.
Actor is the one bowler at the moment who's been able so far to put a real
Well, he hasn't bowled short on it.
break.
He hasn't bowled short. You can't bowl short here. Ian, you've got knowledge at the college. Don't bowl short, Cheltenham, like that, because you'll get cut and pulled all day long. Another single, 221 for 4 now.
So it's the comparison is Gloucestershire at 40 overs, 250 for 3, and we're in the 36th at the moment. And then they obviously got 91 in the last 10.
That brilliant last over from Potts. How important might that be? Short, Basra flashes, tries to uppercut over those 2 short fielders. One at backward point, one at short third. But misses.
I'm just thinking of our good friend Andy Stockhausen to our left, who at half time said, they knock over 4 or 5 quickly. I'll have a very comfortable 500-word right early. I think he's sitting a little edgily on his seat at the moment.
Well, he's changed his piece about 10 times. Basra pulls that into the onside. Ollie Price quickly off the line. Yeah, I've noticed him changing the first paragraph about 15 times, actually.
He's got 4 different intros written.
Oh, he's got a brilliant 100 from Ollie Price. Saw Gloucestershire with the runs. Scoreboard pressure killed Derbyshire, and it's a tight finish. And Derbyshire have stolen a win here at the college.
Smash all previous records.
Yeah.
Right, this is probably the key bit of the.
Yeah, I think this is match
the
defining.
last phase of the game.
Yeah.
He's got 4 overs left, Actor. Whether he bowl all 4 now, I don't know. I think if he bowled a couple and didn't take a wicket, Jack Taylor might be tempted just to hold the other 2 back. He doesn't want to.
No, I agree.
Burn every option.
And maybe
with
Van Buren, but that's too short a boundary for Van Buren to bowl to, I think.
Let's see. 222 for 4. Actor into Basra. Oh, he thought about a second run. He's changed his mind, and a good job he did. Guest did well to send it back there. There was never really a second run down towards Cameron Bancroft, who's out on the deep mid-wicket fence. He took one. Basra turned. Guest was never interested.
No.
And he nearly ran 2 himself, to be fair. Guest on 79.
He's a good player, Brooke Guest.
Oh, very, very fine little nudge to a ball down the leg side, and it's going to go all the way for 4.
This is going all the way, and Derbyshire, to their credit, have kept a lid on the runs required. They were looking at 8.5 about 7-8 overs ago, and they're managing that quite easily. Their game management has been excellent and led by the skipper, Brooke Guest.
This is a bit like the Allsop and Coles chase for Sussex, isn't it? In the T20. Oh, Stick that and it's dropped short of Bracey.
Is that like the sort of the 1:30 race at the Cheltenham Festival on the Monday or on the Tuesday?
On the first day?
Yeah, the Allsop and Coles chase.
That's when they have the festival roar.
Yeah.
For the for the first race. Actor in bright sunshine. To guess he'll try and gamble on one. Jack Taylor tries to throw the stumps down.
I think he's home.
Bowler's end he doesn't hit. And having just to gamble a little bit on those shots that in a championship day you'd never think about a single.
Oh no.
Taylor now has got nobody in short.
Only Derek Randall would think about a single in championship cricket.
Nobody in really tight. And as Basra goes, Actor does get his wicket. And Basra goes for a brisk 40, which has kept Derbyshire in the game. But Actor might just have tilted that balance back Gloucestershire's way. Make a note of the name because he might make some runs in this competition. Amrit Basra, 23 years old. He bowled usefully today and he's made some handy runs. He's got 40 and he's kept Derbyshire right in it.
Yeah, and he's getting a warm round of applause from the Cheltenham Festival. Cheltenham public here. They appreciate good cricket, and here's another man who's a dangerous customer, Ross Whiteley. But Zaman Actor, I thought, deserved that. Thought he's been outstanding, and he deserved that wicket. In the context of a high-scoring game like this is, where we're probably likely to have close on 700 runs in the day, Zaman Actor's figures are more than respectable.
Yeah, I mean, the difference in that Derbyshire card at the moment is that you've got a 35, a 42 and a 40, and Gloucestershire had a 60, a 67 and an 83.
Yeah.
And that's that. There's just been a little bit more from the top order.
Yeah.
Now Guest has got to find somebody else to find a 40 with him, and Whiteley might be able to do that.
Well,
Actor with one ball left in this over, and Whiteley just defends it out into the onside. So that's a good recall, and that might mean that Actor doesn't bowl his 4 overs here. He's got the wicket. Right, okay, you might almost take him off now, or perhaps give him one more. Try and get the other key wicket and split this partnership up, and you might have an eye towards taking the points. Oh, Ollie Price.
well,
For the first time today.
Well, sometimes when it's your day, it's your day. And Ollie Price got 100 already.
Change of bowling from the Chapel End, Ollie Price. Ollie Price is sponsored by
Van
the
Buren
Wicket.
and Taylor have bowled 8 overs between them for 63. So
Yeah. Whereas Derbyshire spinners were a lot more miserly, weren't they? Here is Price as that's into Guest's hip, and he can only play it back to the bowler. Dot balls so precious at the moment. Screamed out to mid-off. Borman does well. I think that was one of those that snakes across the turf, and Borman hit him on the knee, I think.
Dan and I think we'll be pleased to be with you on Sunday for the Leicestershire match.
We're here for all of it.
There will be stream coverage, of course, of the game at Guildford from our friends at Surrey on Friday.
Yeah, remember though that these games They've got no BBC coverage, so this is how you'll get your fix. Price to Whiteley, who drives. No need to Jack Taylor.
Can't have a look for too long here, Ross Whiteley.
No, you can't. See the run rate again, it's gone up to 9 now. This is good from Ollie Price though. Leg by, I think.
Not so bad.
No, it's an inside edge.
Only 2 extras in this Derbyshire chase so far. Only 2 wides bowled. There weren't a lot in the Gloucestershire innings, to be fair.
No, there weren't. Price. Oh, that's superb. We got a mix up. Oh, and if we haven't got a mix up, Matt Taylor.
Really good bit of fielding.
That had 4 runs written all over it, and Taylor sticks out a left mitt. All right, it's his strongest hand, but still, outstanding bit of work. It's little bits of fielding like that can turn games of cricket. And we had a mix-up. It's a staccato run, wasn't it? If it was in musical terms, it would be a staccato run. But Whiteley got home. 231 for 5. Big drive, but ones are all right. They don't mind ones. Superb, Ollie Price. Only 4 off the over at this stage of the game. It's exactly what his skipper wanted. 232 for 5. Derbyshire still requiring 110 with 12 overs remaining.
The last 2 established batters are in.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Gloucestershire are probably favourites, but, you know, Cheltenham, as Peter Matthews has just said on air with us, it can get away from you very quickly here. It can be a captain's graveyard, can't it?
Well, I know it's only at the start of the festival, but that Sussex T20 chase, they did not look like getting there. And then suddenly you realise that the 2 batters were both in, and unless Gloucestershire had split Coles and Allsop up, they still might win. And of course they did. They shouldn't have won probably because there was a drop catch in the last over, but they took the fortune on that, and they got there. Guest is on 86. .86 off 87. He's paced his innings really well. Actor to bowl to him. And that's aerial. That could be out. And it is.
He doesn't drop them.
Ollie Price at the long on boundary. I was just going to say that one good blow would get him to a highest ever one-day cup score, which was 88. But he's perished. And now Gloucestershire can see into the lower order. Actor's got 2 wickets in 2 overs. And that might be the tipping point in the game.
Yeah, and fully deserved for Zaman Akhtar. But whilst Whiteley's there, they've got a chance. He can biff it. That's a really good innings by Brooke Guest, though. Got his team into a position where they could still win it, but just didn't. Scoreboard pressure just told.
Yeah, he's just shaking his head about, kind of, you silly fool, what were you doing? Or words to that effect. Here is young Joe Hawkins.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching this lad have a bat. Ian, if you can name me Craig Miles' first class victim back in 2011. Was caught by Chris Taylor for 32.
It's going to be somebody significant, isn't it?
No,
is
not
it
really.
Not?
No.
Oh, okay. I can't name it, not without looking it up.
Alex Wakely, Northants.
There we are. So Actor with
Joe Hawkins to the crease.
2 for 30 he now has in his 8th over. So Hawkins on strike. Dabbed that away for a single. Down to Josh Shaw. If you had to have a spread, one shouldn't encourage this. If you had a spread bet now, I think Derbyshire would get to they might get to 300, but they're not going to get much further than that.
Joe Hawkins is from Moddershall and Oulton Cricket Club. We were in Stone in Staffordshire.
Whiteley, he's got that right off the toe end of the bat, and it's tried to pull it away into the leg side, and a bit like a end of a snooker cue. He's got it right on the end, and it's dribbled out for no addition to the Derbyshire score. 39th over. Actor wants a change in the field, so he's going to ask his skipper to go out onto the boundary at deep mid-wicket. And they're bringing Borman up inside the circle. He's going to go round the wicket to Whiteley. And he's steered it into the air. It should be a comfortable catch, and it is. An Actor in this little 2-over spell. Matt Taylor takes the catch at mid-on. Has probably decided the game.
Yeah, it certainly has. Scoreboard pressure, just getting just a little bit too much. And Derbyshire just panicking a little bit. But Zaman Actor outstanding, and he's getting his just reward at the end.
Well, he bowled economically from the college chapel end, and then the switch has done two things. It's not only slammed the door on the run rate, but he's taken 2 wickets in 2 overs.
Ben Aitchison's a new batter.
Ross Whiteley called by Matt Taylor off the bowling of Actor for 3.
Good.
So Potts and Hayden below him.
But from 228 for 4 to 234 for 7.
Yeah, that's where the middle order has been ripped out. And you would think from here it would take something quite remarkable for Gloucestershire not to pick up the points in this opening one-day cup fixture. First of 8, of course. Actor in. Tall figuration steers it away, and Graham Van Buren hits the stumps. And is Hawkins out? No, he's not.
No, I think he got home.
He did get home, but it gave Neil Burns a decision to make.
But you know what? Sometimes you appeal due to the brilliance of the fielding there.
So Actor's come back, and he's taken.
James Bracey seems to have a similar haircut to Graham Van Buren.
Yeah. Well, he's also into the barbers.
And to Nick Potts.
Yeah. So Actor now has 3 for 31 from his 8 overs. And I think the Gloucestershire supporters here at Cheltenham should be sitting more easily. And I think Andy Stockhausen can probably decide how he's going to start the top of his report.
Oh, I don't think so.
I think he can.
He's actually been putting Tipex on his screen. He's changed it that so much.
I think he knows. I think he knows. You can tell because there's steam coming out of the computer.
There is. He's Ollie Price. He played his part though. That last over forced Derbyshire into getting on with it. Here is Price. There's one into the onside. But I tell you what, also a commanding win here, first up. Does not do wonders for the net run rate.
Oh, yeah.
Which it does often come into in this competition, because there are less games than the Vitality Blast. It's more prevalent in this competition, aren't there?
One into the leg side again.
And equally, I suppose, from Derbyshire's point of view, they wouldn't want to be losing by 100. If they lose by 50, that's not as damaging. So they might say, okay, we're not going to win, but we're going to actually do a bit of that damage limitation here in the latter overs. But I think you would hope that Gloucestershire would not be losing. It would be extraordinary if they lost from here.
Hawkins reverse sweeps.
The rate's up at 10. All the main batters have gone. There is Aitchison average is 9 in this competition. Hawkins is making his debut.
Little feather around the corner. Josh Shaw does the fielding. He'll play a part in the competition, I'm sure. Old Josh. He might not have picked up any wickets today, but he always plays a part. Hawkins pushing for 2 here. No, they don't take it on. Ed Middleton doing his 12th as duties.
In the 14 for today, but not selected. There will be some games where he will get some game time, I'm sure.
Oh, that's a shot from Aitchison. Gets on the dance floor and carves Ollie Price through the covers for 4. Nothing wrong with that delivery.
So there we are.
Ian Randall.
40 overs. Derbyshire 243 for 7. Gloucestershire 250 for 3. So, you know, it really is the wickets column that's the problem. Run rate rise there, not too badly off. The issue is we're down into the bowlers for Derbyshire now.
Do you have a boogie to this song back in the day?
And Actor is going to be. I think Jack Taylor thinks right. Actor says. Jack Taylor says we might want to blast through these if we keep zooming on.
Yeah.
Guest Basra and Whiteley in the last 2 overs for.
Jack Taylor's a good skipper.
Gloucestershire.
I know they lost that one against Sussex. They don't lose many of the tight games.
Actor then in his 9th over. And young Hawkins steers that down to 3rd man. They can probably pick up 4 or 5 singles and over without too much bother.
I think that's probably their plan, is to nerdle it about and maybe try and get it to 60 off 5 and have a dip. They'd need 8 and over to get it to there.
Yes,
run rate requires 10 at the moment.
Yeah, I think they might get 4 or 5 and over. I'm not sure might be wrong, that many boundaries between these two. Aitchison got one in the last over, and he won't get one there because he hit that into the ground. And Jack Taylor does the fielding. Lovely for Cheltenham to finish on a day like this.
Oh, glorious.
Sun out. And, from the logistical point of view of organising the festival, Aitchison gets a full toss up to mid-off. I mean, obviously it was dry in the build-up, so getting everything in and getting everything set up was not too difficult. Yes, they lost one complete day and some part sessions on the other days during the Middlesex game, but the weather has not been too bad overall.
No.
And I think the deconstruction, if that is the right word, also looks like it's not going to be done in a mud bath. So, in that way, they've come out pretty well out of it. Actor in, that's hit in the air, down the ground by Joe Hawkins. That's going to go for 4.
That's a shot.
Stood up there, punched it back down the ground past the bowler. He's not the tallest, Joe Hawkins, not like Aitchison, who is a towering figure. And raced away to the College lawn end sight screen.
I think shots like that, Andy Stockhausen might be changing his report again.
Hawkins hit on the pad, but Actor wants it, and eventually, up goes the finger from umpire Neil Burns. He had a think, and ultimately it's a 4th wicket in the spell for Zaman Akhtar, and Derbyshire 245 for 8. They've gone from still very much in the game to blasted out of it in the space of one spell.
Yeah. Hawkins, like the town he's from, stone dead. 249 for 8 now. And that 3-4-1 looks like it was just too imposing for the visitors.
Yeah,
they played their part though, Derbyshire. Fair play to them.
I thought, when I looked at the teams, I thought Derbyshire's best chance was probably to bat, get what they could and see if they could make it enough. Whereas, I don't know whether, in reality, they've been in the game to about 35 overs, probably, maybe genuinely for 30 overs. Well, 35 overs, they were still 4 down. So I think they were still in the game then.
Yeah.
But then it's all got, Basra, Guest, Whiteley, and now Hawkins, all to Zaman Akhtar.
Deserves a fifer.
In pretty quick order here.
Zuma.
Potts is the new batsman. He defends out on the offside. He'll get a single into a big gap.
But you know what? You have to give Jack Taylor some credit, because we were saying, should we hold him back? Should we hold Zuma back? And he's kept him going, and he's killed the game. He's killed the game here.
4 for 37. His figures with 1 over to go, and be a brave man to say, I'll have a blow now, Zum. Keep the 1 over in the locker. I think not. I think he'll...
well, I don't know, actually. I wonder if he's...
Right, Matt Taylor's coming back from the College Chapel end. Ollie Price just a couple of overs. Derbyshire's 250 is up, but they've only got 9 overs left, and they've got to get 92.
Gloucestershire fan Matthew Lee down there exchanging some bants with Ollie Price.
Yeah, 92 off 9 is too many.
Ollie Price played 1 game for Bedminster, as Gloucestershire often put their players out in the Whipple, the West of England Premier League. And you can hear Matt Lee whenever Ollie Price hits a shot with up the bemmy. That was quick from Taylor. Bouncer. And Aitchison flapping at it.
Conscious that it is 25 past 5. People joining the stream perhaps have been at work or out for the day. Gloucestershire lost the toss, put in 341 for 8 they made in their 50 overs.
Taylor. Oh, again Aitchison has a flash, a little bit of extra bounce from Matt Taylor.
Ollie Price 103 from 115 balls, replicating the 100 here in the same game 2 years ago. James Bracey made 83, Ben Charlesworth 60, Jack Taylor 67, so steady contributions down the order. 3 wickets for Potts, 2 for Aitchison, 1 each for Hayden, who bowled well, Anderson and Montgomery.
That's played out to mid-off, going to have a shy at the stumps, Borman, but I think Aitchison was always home. So if you had to pick a man of the match, Ian, Zaman Akhtar with his 4 for, what's he got, 4 for?
37, I think.
37.
4 for 38.
4 for 38, which in the context of a high-scoring game is excellent. As that is going to be buys, actually. That's taken a horrible bounce just before it got to James Bracey. And they'll scamper through for a buy. Or Ollie Price or Jack Taylor or James Bracey. There's a lot of candidates, isn't there?
Yeah, Guest made 86 as well, but in a what looks to be a losing cause at the moment. I would have thought it's between
Price and Actor.
Price and Actor.
Let's smash down the ground to Bancroft. Don't often see him boundary riding, but he's.
I think
down in
if Actor
front
was
of
to
the
get
chapel.
another wicket in his last over,
Yeah,
although he is going to bowl it, I think.
I agree. I think a 5 foot on
what-
this wicket is worth more than 100. It's such a good deck.
And particularly that as he's come on when Derbyshire was still very much in the game at 4 down,
Yeah,
and he's literally gone down the card.
but they got a flyer. I mean, they got first 25 overs they got 135. In fact, first 30 overs 171. But Actor was the catalyst for just keeping it tight at the beginning, when people like Taylor and Shaw had been going around the ground, who are normally the insurance policies for Gloucestershire.
This is Actor's last over. And Aitchison will steer in for 1. They'll try and go, it's Potts actually, and they'll try and go for 2, but there won't be a second run there. Up to Ollie Price at long on. It's difficult for Derbyshire from here. They've got 2 wickets left.
Yeah, still 86 to win.
Feels a lot. Actor in. Aitchison pulls that out to the mid-wicket boundary. They've taken 1 bounce only to go out to Bancroft out there, and his return allows them just a single. Miles is just doing some stretches. He might be back in action shortly. Field well spread for Actor. Slower ball comes off the pad. And taken by Bracey down the leg side.
nearly out.
And throws the ball to try and get rid of Potts on a run out.
He would have been gone with a hit.
Just Rory Hayden to come for Derbyshire after this pair.
There's a cricket club down the road, Froster. We mentioned them earlier. Do you remember one of the first games that we did together at Bristol? They turned up on a stag do.
They did. Then down the leg side, and wide I think from Actor, signalled by umpire Neil Burns. Did he signal a wide? Yes he did.
And with the Oasis comeback recently, I was thinking of that the other day. I was thinking, Bracey, you're going to be the one that saves me, and after all, you're from Winterbourne. They turn up 11 blokes dressed in white, an umpire and a duck.
Actor, and then Aitchison gets off the bottom half of the bat, tries to pull it away to deep mid wicket, doesn't get it in the right arc at all really. Does pull it out on the leg side, but only get 1. 260 for 8. Derbyshire crawling towards 300, but they need 342.
Big ask, isn't it?
It is from here. Actor in. Now there could be a 5th wicket here. Can he get to the court and bowl? He can't. It's going to drop safe. And Potts probably stopped him from getting there as well.
It was accidental, though.
Completely inadvertently.
It was nothing naughty.
But the shot, if he'd had a clear run towards the ball, I think he would have got there. And that would have been fitting in a way. Four for 44. Actor has with 1 ball left. And he's not quite going to get the 5th wicket because Aitchison has spooned that over the shortest man on the ground, Graham van Beeren, and they're going to come back and run 3. So he's going to take 4 for 47.
Zaman Actor, 10 overs, 4 wickets for 47.
And
outstanding.
that's why he gets a good hand from this good crowd here at Cheltenham, because that spell has tilted the balance inexorably towards Gloucestershire now.
Yeah, no, outstanding from Zaman Akhtar. Yeah, I think he's got a point to prove as well. I think he wanted to be in that T20 side, and he was disappointed when he was left out a few times. And I think he wants to show that he can bowl with a red ball and a white ball. And I think he's got a point to prove. And I tell you what, he may well have proved it.
Sometimes it's how you motivate players, isn't it?
Yeah.
And sometimes, has he been motivated by being left out?
The carrot or the stick. Matt Taylor. That's Aitchison again, plays and misses.
Josh Shaw's going through a series of exercises which would suggest he might be bowling shortly.
Yeah, I think so. I think he'll come in from the college lawn end. That's a shot. That is Calypso style from Aitchison. Just on the back foot, on the up, crunches it through the covers.
Nothing much wrong with that as a shot from a number 10.
Couple more shots like that, and Andy Stockhouse will be changing his match report again. Taylor. Oh, that's gone many a mile in the air. Who's under this? Craig Miles. And he makes no mistake. That's a good catch. He had to make a lot of ground to that. And he's got his first wicket. And now he's got his first catch. Oh no, he's got his second catch of the game, because he caught Harry Kane earlier. So
as long as he hasn't done a hamstring in in reaching it.
yeah, no, he's all right. He's fine. But that is the end of Aitchison for 19. And the end is nigh. Matt Taylor's got 3 wickets as well. No, sorry, he's got 2. It's Jack Taylor with the other one. 268 for 9.
Dario Sharma just asking Miles if he wants to go off. And I think he might be.
It's a sensible move. It's a sensible move.
He's just stretched and trying to reach the...
It's because his trousers are too tight. Someone please get him some tickets. Get him some trousers. Get the man some proper strides. Matt Taylor in. And the new batter is Hayden. Who plays this out for a single. Cleve Hill in the background. Cloud's just gone in on it. That's in the air, but just short of the fielder at deep cover.
.270 for 9 chasing 342.
Taylor's just nurdled there by Hayden.
I don't know where he bats for Leek. I've no knowledge of that.
Do I find out for you? I can find these answers out.
But he's batting at 11 today, which I think is understandable.
I know
I know my Staffordshire League cricket.
Of course I do, Ian. Don't doubt me.
Check your bowling from the college lawn end, Josh Shaw. Josh Shaw is sponsored by 6 o'clock gin.
Ben Feasy on the PA has just said that Josh Shaw is sponsored by 6 o'clock gin.
Yes, he is.
There could indeed be a 6 o'clock gin today, because it's 25-6 in Gloucestershire are 1 wicket short of victory. .71 still needed by Derbyshire in 6 overs, and they've got the last pair together. Quite something to win it from here. Shaw back into the attack, and Hayden defends out on the offside.
Who did they play? They played Checkley, didn't they?
They did.
Yeah, well, you know, Rory Hayden batted.
Did he need to bat?
Yeah. He got 4 for 42.
Shaw into Hayden. Oh, he tries to whip that away on the onside. Doesn't get a touch through to Bracey.
He got 45 of 61, batting at number 6.
There you go.
5 fours, no 6s. 5 of 61 balls.
Shaw from the college lawn end again, not down the leg side, I think, but umpire Burns doesn't give it as a wide.
I can tell you all about Staffordshire League cricket, mate, I tell you. Joe Hawkins and Rory Hayden here today. No, but credit to those clubs. Credit to, I can't remember Hawkins' club, Oddershall and Moulton, I think, or someone like that, or Moddershall and Alton, and to League Town.
Shaw to Hayden. Appeal for LBW only from Bracey.
But for
Goes
producing
unheralded.
cricketers for Derbyshire, and it's always been a talent pool for Derbyshire that they fished in, isn't it? You know, as I said earlier, Bob Taylor, Kim Barnett was another one, I think, from Staffordshire, who played at Gloucestershire as well.
Oh, he did, very much so.
Was he a Staffordshire man? Yeah, he was.
Shaw. Almost the Yorker length again. Hayden tries the mow into the leg side. Doesn't get a touch.
He's only from Leek.
There we are.
He's only from Leek.
Same club.
He's 65 now, Kim Barnett.
Can I say he's coming to the Cheltenham Cricket Society in, I think, October as the guest speaker.
Well, his record is...
Hayden was a pretty pleasant shot out to mid-off. They get 1.
1,000 runs in a season, 16 times,
Tommy Borman.
including 11 consecutive seasons.
So Van Buren is going to come back into the attack from the College Chapel end. Can the South African spinner turn Gloucestershire towards victory?
John Bracewell described Kim Barnett playing a key role in that side in 99-2000. That's a monster of a 6. That is huge. Rory Hayden.
Somebody told him that.
So the key to all this was veteran opener Kim Barnett, who Bracewell described as like Duckworth Lewis before it was invented. Barnett would calculate the pass score. Oh, that's a hoik across the line. You calculate the pass score, then systematically plot the roadmap to that total. Brilliant, what a quote. It's in the air, but he could well get 4 runs there, I think. No, that's superb. That is commitment. Matt Taylor, I think that is.
Right on the rope there.
Yeah, I mean, this game is done and dusted. Yet Taylor is still putting his body on the line, throwing himself about, and do you know what? This is a very impressive start by Gloucestershire to this campaign. That's an appeal for LBW, but Daz Ahmed doesn't have a shy at the stump, just holds the ball. Sterner test will come, but if they can go to Woodbridge Road on Friday, oh, that's in the air. That could well be out. It is. Josh Shaw. End of game. Gloucestershire win by 59 runs, and a very, very professional performance by the hosts, Ian Randall.
Yes, and I think in the end, the available sides and the selected sides kind of told the story of the game. Gloucestershire went stronger with their bowlers than Derbyshire were able to, and that made the difference in the end. There wasn't a lot between the top ends of the 211s. The batters largely made runs. Bracey, Price, Charlesworth, Taylor. Price obviously leading the way with 103, but well supported by the other 3. 341 against a depleted attack looked a good score. Derbyshire, I say, they got 282. 2 years ago here they got 298. I wondered whether 282 batting first they'd have been in the game with that. But if you look down the card, Guest made 86, but nobody else got beyond 42, although 3 others got beyond 30. Actor's spell made the difference late on. When they were 228 for 4, they were still in the game with Basra and Guest both going well, but when they got out there wasn't much in the bottom part of the order. Actor finished with 4 for 47, Taylor 2 for 47, Van Buren 2 for 46, Jack Taylor 1 for 27, and Miles on his return 1 for 51.
Yeah, we spoke about Derbyshire's inexperienced lower order, and it tells a story really, doesn't it? Because after Basra, it was all quite respectable till then. Kane 13, Jewell 35, Montgomery 42, Guest 86, Anderson 12, Basra then 40, but after that Whiteley 3, Hawkins 9, Aitchison 19, Potts 6, Hayden 12, and it just sort of fell away, didn't it?
And that kind of, you feared that might happen if the school ball pressure was applied, which from 341 it was always likely to be.
Yeah.
But a fitting way, I think a lot of the Gloucester supporters will go home from this Cheltenham Festival on this final day. You know, they've seen over 600 runs today. Gloucestershire have won. It's been a sunny day. A good finish to a festival that I think the chairman has said they hope will turn a profit, which will be a massive difference from an £80,000 loss last year. A fitting way to finish a festival that may not look like this again. That's the sobering point, perhaps, is that the schedule next year may force another change of approach from the county towards how they look at Cheltenham. Can they set this up this way with the prospect of only one championship game?
Yeah.
And the limits that the college may have in terms of when the ground may be available. That is, in a sense, a conversation for another day. But for today, Gloucestershire have started as they would have hoped to, with a strong selection and a win.
Yeah, I think massive credit goes to those involved in the sort of Cheltenham Festival. Peter Matthews deserves credit. Chris Coley deserves a lot of credit. Also the staff at the club here, who we know that they work hard here, don't they? Things aren't easy here at Gloucestershire at times. They're probably not at Derbyshire either, but
massive credit must go to the staff of the club. Thank you to all those who've interacted with us from Derbyshire today as well, from those up in the East Midlands. Sorry your team haven't had the result they wanted, but they played their part in a very entertaining game of cricket. And you've got some good youngsters coming through for the future there. Basra, Hawkins, Hayden have all shown that they've got a promising future ahead of them.
Yeah, last word too, I suppose, for Christian Brain, who, you know, ultimately he is the head of college grounds, plural, because there are several sites here at Cheltenham, and that small square, which has five wickets on it, is something else that he has to look after. And I think, again, as the chair said earlier in the day, if there had been any negative reports, then he'd have heard about it, and I don't think there were from the umpires across the festival. There's a man down in front of us, Austin Cornell, who is the head of ground operations at Bristol. It's been his second Cheltenham. Obviously his first year in the job was last year, and he has now got to organise the deconstruction of this ground, and everything's got to go back to the Seat Unique Stadium and be there for Sunday for the match against Leicestershire. He's going to have a busy week.
He's a big old unit, Austin, isn't he? He's a big old boy.
Thank you for your company for today. Hope you've enjoyed it. Coverage from Guildford on Friday will be courtesy of our friends from Surrey. Dan and I will be back with you, with James on cameras no doubt, for Sunday against Leicestershire at Bristol, starting at 11. Enjoy the rest of your evening. From Dan and I, a Gloucestershire win always sends us home in a happy frame of mind. We'll do that tonight. Bye.